Hello fellas. So I have made videos on Paladins for a few years now apparently, mostly rank and stuff or going over some random stats, but in doing so I've always had the reoccurring urge to make archival sorts of videos covering the rich history that Paladins has given us over the past near decade. A history that, although bits and pieces are definitely out there if you look for them, has never been particularly accessible to the vast majority of players. So this will be the first in what will hopefully become a series aimed at chronicling such topics in an intuitive and much more accessible manner, with this video's rather lengthy topic being talents, their inspiration, their inception, their evolution, and of course, since this game does have an unfortunate developmental end, talents from inception to final incarnation. Now, Paladins is an extremely personal game to me, and I have a ridiculous amount of memories and stories surrounding certain eras of the game, often even revolving around talents for some reason. And although obviously I want this to be as entertaining as an info dump can really be, as well as serve to archive every minute change, I also love this history, and I'm making this video for myself as a way to express, compile, and just generally yap about those old memories. Since I'm only getting older, my recollection is only going to get worse from here. I need to put them somewhere so I can peacefully forget. That being said, keep in mind these same memories should be taken with a good few grains of salt, as they are just that, near decade-old memories. I've done everything I can in this video to record everything as accurately as possible, but I will level with you. Although I have a very good memory, there's no telling what the voices a guy running a multi-year-long skin ranking series with less than 1,000 subscribers are saying to him. But yeah, this is going to be a slightly less edited video compared to what I usually make, mostly consisting of a lot of talking over graphics with some general time-appropriate gameplay in the background. The gameplay will be from several old, in my opinion, legendary channels that mostly don't make Paladin stuff anymore, and I want to make it absolutely clear that a lot of this stuff is not mine, and is obviously theirs, as these folks were what I consider to be pillars of the community for the times that they were around and deserve a lot of respect, inspiring many folks to create content around this game, including myself. So yeah, I'll be using these little tags in the top right corners of the screen to indicate who the background gameplay is from. If there is no tag, assume it's either an official Paladins trailer, preview VOD, or ability reveal thing, or that it was recorded by yours truly. So like I said, massive shout out to these three creators, which I borrowed the majority of the gameplay from. Joshino, in my opinion, the biggest representative of the old guard of Paladins content creators that I kind of grew up with, giving us phenomenally insightful glimpses into the early days of the game. Then of course, Cami or Cami VS, again of the old guard and one of the most consistent and positive presences at almost all points the game was being developed. And last but not least, T of Gaming Benchmarks, I guess that's how you say it, I never said it out loud before, previously known as All Paladins, has been an absolute beacon of archived content from the 2020s onward, maybe even before that, I'm not sure. Their stuff being ridiculously helpful at narrowing down what exactly was going on at any point of the game's lifespan around that time. I kept on being surprised by just how often their name was like behind another super useful video or stream VOD, with those recordings and streams being consistently helpful with many of my videos and general research that I've done over the years. As always, all credits will be in the description. I urge you to check them out, as this video, not to mention the community at large, wouldn't have been nearly as cool without them being all awesome and stuff. And lastly, huge thank you to the folks behind the Tempest program. I'll talk more about that at the end of the video to keep this part brief, but believe me when I say that program was imperative to this video's accuracy. And I'll be making a lot of references to how useful it was throughout the entire video. Super cool people and their program basically made this video possible. But yeah, that's all the precursing stuff out of the way. Hello. I am Mr. Mini Microbe. I have played this game since late 2016, and this is a super personal project for me, so thank you for coming along, and let's jump into, from beginning to end, the entire history of talents / legendary cards in Paladins. Before we jump into the first ever talents though, we need to talk about the spiritual predecessors to talents. And no, I'm not talking about the oldest forms of legendary cards that existed in the very early days of Paladins, as this video is instead focusing on the selectable large-scale gameplay altering effects chosen at the beginning of a match, or anything resembling what we now know as talents today, as opposed to just anything that used to hold the name of legendary cards or talents. I'm instead talking about the nearly equally old function in the game, abilities' old tendency to have what was referred to as bonus damage attached to them. These were effects that could be activated via an ability that would cause some kind of bonus damage to occur. There was plenty of variance on how it would be incurred, but most often the criteria needed to be met was quite simple. Use the move, and then your primary would be buffed for a certain percentage for a few seconds, or something along those lines. If you are not familiar, here are a few examples of these old effects. Bomb King at base, when hitting a target with multiple sticky bombs, cause the bomb after the first to deal 30% more damage. For Ying at base, if all 5 ticks of her primary shots hit the same target, she would deal 100 bonus damage. For Cassie, after dodge rolling, the damage of your next shot is increased increased by 30%. Buck dealt 30% more damage to targets previously hit with his net. Pip increases the damage of his next shot by 20% if the enemy is hit with Explosive Flask first. In case you're not quite picking up on it, these are all things that would be nearly directly adapted into what we now know as talents, but at that point we knew as legendary cards. From what I understand, these bonus damage effects were initially meant to reflect the more MOBA side of the game genres that Paladins was based on. In practice for new players though, they would often be seen as a bit arbitrary or random, not harkening to any specific playstyle like we see them be used today, making every character feel like, in retrospect, kind of a mishmash of just a bunch of stuff. The adaptation of this bonus damage stuff to legendary cards saw them be focused into a much more interesting 3-lane choice of what ability or playstyle suited you most as a player. And even if many champions' collection of legendaries more so turned into a rush to find the best one of the 3 to be solely used by that champion's player base, this change, as far as I could tell at the time and going forward, was unanimously adored, and was a major contribution for what made Paladins unique over those past 8 years they existed for. So in honor of where they came from, let's take a look at every innocuous or otherwise random bonus damage effect that did not get transformed into a talent. Not only because it's interesting and won't take long, considering the lack of champions at that point, but also because, let's be real, when will I ever get the chance to talk about this like literally ever again? So yeah, the following is every champion's bonus damage effect, which, keep in mind, although most of these were either transferred into a legendary or removed, some of them actually existed alongside legendaries as well for a pretty decent amount of time. Note that the numbers might not be 100% accurate to that specific point before legendaries were introduced. I'm just going off of an archive version of the original Paladins.com where all of these effects were listed. If I don't mention a champion that existed at the time here, that is because they didn't have any bonus damage effects at all in their kit, or their bonus damage effect was turned into a legendary that I'll cover later. For Maldamba, reloading throws his Cobra, dealing up to 550 damage based on how much ammo his primary had used before its reload. It did this alongside the usual stunning for 1 second. For Victor, the first 4 rounds of his assault rifle's magazine each dealt 50 additional damage. Also, enemies hit by his frag grenade took 15% extra damage for 4 seconds. For Drogos, using thrust caused him to deal 20% increased damage for 4 seconds. For Ying, targets hit by shatter would take 25% increased damage from subsequent shatters. For Androxus, hitting all 3 shots of Defiance, this being his old 3-shot cowboy-looking version of Defiance rather than the punch that he now has, caused you to deal an additional 500 damage. For Canessa, hitting a target with a fully charged shot of her primary dealt 30% more damage. Also, her primary dealt 30% increased damage to enemies affected by oppressor mines. For Evie, a simple use of Blink increased her damage by 20% for 4 seconds. Also, as her ice block used to actually grow a circular field around it as it was used, slowing enemies and stuff when the ice block was broken, its bonus damage was enemies caught in that slowing field would take 30% more damage from Evie's primary. For Barrack, his turrets actually used to mark enemies that they hit. This could be done up to 2 times with both turrets shooting a single enemy, and that enemy would take 10% more damage from Barrack's blunderbuss per mark. Me from the future here, doing a bit more research, here's a few more that occurred earlier that I can't show using Tempest. After using Nether Step, Androxus gained 20% increased attack speed with Defiance. Technically not damage, I know, but it was classified under the bonus damage when the concept was introduced. Grok had a bonus damage thing affecting an older version of his alternate fire called Chain Lightning. I'll put the description of it on screen if you're interested, but I'm skipping over it because it's not relevant. With Grover, hitting a target with Vine marked them for 3 seconds, in which hitting said marked target with your primary, which was a melee attack at the time, dealt 25% more damage. Also, his scaling damage that we have always seen on his non-melee primary also applied to Crippling Throw, which was also just called Axe Throw since it was his only projectile at the time. Pip's Potion Launcher dealt 1% additional damage, which would later be increased, for every 3 units the projectile travels. Ferocity Pip. Ruckus had a bunch of goofy bonus damages for a bunch of abilities that either don't work anymore or work completely differently, and I do not care to figure them out, so read them if you want. After exiting Sky's Hidden, hitting her primary causes damage to scale up by 3% per shot until a single shot is missed. And lastly for Ying, the bonus damage on her primary that inspired the classic legendary Focusing Lens. In its very first state, that bonus damage could only occur if the enemy was first hit with Shatter, which would then mark them for only 3 seconds, then her primary's bonus damage could occur, as long as all the primary shots connected. This single effect would eventually be split into both the bonus damage caused by subsequent shatters, as well as into the bonus damage that would inspire Focusing Lens. That is every bonus damage effect that wasn't in any fashion turned into a legendary card. And with that over with, let's move on to the patch that introduced legendaries in the game to begin with and start talking about the legendaries themselves. So in OB44, aka Legends of the Realm, released on February 22nd of 2017, every single champion in the game was given 3 talents. That might seem like a lot, but remember that there was only this many champions in the game at that point, so this won't take nearly as long as you might expect. Also, sorry if I end up saying talents in an era where I should be saying legendary cards. I'm going to be doing that a decent amount accidentally, so my bad. The following is every single talent that was introduced in this patch. Androxus' first talent was the absolute classic Godslayer, with his effect being Reversal now always fires back and does a minimum of 800 damage, an absolute staple to Androxus' kit that has remained in the game till this very day. His second talent, Heads Will Roll, caused his basic weapon to deal 50% 30% increased headshot damage. This one would receive a lot of changes over time. And lastly, we have the original Darkstalker, whereas Netherstep now has 3 separate charges, and those charges are no longer linked. At the time, this was definitely his most consistent best. For Barrack, his first talent was Architectonics, the talent that very aptly stated turrets are now empowered. His second talent was Tinkerin, who again very aptly states enhanced Barrack's blunderbuss. At the time, neither of these talents had a real description saying what they actually did, and in the patch notes they literally just said improve the potency of for each of their respective abilities. So if you picked either of these, you just had to assume they became better, but you were never informed how. It made 0 sense. His last talent was Fortify, whereas Barricade would gain 4,000 health. Also, despite listing all of these talents by their characters alphabetically, in the original Paladins forms, Buck is placed before Bomb King for some reason, which I just think is funny. This would continue to be an oddly consistent error in so many more patch notes. It's made me question whether or not I know my own alphabet more times than I'd like to admit. For Bomb King, he got Chain Reaction, the effect being when hitting an enemy with multiple bombs, each bomb after the first will deal 30% more damage. This is the first instance here of a bonus damage effect that was carried over from his original base kit. His second talent was Accelerant, whereas increase the self knockback of Poppy Bomb by 60%, and this one was massive. It was very well used and as a result got some pretty big changes over time. Lastly, his Demolition, his older Grumpy Bomb talent, whereas Grumpy Bomb destroys all shields when it explodes, assuming of course the bomb could actually hit the shields, which normally it didn't, and the lack of consistent usefulness alongside his rather specific use case is the reason it was eventually, spoilers, removed. For Buck, he had Ensnare, again one of these bonus damage things that were brought over into a talent, whereas Net Shot grants 40% bonus damage for 3 seconds after hitting a target. Again, with a lot of these bonus damages that were adapted into talents, it would continue to be a staple of Buck's kit forever. His second talent was Bulk Up, whereas his recovery heals for 600 more instantly. Reminder that this was before his heal became what we now know as the instant plus some heal over time kind of heal that he has, with the ability instead at the time being solely a heal over time. His last talent was Bounce House, whereas his Heroic Leap now has 2 charges. This one was massive as well. You'll notice back in the day, most of the really good talents all had to do with mobility and giving the champions more mobility. This talent may have been one of the best talents in the game. It allowed one of the tankiest damage dealers in the game to get in and get out freely without any real risk. Cassie's first talent was Impulse, whereas it increased the damage of Blast Shot by 300. Her second talent was the big one, Exaction, whereas you deal 40% more damage for your next shot after dodge rolling. This was another talent that was brought over from the bonus damage system. Both these talents would effectively remain in the same state for the rest of time, with her final talent, Big Game, generally being the same, but did operate a little bit differently here, whereas her first shot against an aerial target hit by disengage will deal bonus damage equal to 30% of their max health. This is actually also one that was adapted from the bonus damage system. Not to the same extent, but you were able to do general bonus damage to aerial targets after disengage was hit. Like I said, all 3 of these talents would generally remain the same, but Big Game was definitely the one to receive the most changes over time. For Drogoz, his first talent was Worm Jets, with the effect being it would increase the flight speed of Booster by 65%. Booster specifically being holding the spacebar while in the air, as that effect apparently has a name. Your second talent introduced was Fusillade, in my opinion his most classic talent, whereas direct shots deal 50% more damage, easily two-shotting pretty much every single flank, damage, or support character in the entire game. It was very good. His last talent was Combustible, whereas Fire Spit now knocks enemies back and deals an additional 30% of his damage as a burn over 2 seconds. This talent is obviously one that was brought over from the bonus damage effect on Drogos' original kit. For Eevee, we have Wormhole, whereas Blink may be used a second time within 4 seconds to return to its initial casting location. This one has a pretty interesting history of actually just being a normal-ass loadout card initially, and it was really good at low levels, with the levels of the original card indicating how much time you could give yourself in order to return to the initial casting location. Whenever I used that card before legendaries were out, I always liked it at a lower level as to not waste time if I don't use the Wormhole. So yeah, I actually pretty much have never used this talent for that reason specifically. Either way, absolute classic talent brought over from somewhere else that wasn't the bonus damage stuff. Her second talent, Over the Moon, reduced the cooldown of Soar by 5 seconds. This is a pretty weird talent by today's standards, and although we would see several general cooldown reduction talents at this point in time, they would slowly over time be cycled out before we reach the modern day here, as they were pretty boring. Her last talent was Reprieve, and yes, I'm aware it's pronounced Reprieve. I have always called it Reprieve, and I'm gonna keep calling it Reprieve. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules. Whereas you would heal 600 health per second during Ice Block. So basically, just at any point you could pop Ice Block and get a full heal. And although Wormhole obviously had its widespread appeal with its unique function, Reprieve at this point in time was generally seen as her best talent. For Fernando, he had an old version of Aegis. At this point, its effects were, your shield has an infinite duration and the cooldown is reduced to 8 seconds. As at the time, Fernando's shield would actually auto deactivate after a period of time, which is something I'm pretty sure isn't in the game anymore. His second talent was Scorch, whereas his Fireball now deals 30% extra damage and 30% more for each additional target hit. His last talent was Formidable, whereas the effect being regenerate 40% of your maximum health over 3 seconds when you fall below 15% of your maximum health. These kind of weird random numbers and percent health talents would actually be relatively common for tanks, even though I felt they were really kind of uninspired and boring. But yeah, we'll see multiple of these over time, just as we'll see them be cycled out over time. For Grok, he got Totemic Ward, whereas allies healed by Healing Totem receive CC immunity for 2 seconds. Now, this talent also increased the Healing Totem's healing by 20%, but they forgot to add it to the description and added it later, so yeah. His second talent was Maelstrom, with the effect being when your in-hand deals damage, reduce the cooldown of Shock Pulse by 0.1 seconds, and Shock Pulse bounces 4 more times. Suffice it to say, this would be the beginning of a monster. Grok's last talent was Wraith, whereas the effect is kind of unique. If you would have died, Ghost Walk instead and heal for 15% max health. One of the most classic annoying talents that never really even was that good. For Grover, he had Rampant Blooming, whereas healing allies with Blossom will heal them for an additional 160 health per second for 4 seconds. His second absolute classic talent would be Ferocity. This talent increases your damage scaling over distance by 30%. Now, although this is something that was brought over from the original bonus damage system, instead of completely removing it this patch, what they actually did was just nerf it a lot. So at base, Grover did still have increased damage the longer his axe went out, but it was just a really, really low increase, whereas the Ferocity talent was meant to make it actually a really big threat. Lastly, we have Deep Roots, whereas Crippling Throw now also roots. I remember Deep Roots very clearly because everyone was freaking out over this one. People immediately assumed that Grover would just be broken, and the funny thing is, I don't even think it was used that much. Obviously, that varies a lot over time, but you get what I mean. For Kinessa, she had Eagle Eye, whereas deal 50% increased damage with headshots, again with a headshot talent that would remain in the game for a surprisingly long time before being cycled out. Her second talent was Suppression, whereas multiple Oppressor Mines can now affect the same target, and Oppressor Mines now slow for an additional 20%. Her last talent is Steady Aim, whereas hitting a fully charged sniper shot will cause your next fully charged sniper shot within 5 seconds to deal 30% more damage, which I found out later was actually inspired by some other bonus damage stuff that at this point had long since been removed. For Maeve, her first talent was Cat Burglar, one of my favorite useless talents in the entire game. You gain an extra jump while airborne. That was it. Their second talent was Rogue's Gambit, whereas eliminations reset the cooldown of Pounce. And lastly, she had Artful Dodger, whereas activating 9 lives cleanses all crowd control and damage over time effects. Keep in mind, this is obviously the original Artful Dodger as opposed to the one that we have in the game today. For Makoa, he has the absolute classic weird talent Leviathan, whereas he simply gains 1,500 health. His second talent Pluck caused him to gain 80% bonus damage on your first shot after hitting an enemy with Dredge Anchor. This is another talent that was obviously brought over from the bonus damage system. Lastly, he had Half Shell, whereas Shell Shield is now placed on the ground and is not channeled. Aldamba had Ripened Gourd, whereas Gourd now slows enemies in the area for 40%. His second talent being Makono's Wrath in a very different state to what we're used to. Dread Serpent causes enemies to take 20% increased damage, Dread Serpent obviously being his ultimate, making this, I assume, one of the most forgotten ultimate talents in the entire game.
But actually, future me here again, this was another thing that was apparently brought over from one of the bonus damage systems long ago. I didn't know about this at all before doing research on it. Oh yeah, it was also really bad. Seemingly put in the game simply because it was an old bonus damage thing. Almost, I guess, out of obligation, but nobody used it ever.
Lastly, he had Spirits Chosen, whereas healing a target already affected by mending spirits healing over time effects heals for another flat 300. This talent does a few more steps than what we're used to currently, but pretty soon after this it would be simplified. Pip had Mega Potion, whereas Healing Potion heals for twice as much but has double the cooldown. Or at least this is the effect it had on PTS, as this is a PTS screenshot. Meanwhile, in the actual live game, they got rid of the but has double the cooldown portion. This means that in the live game, Mega Potion's actual effect was simply Healing Potion heals for twice as much. Next up, he had Catalyst, another one brought over from bonus damage, whereas targets hit with Explosive Flask are marked for 3 seconds and take 40% damage from your weapon shots. And lastly, he had Acrobatics, a very forgotten talent, whereas despite gaining some changes later, had the very useful ability of you can now double jump during weightless and increases the duration of weightless by 1 second. Okay. Kind of reminds me of a somehow worse version of Maeve's. For Ruckus, we have Flux Generator, whereas the effect is when used on an objective, Repulsor Field is twice as powerful. Keep in mind though that his Repulsor Field at the time was a completely different ability. The second talent was his absolute classic Aerial Assault, whereas Advance gains a third charge, and standing still while using the ability causes Ruckus to jet upwards. Again, this would be an absolute staple mobility talent for Ruckus going forward. Lastly, he had Recycler, a very forgotten talent where he gains 100 ammo, and that is all. Shaolin had Desert Shadow, whereas whereas he could increase the stealth duration of withdrawal by 3 seconds. Next talent was Shifting Sands, whereas he would gain 100% lifesteal during Heat Haze, making this, again, a very strange and forgotten about ultimate talent that absolutely does not exist today. I bet most people don't even know this thing existed. Lastly, he had Recurve, an absolute classic, draw your bow 15% faster. For Skye, her first talent was Debilitate. Again, this is a brought over talent from the bonus damage system, whereas she deals 20% more damage to targets hit by poison bolts. Definitely a pretty different effect from the Debilitate that we know today. Her second talent was Preparation, whereas reduce all cooldowns by 100% when getting a kill or elimination. This one for Skye on release was huge, because like Skye was always so terrible and everyone kind of knew it, especially at that point she was kind of an all-in character. This kind of gave her at least something where she could get in and get out. A lot of people were super stoked, including me. It was pretty good. Her last legendary was Surprise Attack, whereas you deal 300 bonus damage on your first shot out of Hidden. This was interestingly inspired by some pretty old bonus damage stuff that I never knew existed and had been removed from the game a decent while earlier. Albeit never really a good talent, it was a surprisingly fun one, being able to snipe people from across the map with that extra little 300 there. The problem being that Debilitate pretty much always did the exact same thing but better and on a smaller cooldown. For Torvald, we had Direct Current, whereas increase the duration of Runic Blast by 1 second. In case you don't know, Runic Blast was essentially the old version of Nullify. In other words, this made the silence last another 1 second. It was very annoying. Field Study was the second one, whereas allies affected by protection gain 40% damage increase while it is active. This one was very good. And lastly, he had Alternating Current, whereas increase recharges duration by 1.5 seconds. A pretty weird talent that didn't really... It wasn't very good. For Tyra, her first talent was First Blood, with a very interesting effect and a very simple effect of just gaining 20% lifesteal. For me, I feel like this is her most classic talent, despite the fact that it hasn't existed in her kit for a very long time now. Her second talent was Mercy Kill, whereas Grenade Launcher deals up to 100% additional damage based on the target's missing health. This one was always really confusing to use, as sometimes it would do ludicrous damage and other times it would just do nothing. It was pretty weird. Lastly, she had Hunting Party, whereas Hunter's Mark's damage increase now benefits allies. Victor's talents were actually like super uniform, probably the most uniform talents in the entire game, at the time anyway. First of all, his Gunnery caused him to gain 20% bonus damage while using Iron Sights. His Cardio caused him to heal for 250 health per second during Hustle, and his Firefight caused him to gain 30% bonus damage while hip firing. Especially Gunnery and Firefight kind of work together in a very well-rounded kind of focused fashion. That being said, Firefight was very clearly the better one. It was just better in pretty much any situation and promoted a really aggressive Victor play, which I really appreciated. It's straight up one of my favorite talents of all time. Lastly, Ying had Focusing Lens, whereas deal 200% extra damage if you hit all 5 shots on the same target. This being the final talent brought over from the bonus damage kind of system. She also had Lifelike, whereas illusions can now target 2 allies when healing. Note, however, that this means that they can't heal Ying herself. And lastly, we have Resonance, where if an illusion is killed or expires, it triggers an explosion, dealing 500 damage. And that is every single talent in its original state as it was introduced in OB44. So yeah, in the next patches, we're going to be going over every single change that ever occurred to talents basically until the dawn of time. It's going to be a long ass video. So yeah, we'll start with OB45, the Stone Warden, released on March 9th of 2017. This patch saw the introduction of Inara, which obviously means the introduction of 3 more talents. The first talent was Mother's Grace, whereas Earthen Guard gains 20% increased damage reduction. Her second talent was Treacherous Ground, whereas Warder's Field now cripples. And lastly, she has Tremors, whereas reduce the cooldown of Impasse by 7 seconds. Another one of these simple, large cooldown talents. Mother's Grace and Treacherous Ground would generally become staples going forward, as their effects would mostly remain the same for the rest of time. Although Mother's Grace, especially considering a bunch of changes that it would gain later, was definitely the favorite at the time. Going into the legendary balance changes here, I am going to be going through these fairly quickly, just saying the legendary's name and then what change they received. I initially wanted to make this video very audio only friendly, you know, like listing every legendary's name and description and essentially spotlighting every single minor tweak. But unfortunately, at that rate, this video was already about an hour long once I got to OB64, and I don't really want this video to be multiple hours, so yeah. I'll be showing graphics on screen for every legendary description and change, so if you're an audio only listener, I do apologize that if you don't know the legendaries that I'm talking about by name or from the context clue of the change, you might have to look at your screen. Sorry about that. As a quick addition, keep in mind, if you happen upon any spelling mistakes in the graphics, there's a very high chance that I left them in on purpose as little nods to grammatical errors that the devs have made over time. Not ones that I made, but ones that they made, and I wanted to keep in the graphics, as I want to keep the talent descriptions as accurate as possible to the time, if I have that info available, with very few exceptions. Thank you for listening to the little intermission here. here. Now let's get back to the actual legendary balance. Barracks Architectonics got an updated card description, and although not an actual change, I felt this was important to add considering what I said earlier about the terrible previous card description. This updated card description stated more clearly that turrets deal 30 more damage, are hit scan, and the cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds. The same thing occurs here with Tinkerin, as again it had a very terrible card description where nobody really knew what it did, with the new card description stating more accurately that Barracks Blunderbuss has tighter spread and less fall off now, as opposed to just saying, ooh, enhance somehow. Buck's Bounce House, like I said, was very good, and now increases the cooldown of Heroic Leap by 2 seconds as a result. Grok's Totemic Ward got an updated card description to indicate that this card actually increases the healing of Healing Totem by 20%, as like I said previously, they forgot to even mention it. Maeve's Artful Dodger now causes 9 lives to also heal Maeve for 500 in addition to cleansing debuffs. This was added due to Maeve being hit very hard by nerfs, with one of them being removing the healing 9 lives originally had at base, and thus adding it to her already relatively powerful 9 lives legendary card, basically ensuring that Artful Dodger would be Maeve's primary talent for a good while. Pip's Mega Potion got a very interesting reduced projectile size by 50% to allow it to travel through spaces easier. What? Okay. Tyra's First Blood got increased lifesteal from 20% to 30%, and Ying's Lifelike was doing very well for itself, so it now reduces the healing of illusions by 30%. Moving on to OB46, titled The Hand of Justice, released on March 22nd of 2017, we see the introduction of Lex, meaning we have 3 more talents to go over. Lex was given Death Hastens, whereas your weapon shots deal 40% more damage to targets over 65% health, this being another one of those weird random numbers thrown around talents, but this one in particular was meant to synergize with his ultimate, which started executing at exactly 65% health. The second legendary was Discovery, whereas your target is also revealed to your teammates if they are revealed to you. And his last legendary was Heroism, whereas gain 25% attack speed for 2 seconds after using Combat Slide. Onto the balance now, Barracks Tinkerin now also got a damage buff by 100. Keep in mind that this change was actually made alongside Barracks Blunderbuss being nerfed to deal 100 damage less. I do remember this kind of specifically, so in other words, they nerfed Barrack so that this mediocre legendary could become a little bit better. Folks definitely were not a fan of this, since Barrack was already not that good at the time. This happened once or twice where they figured a way to buff certain talents was just to nerf the character, but if that character was already not that good, that's certainly not how you do it. Fernando's Formidable got its health threshold for when he starts healing from 15% to 40%, and that healing value was increased from 40% to 60%. Moving on to OB47 Volcanic Eruption, released April 5th of 2017. We have no new characters this time, so jumping straight into balance. Grok's Maelstrom had the cooldown reduction of Shock Pulse increased from 0.1 seconds per hit to 0.3 seconds per hit. And yeah, this was the beginning of a bit of a monster, because Maelstrom at so many points has just been totally insane, and I think most likely this was also one of the points. And in the OG days when it was good, it was just so oppressive, dude. Totemic Ward also got a change, whereas it increased Healing Totem's healing bonus from 20% to 50%. This change was in concordance with the large Healing Totem nerf, and for how insane Maelstrom was, this was actually a pretty insane card to be sure as well. Lastly, Lex's Death Hastens got its bonus damage reduced from 40% to 30%. In my opinion, it sucks when a talent is already kind of boring like Death Hastens, but what sucks even more is when that boring talent is definitely his best one. I remember back when I actually played Lex using this one very regularly. Moving on to OB48, aka Souls and Shadows, released April 19, 2017, we find the introduction of Ceres alongside 3 of her talents, the first of which being Agony, whereas Ren's Soul now applies a 1-second stun to the victim when they are afflicted with 4 soul charges. Her second talent is Mortal Reach, with the effect of increase the range of Restore Soul by 300% and the duration by 1 second. And lastly, Soul Collector, whereas soul charges you detonate increase your maximum health by 2% per charge. This stacks up to 8 times, and the stacks clear upon death. Yeah, in case you don't recognize these as legendaries, but instead stuff Ceres can just do, that's because all of these legendaries and more were all eventually incorporated into her base kit. Ceres is whack, dude. Moving on to balance, BK's Accelerant got its self knockback reduced from 60% to 50%. And for how good it was, I'm actually kind of surprised it wasn't nerfed harder. Kenneth's Steady Aim will now no longer activate when hitting deployables or shields. There was actually a lot of weirdnesses like this back in the day with legendaries, whereas a lot of this bonus damage stuff could often proc on non-people. That kind of stuff was like very convenient, but it did not feel natural for sure. Like it didn't really seem to be what was intended for legendaries, so these kind of weird early legendary anomalies would be systematically removed. Speaking of which, Lex's Death Hastens will no longer activate when hitting deployables or shields. And yeah, I very specifically recall being able to one-shot pretty much any form of deployable abusing this legendary. Moving on to OB49, aka Forest's Call, released on May 3rd of 2017, we saw the introduction of Willow, with her first talent being Blast Flower, where targets hit by your attacks take 50 additional damage from from you, stacking up to 5 times. Her second talent is Scorched Earth, where Dead Zone damages shields for 50% of their maximum health over 1 second. I remember for some reason this one in particular, I thought it would be way better than it actually was. In reality, it kind of just ended up being maybe around just as usable as like BK's Demolition talent, aka realistically it just wasn't used very often. And lastly, we have Scorn, which simply increases the damage of each seedling by 350. Moving on to the single balance change this patch, we have Makoa's Half Shell being changed to where Shell Shield will now start its cooldown timer once it is destroyed or despawns. Now, I remember the exact purpose for this. Using a certain card that I forget the name of, Makoa used to be able to get his shield cooldown reduced depending on how much it was destroyed. This led to the rather backwards game plan of it being wise to not shoot his shield at all, or else he'd literally just get the cooldown back immediately. It effectively made his shield impervious, like either as the enemy you shoot it and he gets it back up immediately, or you don't shoot it, in which case it obviously does its intended purpose. So yeah, this change nullified the card completely if used with this legendary, if I recall. Moving on to OB50, aka Get Wrecked. Released on May 17th of 2017, we have a single legendary balance change for Inara's Mother's Grace, whereas it now grants debuff immunity. This was a very big deal for Inara. It was the start of when she finally was becoming decent. So yeah, in case it isn't super clear, debuffs include Cauterize, aka anti-heal. She could just say no to anti-heal, and if I recall, it instantly made her good. And during her comeuppance, her being decent would almost solely hinge on the balance of this legendary. Once again, moving on to the next patch rather quickly, we're now in OB51, aka 2 War, released in June 1st of 2017. This was the introduction of Ashe, and with her a few more talents obviously, her first of which being Battering Ram, whereas gain CC immunity and 90% damage reduction while channeling Shoulder Bash. Her second talent was Fortress Breaker, whereas her Siege Shield moves 80% slower and has 30,000 more health. Oops, oh goodness, I hope not. 3,000 more health. Lastly, she had Rally Here, whereas Assert Dominance now stuns affected enemies for 2 seconds on impact and grants allies within 100 feet 20% increased damage for 3 seconds. Battering Ram was definitely the outlier here. Having CC immunity on command was a pretty common thing that talents used to do, and for good reason. It's extremely useful. Having the effect of CC immunity alone would often just be better than other talents straight up. Moving on to balance, Androxus's Darkstalker got an increase to the recharge rate of dashes by 1 second. The language kind of confuses me, but each dash essentially has an extra second of cooldown now. So for example, if all dashes are used, you gotta wait 3 more seconds for them all to be available again. Drogo's Fusillade reduced direct shot bonus damage from 50% to 35%. Yeah, that one was a long time coming. And the funny thing was, even after this nerf, it was still probably his best talent by far. Inara's Grace got a very swift change, whereas but a few weeks later, it no longer grants debuff immunity. However, it does now grant CC immunity. The statement was this was made because debuff immunity is just kind of a weird word that nobody really knew what it meant, even though everyone knew the main thing was Cauterize, and that was what made it good. The loss of Cauterize / anti-heal immunity definitely hurt, but make no mistake, CC immunity was still very good. And in the same patch, Inara's Earthen Guard was actually buffed to increase healing by 60% at base to compensate for this change. Kinessa's Steady Aim increased the time interval between empowered shots from 5 seconds to 7 seconds, meaning she could wait longer between the shots to still get the empowered shot. Willow's Blast Flower now increases the bonus damage per hit from 50 to 100, and it now only stacks up to 3 times. So in short, her damage caps out faster and higher. Also, her Scorn now also causes Seedling to have a reduced fuse time by 25%. Moving on to OB52, aka Tyrant's Onslaught, released on June 14th of 2017, we reach the introduction of Xin. Xin's new talents were 1, Guillotine, whereas Spite now deals 25% of the target's maximum health with each hit. It also increases your ultimate charge rate by 15%. 2, Retaliation, whereas after countering an attack, you remain in your counter stance. A pretty aesthetically cool and very fun talent. And 3, Smolder, the effects of which being heal for 60% of your maximum life over the duration of Billow. I remember seeing all of them a bunch, so I don't even know which one was the most picked on release and afterward, but Billow, man, Billow was so toxic, dude. It was like Eevee Reprieve, but put it on a character who literally thrived off stalling. It was rough. No talent balance changes were made this patch, so we're going to move on to OB53, aka Sensational, released on June 28th of 2017. This patch mostly saw a bunch of legendary bug fixes and not as much actual alterations, but we still do have one single balance change for Sky's Preparation, whereas Preparation now only affects kills and not eliminations. Why would they nerf Sky like that? I don't understand. Like, you don't understand. For Sky players, this was devastating. I understand the idea of nerfing the really good talents so that others would be more likely to be picked, but when the character is so ass that they have to rely on that one legendary that's any sort of good, you don't nerf that legendary. Oh man, poor Sky. Anyway, that was it for that patch already. Moving on to OB54, aka Ice and Gunfire, released on July 12th of 2017. This would be the patch that Leon was introduced in, so let's take a look at her talents. First being Alacrity, whereas Grace now hits all enemies in front of you instead of only one, and its cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Kind of just the classic weekly end talent that she's always had, even if it's never really been her best by a huge margin as opposed to others. She also has Eminence, whereas Presence deals up to 50% more damage past 100 feet, and its cooldown is reduced by 4 seconds. And for how wacky this talent would eventually become, Eminence was generally considered to be the weakest of her talents on Leanne's release, and would remain that way for a pretty long time. Lastly, we got Precision, with its effect being deal 10% more damage with your rifle, and Grace regenerates 8 ammo. Which is funny, 10% more damage on your rifle seems very good. I feel like Precision definitely seems the strongest one here, but my memory is telling me that Alacrity was definitely the favorite you'd see most players pick, at least on release. But then again, since this version of Precision didn't exactly last that long, maybe it was nerfed pretty soon after because it was too good. I'm not sure. Now, balance-wise, this patch would focus on equalizing the strength of legendary cards in an attempt to mitigate, if not straight up remove, situations where single legendaries were community-perceived go-tos, with the not-so-blessed legendaries effectively ending up as wasted code as nobody really used them at all. This balancing focus was especially targeted in the area of mobility, as the meta around this point was dominated by high-damaging characters piloting powerful legendary cards that absurdly buffed their mobility. This patch would begin a large restructure with the system of talents we had grown to be used to at this point, and characters who relied on a single legendary to be meta, or even just to be decently well suited to deal with the meta threats, were in for a major shakeup, for better or for worse. Starting with Andro's Darkstalker being completely reworked, with its brand new effect being deal 30% more damage to enemies below 40% health. As I have mentioned, I am not a fan of these. Previous to this patch, every single change to legendaries came in the form of small tweaks to numbers or effects, while still keeping the main identity of the card intact. This rework, along with several others this patch, was one of the first examples of a legendary's concept being completely scrapped and forgotten about for many, many years to come. Barracks Tinkerin was also reworked, with its new effect being modify your blunderbuss to fire a single slug that deals 650 damage. This of course being a reference to how his blunderbuss used to operate in the very, very early days of Paladins. It was an instant classic and has remained a staple of Barracks legendaries ever since. BK's very fun and very good legendary Accelerant got reworked, with its new effect being Grumpy Bomb explodes 50% faster, absolutely gutting the core of what Bomb King players had gotten used to at the time, as considering its pick rate, Accelerant kind of might as well have been like his only legendary previous to this change. Demolition received a change as well, whereas now it applies the effects of Grumpy Bomb through shields as well as destroying them. Buck's Bounce House, again a big meta mobility legendary, got reworked, with its new effect being Heroic Leap now deals 450 damage and knocks up enemies within 35 feet of where you land. This was also in concordance with the nerf Heroic Leap received that same patch, to where it no longer dealt damage on landing. Crazy how they completely reworked the legendary, and yet over time it still periodically kept coming back into the meta as one of the best legendaries slash talents around. Bounce House is whack. Ensnare got a change as well, whereas its bonus damage was increased from 40% to 60%. A casual reminder here that this was before he received his general massive damage buff, making this seem much scarier than it actually was from a modern game mindset. Cassie's Big Game was reworked, kinda, with this new effect being after hitting an enemy with disengage, subsequent shots will deal an additional 5% of their maximum health in damage for 6 seconds. Although this is still obviously similar to its previous effect, this finally makes it so, at least structurally anyway, it resembles the talent that we know today. Impulse also got a change to where it now also reduces the cooldown of Blast Shot by 2 seconds. Just as a little Cassie main commentary here, it took people so long to figure out that this talent was actually like really pretty good, and keep in mind that this version's damage was actually a lot higher than it is modernly, and even so, it really wasn't used by many. That is except for me, because I had a terrible little potato computer that didn't have nearly enough FPS for me to hit any sort of real dodge roll resets, making this probably the single time I was actually ahead of the crowd, and it was only due to pure necessity. Seriously though, even previous to this, the talent was really pretty good, and I was surprised nobody seemed to use it. Jorgus's Wormjets got reduced flight speed from 65% to 40%. Eevee's Over the Moon got completely reworked, with his new effect being deal 20% more damage for 3 seconds after Soar ends, and thus immediately coming very close to how this talent works today. Her Reprieve as well got a reduction to its healing from 600 health per second to 300 health per second, a pretty brutal cut. Grover's Ferocity got an increase to the damage scaling modifier from 30% to 60%, this being notable because this very early on is technically the final change this talent would ever receive, and it would effectively remain in this state for the next 7.5 years. Inara's Treacherous Ground now also increases the radius of Warder's Field by 50%, this being the single only change this talent would ever receive. Inara's Tremors as well was reworked to where it now reduces the cooldown of Impasse by 80% as long as it is not destroyed. Lex's Discovery got reworked as well to where you now deal 20% more damage to your Retribution target and reduce the cooldown of Retribution by 15 seconds. Maeve's Cat Burglar, the best legendary in the game, was reworked, no, with this new effect being deal 30%
30% more damage with your first shots after Prowl. RIP extra jump, it was too hype.
Interestingly, and this is a little introduction from the future here, all the information that I could find on this change, from patch notes from various sources or even the live patch showcase, were actually all wrong, with Cat Burglar's actual numbers being 20% damage after Prowl, not 30%. I always find these little discrepancies interesting, especially considering 20% damage on only the first shots after Prowl is really bad. Like, going back and actually trying it out on Tempest was so underwhelming. It was ridiculous.
Following that up with an equally goofy talent, Makoa's Leviathan now also grants CC immunity to Ancient Rage. I can't really totally explain why, but Leviathan was just one of the funniest legendaries in the game. Like, it was never particularly outstanding, especially at the time, so you'd figure they'd just like replace it eventually in this patch or like a differing big patch that replaced a bunch of legendaries, but instead they've always just kept adding stuff to this thing, like till the dawn of time. Trust me, you'll see. Maldamba's slightly convoluted Spirits Chosen got simplified to where it now applies the extra healing whether or not you have mending spirits on your target or not. Also, Maldamba's ultimate talent got reworked, rather expectedly I must say, to where instead a Snake Toss deals an additional 500 damage. Excuse me, but let me get this out of the way.
Boring.
Regardless, this is already just about the talent that we know and occasionally wish we didn't today. Pip's Acrobatics got reworked into a very interesting weightless, removes crowd control and makes you immune to its effects, which to be honest, I kind of thought I would know a bit more about this talent, but I don't remember a single thing about it. Ruckus's Recycler got reworked into one of those weird kinds of talents, in this case where you deal up to 30% more damage based on your missing health. So yeah, Recycler remains as one of the weirder legendaries to no longer exist. Definitely a legendary of all time kind of feeling. It was never really bad, but just like you look at it and just kind of go, huh. Shaolin's Desert Shadow now also grants 30% more damage to shots that break stealth, and this talent was insane, basically forced you to get Illuminate. Also, again, we have an ultimate talent, Shifting Sands, being reworked. Say goodbye to one of the probably most forgotten talent effects ever, whereas it now has the effect of reset the cooldown of Planted when you kill an enemy, and keeping up with the pattern of old Shaolin legendaries sending a chill down my spine, just remembering trying to deal with that shit. And in case anyone doesn't know, Planted is pretty much the exact same thing as modern day Rapid Shot, but you just couldn't move while doing it, as well as it did more like damage or something like that. Very in-depth, I know. Torvald's Direct Current got reworked to where Runic Blast now deals 500 damage instead. And lastly for this patch, Tyra's Hunting Party had an increase to the damage increase value from 15% to 25%. Moving on to OB55, aka Celestial Uprising, released on July 26th of 2017, we find the introduction of Genos, with obviously 3 more talents to speak on, starting with Celestial Touch, whereas when you cast Astral Mark on an ally, they are immediately healed for 15% of their maximum health. Next we have Luminary, whereas you and allies who are affected by Astral Mark deal 15% more weapon damage. This one was very good and definitely a bit controversial at times. And lastly, the Power Cosmium, whereas enemies affected by Void Grip are crippled and take an additional 150 damage per second. This patch did not have any sort of legendary balance changes, so let's move right on to OB56, aka the Way of the Warrior, released on August 9th of 2017. Now, this patch's balance was stated to mostly try bumping up underused and underperforming legendaries, so let's start with Ash's Rally here, whereas now, alongside the myriad of other things it does, it now also increases ultimate charge rate by 15%. Barracks Fortify now also reduces the cooldown of Barricade by 3 seconds. Buck's Bulk Up now also grants 15% increased damage while recovery is active, which sounds crazy in retrospect. And for Cassie Exactions, bonus damage was reduced from 40% to 30%. And this is the only change that Exaction, my personal favorite legendary / talent, has ever received. Ever. Although do note that there is a huge asterisk whenever I make that like final change statement because of a certain patch that just so happened to change how all cards, including legendaries, worked at base before switching them all back to exactly as they were prior. So yeah, I would still like to consider a change like this for Exaction or any other card in the same vein as their final change, even if it is only effectively. Lex's Heroism had its attack speed increased from 25% to 35%. Keep in mind he wasn't spammy Lex back then. He shot a lot slower, kind of like Androxus. Leon's Eminence now starts dealing its bonus damage at 50 feet instead of 100 feet. Ruckus's Recycler, after the rework it received last patch, was renamed to Overdrive, fair enough. Willow's Scorched Earth now also reduces the cooldown of Dead Zone by 3 seconds. And lastly, Ying's Focusing Lens got its bonus damage reduced from 200 to 150. Although this isn't as straight of a nerf as it seems, as in the same patch her primary was actually pretty majorly speed buffed, causing her to shoot much faster as a whole alongside some more ammunition, and thus upping her DPS in general. Moving on to OB57, titled Bird of Prey, released August 23rd of 2017. This is when Strix was introduced, so let's take a look at its legendaries. The first one being Ambush, whereas weapon shots made in stealth deal 15% more damage. The second is Crack Shot, whereas your sidearm deals 20% more damage to targets that you have hit with your sniper within the last 4 seconds. And third we got Nocturnal, whereas your stealth bar consumes 50% slower.
Going on to balance, we have Lex's Heroism being completely reworked, with this new effect being gain 90% damage reduction and CC immunity while using Combat Slide. And just like that, Heroism is looking a hell of a lot more familiar. This was made in response to the major rework of his primary primary that he gained, changing it from the old, like, kind of slow shooting Lex into the modern kind of semi-auto spammage that Lex is now infamous for. Leon's precision no longer grants that increased damage that I was kind of praising it for earlier. Ruckus's flux generator was reworked completely, whereas it now increases the shielding from emitter by 50%. The reason for this one is pretty simple. It was hot off the replacement of repulsor field with missile launcher. That being said, it is kind of interesting that this new reworked legendary doesn't affect his missiles. You know, they're the new ability. In the modern day, we have a legendary, or talent rather, that affects the missiles, so you'd think this would be for the missiles, but yeah, this is instead altering his emitter for the first time by legendary. Sky's surprise attack got a damage increase from 300 to 500. I have a very specific memory of trying to make this one work. It was actually pretty fun. Probably said this already, but it could be used like a weak sniper. It was pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of like Flank Nessa, you know, now we got Sniper Sky, except not really at all, and it was never viable, so yeah. Sky's debilitate as well got reworked, interestingly, whereas poison bolts now deals 30% more damage twice as fast. I always found back in the day the language to be a little bit odd. As a result, the main thing that imprinted in my head about this version of debilitate is just honestly confusion. Regardless, this is the true beginnings of debilitate, really making itself the mainstay Sky legendary, as well as one of the mainstay tank shredders in general. Alright, moving on to OB58, beats per minute, cat smile face, released on September 7th of 2017. No character this time, so we're jumping straight into balance. We got Genos's Celestial Touch got touched, whereas its healing was reduced from 15% of maximum health to 10% of maximum health. Eminence was buffed again to where it now begins scaling at 0 feet. So yeah, that's the second buff to the same thing in a row. Someone on the dev team really wanted this legendary to be good. Honestly, so did I. This was actually another one of the rare times I was kind of ahead of the curve, except not really. Back then it wasn't very good, but this legendary was definitely thought to be mediocre, and I did actually end up using it a lot just because I thought presence resets were cool.
Oh, and by the way, this is this talent's final change somehow, even though it was really good in like 2019, apparently. I kind of thought maybe you'd get 1 or 2 small nerfs there, but no, apparently this is it. That's it. That's everything. One of the crazier, more complained about talents ever was literally just never nerfed. I think that's funny.
Shaolin's Desert Shadow got a interesting little change here. It now only grants increased damage to shots fired during stealth. So keep in mind, the extra damage used to be able to be stored as long as it was like preloaded during the stealth of withdraw. So this little change here was made to get around a rather obnoxious strat where Shaolin would withdraw, just kind of chill until withdraw was off cooldown again, then be able to hit somebody with both the preloaded withdraw arrow plus another one on use of withdrawal again. It sucked to go up against, especially alongside the stealth. This was the peak of Desert Shadow, if I recall correctly. But yeah, this change made that strat completely inert, thank God. I'm realizing these old Shaolin balance changes are like opening up some pretty old wounds, very interestingly. Like this is reminding me of some kind of deep trauma that I didn't really know I had. To be honest. And lastly for this patch, Tyra's hunting party now also reduces the cooldown of Hunter's Mark by 2 seconds. I don't know if this was ever her best, but I definitely had a lot of fun with this legendary even before the buff. Alright, OB59, aka Plunder Ahoy, on September 20th of 2017. Recall that the last patch was on September 7th of 2017. I just think that's interesting because back then, patches happened so not far apart. It was crazy. In any case, this patch saw the introduction of Talus, and as a result, his 3 talents. Faustian Bargain, I believe is how it's pronounced, whereas Rune of Travel no longer automatically activates when the duration ends, and if the rune is not used, the cooldown is reset. I believe this is one of the rare legendaries / talents that has literally never been touched. I'll have to actually see if that's true down the road. Next is Inner Strength, where Rune of Travel now resets the cooldown of Overcharge and Blitz Upper when it activates, and for a very long time, this was absolutely his best legendary. It was a lot of fun. Lastly, we got Raging Demon, whereas you no longer consume ammo while Overcharge is active. We have a single talent balance change this patch for Torvald's Direct Current. Got a technical rework, but also technically didn't even functionally get changed at all. The effect is this talent now adds 500 damage to Nullify, Nullify being his new F ability, with Nullify replacing Runic Blast. Torvald was changed a lot this patch, more so into how we are familiar with him today. That means that Runic Blast was no longer a thing and was changed into basically the exact same move, but with a different name, Nullify. The talent change here is literally just transferring the exact same effects from the previous ability onto the new one, so really nothing changed here. Moving on to OB60, All Hallows Eve on October 4th of 2017. Again, no character this time, so we're gonna go straight into the balance for Makoa's Pluck, whereas Pluck now only affects your first shot after successfully hitting your hook. Now, I kind of had to watch the patch overview to figure out what this change was even talking about, because I totally forgot that back in the day, the 80% more damage after hooking somebody didn't have to be on your first shot only. I'll put a visual of it on screen, but like, you could actually miss a few shots until you finally hit the guy you hooked, in which case then the 80% more damage would proc. It's kind of cursed. But yeah, this change made that, of course, no longer possible. Pip's acrobatics was once again reworked. With this new effect still not seeming that familiar to me, hitting an ally with healing potion increases your attack speed by 50% for 3 seconds. However, it was also renamed to Combat Medic, which is very familiar. So yeah, even though the patch notes say that this legendary was only renamed, I don't quite see it as that. Acrobatics, in essence, was completely removed from the game, never to be officially in the live game seen again. Like, some legendaries are changed to where it's still similar to the original effect, even if they get a name change. This isn't one of those legendaries. It was essentially deleted. So yeah, from this point on, acrobatics would be no more. Anyway, lastly for this patch, we have Torvald's alternating current, whereas recharges increased duration was reduced from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. And this was done in response to his recharge ability being buffed this same patch to regain shields at a much faster rate. Next up, we are in OB61, aka Relentless, released on October 18th of 2017. In this patch, we saw the release of Terminus. I couldn't find any good screenshots of his talents since they were apparently super glitched on release, so I'll just use the usual graphics here and you'll just have to take my word for it. First off, Terminus had Crush, whereas Shatterfall now stuns enemies affected for 1 second, but no longer slows. Interestingly, this legendary, despite some tweaks on the back end, would never be changed. Like, if you wanted to, you can open up the game right now and check. The description is exactly the same as what I just read. It's pretty cool. Second, he had Decimation, whereas Calamity Blast's little charge blasts deal an additional 100 damage each. And yeah, this legendary also has never been changed, which gets funnier because this legendary has never been popular. That's crazy. And keep in mind, there are probably more talents that also have not been changed since their inception, and I just didn't realize it, therefore I didn't mention it, so I'm going to try my best to mention it going forward here. Terminus's last talent is Undying, whereas below 50% HP gain 35% damage reduction, in which case I say boo, another one of these weird throw around a couple numbers and call it a day ones. Boo. I don't like these ones, they're boring. Moving on to balance, we have Barracks Tinkerin, whereas his damage was reduced from 650 to 550, as well as Architectonics no longer makes your turrets instant fire. Those were the words used in the patch notes, but in reality it means that they are no longer hit scan. Now, something I do find funny about this change though is that in the patch notes, Architectonics was spelt wrong, instead being spelt as Architectronics. I love these things. What an absolute just human thing to accidentally do. Anyway, we got a bunch of changes for Buck, as this is where Buck received his massive rework, bumping up his damage, bumping down his health, and changing his recovery from heal over time to instead the healing channel that we know today. All of his respective legendaries were changed as well to suit this. Ensnare got his bonus damage decreased from 60% to 30%, obviously to compensate for his higher damage. Bulk Up was reworked, or I would say like half reworked, whereas recovery does still heal for an additional 600 instantly, but now instead of the increased damage while recovery's up, it now increases your max health by 300 for 5 seconds. Definitely no longer tank Buck levels, but it's something. And lastly for Buck, Buck's Bounce House got his bonus damage increased from 450 to 600, which actually gives a pretty interesting landmark where Bounce House was for once not very good and needed buffs. Now Maeve was very good at this point and got changes to 2 of her legendaries, the first of which being Artful Dodger now no longer cleanses debuffs, but still removes crowd control. So yeah, like I said, Maeve was good again, and this card was pretty insane. A flank with enough movement to get in and out with relative ease with uncauterizable healing that could be increased with cards is pretty damn good. Cat Burglar also got his damage increased from 20% to 30%, and it now affects the first 2 shots within 5 seconds after Prowl, aka the first little shishing and then the second little shishing. Lastly for this patch, we have Talus's Faustian Bargain, which I should really look up how to pronounce Faustian, but I'm gonna stick with that. This change states that it now also reduces the base cooldown of Rune of Travel by an undisclosed amount, apparently. I mentioned earlier that this might be a legendary that has never been changed, and that's obviously not true, but spoilers, funnily enough, this change was eventually completely reverted, and thus changing it back to how it was before and how we see it today. Thus why I thought it was never changed. In any case, that's it for this patch. On to OB62, Ride the Lightning. Released November 2nd of 2017. No new characters, so straight into balance. Ash's Battering Ram no longer grants CC immunity. This is a big sad for me. I love this talent specifically for that reason. Ash's Rally here got another change in order to try to make it good, whereas it now causes affected enemies to receive 30% more damage instead of nearby allies dealing 20% more damage. Another rather unfortunate attempt, I think, at making an ultimate legendary work. A lot of these are getting removed, so I'm kind of curious, has any talent like that survived till now? I guess we'll have to wait till the end to find out. Bomb King's Demolition now also increases the blast radius of Grumpy Bomb by 30%, still directly competing with BK's other, generally more used, from what I recall, Grumpy Bomb Legendary. Accelerant, Cassie's Impulse got its damage increased from 300 to 350, again, like I said, a pretty insane card that nobody seemed to use. Big Game got its max health damage from subsequent shots after hitting a disengage increased from 5% to 10%, both of these once again getting buffed to directly compete compete with Exaction, or at least try to, as Exaction, I'll be real, might as well have been Cassie's only legendary for most of its existence, minus for myself at the time and my potato. Lex's Death Hastens got his bonus damage reduced from 30% to 25%. His Discovery's bonus damage was increased from 20% to 30%. I kind of wish I could remember the culture that was around this card at the time, because like 30% seems pretty good. Makoa's Pluck got his bonus damage reduced from 80% to 70%, and his Leviathan got a health increase from 1,500 to 1,800. This change corresponded to Makoa's base health being nerfed the same amount that Leviathan was buffed. Ruckus's Aerial Assault got a reduced vertical distance of advance from 30, I guess, units to 20 units, and if my memory serves, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that this legendary kind of dominated Ruckus's other legendaries. It was really fun and just comparatively overperformed by a landslide. Ceres's Agony had its stun duration increased from 1 second to 1.5 seconds, and her Soul Collector now also increases weapon damage by 2% per stack. Yet another little Ceres thing that was eventually put into her base kit. I think. I'm pretty sure. Shaolin's Desert Shadow's additional stealth time was reduced from 3 seconds to 2 seconds, and apparently there was another change that was added to the patch a little bit later, which was that Desert Shadow's bonus damage was reduced from 30% to 25%. This change was not listed on the wiki for some reason, so I had to do a wee bit of sleuthing around to find the details on that one. Never let it be said that I won't spend 20 to 30 minutes finding one minuscule change in a video recording hundreds of them. And this is why those videos take so damn long. Lastly for this patch, Zin's Guillotine now grants damage immunity during Spite. An unreactable, unavoidable Night Execute? That's fun. Next up, we have OB63, Full Auto, releasing on November 15th of 2017. And thus we had the unanimously loved and adored introduction of Vivian. This character's so funny. Starting off strong with Opportunity and Chaos, whereas deal 20% increased damage if you stayed firing for 2 seconds. Hold down that left click, baby. This might just be my second favorite legendary in the entire game besides Exaction. I don't even play Vivian. I just think it's funny. Her second legendary is, I would say, a very forgotten legendary, Sapper Rounds, whereas you simply deal 150 increased damage to shields, so built-in wrecker. Definitely a weird choice for a full-on legendary. And lastly, we have Suspect Everyone. Not in the way that nowadays you'd expect though, whereas you and your deployables take 20% less damage from enemies revealed by your sensor drone. Moving on to balance, we had Androxus's Dark Stalker, getting its bonus damage reduced from 30% to 20%. And Heads Will Roll will now magically increase your clip size by 2. Finally, I felt was a pretty decent effect that didn't feel like complete RNG for casual players like myself. Talus's Raging Demon was now reworked, seeing as not consuming ammo while using Overcharge was actually implemented into his base kit. Raging Demon now increases the duration of Overcharge by 33%. And lastly, for OB63, Terminus's Undying got its damage reduction threshold reduced from 50% to 40%. And that is it for this patch. Moving on to OB64, very inappropriately titled, Do You Want to Build a Bomb King? Released on December 18th, 2017. My memory told me that it would probably be titled something like, oh, I don't know, Cards Unbound? The thing that it's known for? But, you know, do you want to build a Bomb King? In any case, everyone knows about OB64. A couple of new systems got brought in, so hopefully the changes won't be that bad. I remember actually legitimately having a moment of just scrolling down this Google Doc and I kept scrolling down and scrolling faster and faster and it was still going. It was like a nightmare. Okay, so if you don't know or don't remember much about OB64, every single card in the game was messed with and changed into a weird RNG gacha game, where the more of a certain card you pulled randomly out of chests, the better that card would become, ranging from absolute dog at level 1 to ridiculously overpowered at level 10. Legendary cards were no exception. The system was called Cards Unbound. You hear that? That's the sound of every veteran Paladins player's bodies tensing from those two words. The grind was atrocious, it was even pay to win to some extent, and there was also no, or at least no decent matchmaking difference from what I recall to balance players with differing card levels, despite similar elos. AKA, you could go out there as a Cassie with a level 2 Exaction legendary and end up fighting a Grok with a level 9 or 10 Maelstrom legendary who literally dominates the game without any effort, just because the game figured you were around the same skill level. If that sounded overly specific, I'm sure you can guess why that sounded overly specific. I will not elaborate. It was a mess. But at least for my purposes here, it was a consistent mess. Most legendaries' quote-unquote original value, in other words the value that they were previous to OB64, was set to level 4 in the whole level 1 to 5 scaling thing. That means that aside from legendaries affected by this patch's balance, all legendaries are exactly the same as they were, just being able to scale rather arbitrarily up and down around level 4. So yeah, I will not be having to touch on every single legendary, thank God. But like I showed previously, this patch did include a lot of general balance changes. With that being said, let's get on with the patch and I'll do my best to describe the weirdness going on here ASAP. Going down the list of changes here, I am also going to be reading the descriptions of what the legendaries do at base before their change, considering they're all going to be a little bit different than how they were previously. Starting with Ash's Battering Ram, the legendary causing shoulder bash to gain
Okay, yeah, this needs some description here. Basically, the number on the left inside the curly bracket here equals the number the card would be at level 1, and the number on the right is how much the card's value would scale per level. So at level 1, it would be the number on the left. At level 2, the number on the right would be added to the number on the left once to make the card's value. At level 3, the number on the right would be added again. Do that with each subsequent level, and there you have it. That would be the talent's value from level 1 all the way to level 10. Does that make sense? It doesn't really matter. I'll tell you the numbers if they're interesting. Anyway, like I was saying, Ash's Battering Ram, the legendary causing you to gain at level 1 57.6% and 90% damage reduction at level 10, was actually rescaled, so the maximum rank damage reduction is still at 90%, which you might have actually already noticed while I was listing off the talent description. This already kind of pisses me off a little bit. Like, you know when I said that most legendaries' original value was set to level 4? This legendary is an exception, where you only get the original value of 90% DR at level 10, in which case at that point you probably have other legendaries for Ash also at level 10, or at least pretty damn high, because it's all fucking random, in which case you'd use those legendaries that don't have their original values at level 10, instead at level 4, making them so that they scale way higher and thus making them astronomically better. The Cards Unbound system destroyed legendaries like this that didn't assimilate well into its system. It sucked. There wasn't too many of these, most of them fit into it okay, but the fact that there's any of these outliers at all that just straight up got destroyed by the system, like, bruh, it sucked. It really sucked. Anyway, let's move on from the first legendary in this patch, shall we? Buck's Bounce House, the legendary causing heroic leaps and now deal at level 1 510 damage and at level 10 780 damage, as well as knocking up enemies and stuff, had its radius reduced by 15 units. Keep in mind that if I'm gonna get any numbers in this video slightly wrong, this will probably be the time. I'm not really too worried about it, as the actual numbers in game were already so goofy regardless that at times it almost becomes negligible, alongside the fact that, let's be real, not a lot of people even got these things to level 5 before the damn system was patched out anyway, so we ball, let's just keep going. Eevee's Wormhole, the legendary of course causing Blink to be used a second time within 4 seconds to return to its initial casting location. You'll notice in that description there is nothing to scale. Well, now this legendary also reduces the cooldown of Blink for the single reason that it just needed something to scale. It feels so unnecessary and tacked on. It feels insulting even. In any case, that reduction of Blink is by at level 1 0.85 seconds and at level 10 1.3 seconds. This made this legendary actually relatively good because all of its original functionality still worked at level 1. Like, this talent didn't adapt well into the system either. This talent is good because the main functionality of this talent didn't scale. Meanwhile, Battering Ram suffered terribly because the main functionality of the legendary scaled poorly. I feel like Battering Ram and Wormhole demonstrate the perfect problems I have with this patch in general. Anyway, Fernando's Aegis, legendary causing his shield to have an infinite duration and his cooldown be reduced to at level 1 13.2 seconds and at level 10 7.8 seconds. That cooldown reduction was reduced by 4 seconds. This is around the time where, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't really know what that means in terms of the scaling. I'm assuming that means at any level. The cooldown of his shield is now reduced by 4, but your guess is about as good as mine. Don't ask me to explain. Grok's Wraith, whereas if you would have died, Ghost Walk instead and heal 4 at level 1, 12.75% of your maximum health, or at level 10, 19.5% of your maximum health. Its change is that its internal cooldown was reduced from 30 seconds to 45 seconds. This is getting tiresome to describe everything about these talents, actually. I don't think this is worth it. Grover's Deep Roots, the legendary causing Crippling Throw to now root for 1.5 seconds. Notice again, there's nothing to scale there. Deep Roots' root duration was reduced from 1.5 seconds to 1.2 seconds, but it now also increases the damage of Crippling Throw by, at level 1, 8.5% and at level 10, 13%. Again, so that it would have something to scale. You know, honestly, these scaling numbers aren't as interesting or crazy as I thought they would be, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say what they would be at level 4 from now on, since that's supposed to be the whole balanced, competitive, original value, you know, pre-OB64 effect that they already defaulted to in both competitive and that goofy classic mode. That makes sense? Is that okay? Alright, for Leon's Precision, the legendary where Grace regenerates 8 ammo now increases the weapon damage by, at level 4, 6%. If you recall, the last time they touched this legendary, they removed the bonus damage. Well, OB64, we need something to scale, so it's back now. For Maeve's Rogue's Gambit, her eliminations resetting the cooldown of Pounce legendary now also increases Pounce's damage by, at level 4, 10%, because it needed something to scale. Maeve's 9 Lives legendary Artful Dodger apparently had its healing reduced by 20%, but as opposed to what? With the scaling, it makes these changes incomparable and unintelligible. I don't understand. Is it reducing it by 20% compared to what it already had stated? Because that's also technically new information since we didn't have levels before, so I don't really get it. Again, it doesn't really matter in the long run, but like, man, what does this mean? I don't know. This stuff seriously had me thinking about just giving up and not even talking about the patches that included Cards Unbound. It's just so damn annoying to go through, but we'll get through it. It's okay. Next off, Makoa's Half Shell legendary now increases the duration of Shell Shield by, at level 4, 2 seconds. Ruckus's Aerial Assault now
reduces the cooldown of advance by at level 4, 1 second. I'm starting to sense a pattern. Ruckus's Overdrive, and I'm going to quote here, the legendary causing him to deal up to, at level 4, 40% more damage based on your missing health. Its change is listed rank 3 damage increased from 30% to 40%. Okay, I didn't already understand this legendary beforehand, but rank 3? What are we even talking about here? It's only for a few patches. Now, Shalin's Shifting Sands, his planted legendary, now also increases the damage of planted by, at level 4, 10%. Sounds terrifying. Sky's Preparation now also heals on kills for, at level 4, 500 health. Talus's Inner Strength, one of his Rune of Travel legendaries, now also grants at level 4 20% damage reduction for 4 seconds. This DR of course comes into play when Rune of Travel is activated. Terminus's Undying, the legendary where if you're below 40% health, gain at level 4 20% damage reduction. That damage reduction at rank 3 is reduced from 35% to 20%. So I'm beginning to realize here that by rank 3, they're actually referring to the legendary card at level 4. The logic for why they call it rank 3 is that at that point you'd have taken the original value and scale it up 3 times, thus rank 3, despite it also being level 4, which makes it beyond confusing. So basically rank 3 means level 4. If that doesn't represent everything about this patch, I don't know what does. In any case, we have Zin's Smolder, the legendary causing him to heal 4 at level 4, 42% of his maximum health over the duration of Billow. The change listed here is healing is reduced by 33%. And as opposed to what, I still don't know. And I thought that was everyone. Silly me. Zin's Retaliation got a change that was not mentioned anywhere. This is me from the far future here. That change being counter deals 10% more damage, as usual for the purposes of scaling. Behind the scenes researching this patch has been such a nightmare. I keep coming back to re-record things and it's just, in the year of our Lord and Savior 2025, I somehow despise this patch that came out in 2018 more than I ever did prior. But yeah, that is all of the direct changes for our now bastardized legendaries, whether I understand them or not. My opinion actually changed a lot from going over these though. My memory actually told me that the numbers on the high levels would be way crazier, and if I recall, they actually were in like 1 or 2 of the PTS cycles, because this had several PTS cycles. But yeah, since when the patch came live, they were toned down a ton, and the differences between level 1 and level 5 were actually not that crazy and kind of underwhelming. It really makes me wonder why they made the legendaries be affected by this unbound system at all. Like, don't get me wrong, I do not like the system, but like if you're gonna do it, why would the differences between level 1 and level 10 be so minimal? At that point, why even bother, especially considering the massive backlash? Anyway, with that all being said, we are still not done with Old 64, or rather I should say instead, OB64 isn't done with us. So it's probably pretty easy to tell by now, but finding a balance for every character's 3 legendaries was a really difficult thing to strike. Most often the distribution of legendaries were something along these lines. One legendary was easily the outlier, being almost infinitely more used due to it being perceived as overwhelmingly superior to its counterparts. Meanwhile, if your champion was lucky, one of their other 2 legendaries would be considered at least niche for certain circumstances, and then their final legendary would simply never be used. And that is just if your champion was lucky. Normally, the 2 less used legendaries both ended up basically untouched. A champion's 3 legendaries, in retrospect, would end up closer in balance than what the community would lead you to believe, seeing as the community perception of the quote-unquote best legendaries for given champions would occasionally just switch on a whim, whether the legendary that attention had shifted to was even buffed or not. That being said though, it was very rare for a champion to have even 2 legendaries seeing regular use, and kind of as a result we can assume that this volatility in opinions was definitely spurred on by the lack of consistent balance between the legendaries to begin with. Messing around with a lot of these early, occasionally overpowered talents was a lot of fun, but admittedly it was also a bit of a mess at times. To address this, the Paladins devs decided to, among all of those balancing issues, do probably the funniest thing they could have done, and one will certainly go down as a decision of all time. They decided to give everybody another legendary. I do remember like a poll somewhere that I won't be able to find asking the community if we wanted more time spent on balancing the already existing legendaries or adding even more legendaries. I generally leaned on the side of balancing the already existing ones, but I distinctly remember the vast majority of people actually wanting more legendaries, and here they sure as hell delivered. In retrospect, I'm actually quite happy they went this route, both from a Paladins historian kind of viewpoint, but also just as someone who played back then, as this was the origin of a ton of classic legendaries that we now see as synonymous with their respective champions today. That, of course, being alongside some pretty infamous ones that have stained the history of Paladins for years, so let's take a look. The following is every single champion's new legendary that was released in OB64. Androxus received Defiant Fist, whereas successful hits with Revolver increase the damage of your next Defiance by, at level 4, 10%, up to 100%, the humble beginnings of the first Defiance legendary that would eventually come to rival some of Androxus's best. Ashe received Slugshot, whereas her weapon shots travel 50% faster and further, deal at level 4 25% more damage, but no longer explode. A classic Ashe legendary and one of my favorites from this era. Beric received a little known talent called Hair Trigger, whereas Blunderbuss fires at level 4 30% faster, and as a result very directly competing with Tinkerin as his other primary enhancing legendary. Kind of an odd choice here. BK received Royal Subjects, whereas increased the explosion of sticky bombs by at level 4 50%. This one I remember turning a lot of heads. It was very good. I remember specifically Chicken despised this talent because it was a quote-unquote no skill. And keep in mind, this was back when he was not good at the game at all. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that. He's not playing the game anymore, but it's still mean. For Buck, he received the elegantly titled Bucking Madness, whereas eliminations during Buckwild reset its time counter, as well as his ultimate charges at level 4 15% faster. For Cassie, she received Just Breathe. Did you shiver? Yeah, I bet you did. Just Breathe allowed Cassie's crossbow shots to deal up to at level 4 50% increased damage over 100 units. In my head, there has always been 2, maybe 3 legendary / talents that stick out as the most infamous cards the game has ever had, so much so to where their names by themselves send a shiver of dread to my very core, and Just Breathe is absolutely one of those cards. As one of the reasons why Cassie has always been pretty decent is that, at least in my opinion, she generally excels at all angles and lengths by design, like burst damage, consistent damage, mobility, some CC, short range, mid range, with long range being the only thing in my opinion she doesn't excel in due to the nature of projectiles. People might generally disagree with that. I'm not saying she's bad at the area, just compared to everything else, she didn't excel here. Just Breathe made it so that Cassie excelled at every range possible, alongside minorly buffing her burst range while heavily buffing all other ranges, not even only long range, which it obviously heavily buffed. There were points where you were getting exaction level damage every single shot, taking an already pretty well respected character to one of the best, if not the single best champion in the game, all depending on the balance of Just Breathe. So yeah, it was pretty good. On the flip side, we had Drogos's Reign of Terror, whereas Salvo now activates instantly, always fires 6 shots, and deals at level 4 10% more damage. This in concept is one of my favorite cards that unfortunately just never really took off, realistically just because it was tied to an ability that wasn't important enough compared to other legendaries. I mean, when he already had talents like Fusillade, you know, massively affecting his primary that does not have a cooldown. Same thing with Wormjets really. It's not like holding spacebar as a cooldown. Having a talent that makes an ability on a massive cooldown just marginally better, like there was no way that's going to compete. Next off, Eevee received Snow Globe, whereas Ice Storm now deals at level 4 100% more damage and costs a mere 60 energy, but only lasts for 2 seconds. Fernando got Dragonfire Lance, whereas Flame Lance now fires small fireballs that deal at level 4 100 damage every 0.2 seconds. I better find some footage for this because I cannot imagine what this would even look like. Probably one of the most forgettable legendaries of all time for me personally. I do not remember this one very well at all. Okay, now actually using this in Tempest, I totally thought this was for his fireball for literally ever for some reason. And that's not the only thing that surprised me. The other thing is that it actually seems really quite good. Like it's literally just long range Fernando. That sounds good on paper. I've never seen anyone ever use this or ever talk about it in a positive fashion though, so I have to assume it's bad, but look at this thing go. It seems kind of underrated. I don't know. Fernando mains, give me info on this talent in the comments. I really want to know. Was it good? Did anyone use it? I want to know. Grok received Spirit's Domain, whereas Healing Totem can now be deployed at range, and at level 4, 100% of your healing to full health players becomes a shield. So the shield description here is rather poor, but in my testing with Tempest, the shielding allies or yourself could gain maxed out at 1000. Quite a lot. Either way, you can definitely see the impact of this legendary though, as deploying Grok's Totem at range would eventually become something implemented into his base kit. Just one of those kind of interesting, cool things that new players might not even know that Grok couldn't do. Grover here received Efflorescence, whereas increased the passive healing and area of Blossom by at level 4 100%. All of these scaling values are suddenly becoming the same. For Inara, we have Wrath of the Stegala. I'm gonna go with that take. Whereas hitting all 3 shots of her primary on the same target deals an extra at level 4, 200 damage. There we go, we got Ying but Rock. For Genos, this is where he received his now, I would say, staple damage legendary, Binary Star. Whereas Star Splitter now deals at level 4, 400 damage every 0.4 seconds. Canessa received Reposition, whereas Transporter is now instant and its cooldown is reduced by at level 4, 3 seconds. Also, strangely, this talent was recorded as a little worse in the patch notes, at 3 seconds reduced at level 4 instead of 4 seconds, which was the actual reduction we saw in the live game. I recall because of this this legendary, a certain style of flank Kinessa actually became viable for a second or two. Thus are the ways of OB64. We got something interesting for Lex. The patch notes of the original passive OB64 actually show an earlier scrapped idea for a legendary, whereas we could have had a legendary called Fought the Law, whereas In Pursuit now deals a certain percent of the target's maximum health in damage over its duration, with the higher end of that percentage scaling being 72% with a single right click. Small correction here, was actually 90%, which accurately depicts how incredibly more unbalanced likely every card was in at least one of the several PTS cycles this patch had before its release. What were they thinking? Like I said though, this legendary was scrapped. Lex's actual legendary that made it into the live game was, interestingly titled The Law 1 in response to the previous Fought the Law, whereas killing your retribution target grants you at level 4, 5% damage buff that stacks up to 5 times. For Leon, we had Death and Taxes.
Did I jump scare you?
Your weapon shots reduce the effect of healing on your target by at level 4, 72% for 1.5 seconds. Remember with Just Breathe when I said that there were 3 some odd legendaries that were easily the most infamous in the game? Death and Taxes was not only part of those 3, it is the most infamous card in the entire history of Paladins in my opinion. Cauterize was so prevalent in the game that it was one of the main things that made Paladins stand out in the genre. Just the fact that a hero shooter had a buyable anti-heal. That's a big deal because anti-heal is obviously really good. As a result, at any point in the game when Cauterize existed, it was the best item in the item store period. Now on top of that, Leon was one of the best users of Cauterize because of her alternate fire, spreading it on the entire enemy team with ease. Death and Taxes gave her Cauterize 3 at the very beginning of the game. Even with the card at lower levels, it had the ability to gut an entire class of champions. Death and Taxes wasn't dynamic, it wasn't flashy, or even that fun to use, but it was by far the best legendary in the game, easily propelling Leon to the top of any tier list. It was insane. And immediately following that up, we find the last of what I consider to be the 3 most infamous talents or legendaries in the game, Maeve's Street Justice. In its early state here, its effect was Pounce deals at level 4, 30% of the target's missing health as bonus damage. Now this one wasn't nearly as good as Death and Taxes or Just Breathe, but it somehow became so hated that the term Street Justice Maeve just became regular vernacular for Paladins players. Like, oh, what's that Maeve running? Oh man, it's another Street Justice Maeve, as everyone rolls their eyes in exasperation. The legendary would become pretty good, but mainly it was just frustrating. In this state especially, as it wasn't a straight execute at this point, just seemingly randomly doing really wacky amounts of damage. Anytime that you were at mildly low health, especially as a tank, you just knew you'd be hearing the sound of Maeve's prowl getting closer and closer before being hit with a nigh execute, and then a later patch's actual execute that was unreactable and went through shields. It was rough. Next, for Makoa, we had Davy Jones' Locker, which was actually another Dredge Anchor talent, whereas if your victim dies within 4 seconds of being hit with Dredge Anchor, the cooldown is reset. This one was just gimmicky and outclassed by his classic pluck. Next for Maldamba, if you're anything like me, you knew this one was coming, Wakono's Curse, whereas Mending Spirits may now be cast on enemies to deal at level 4, 50% of the healing value as damage over time. Just straight up one of the coolest damage healer legendaries ever in my opinion, both in concept and in practice. With the problem being, it was still just straight up outclassed by the more uninteresting Makono's Wrath, aka the Snake Toss legendary. For Pip, we had Mischief, whereas hits with your potion launcher reduce the cooldown of all other skills by at level 4, 1 second. I genuinely forgot this one existed. For Ruckus, we had Rocket Barrage, whereas you may now hold up to 3 charges of Missile Launcher, and Missile Launcher deals at level 4, 15% increased damage. Finally, the legendary for his missiles that would end up being a mainstay for Ruckus until the dawn of time. For Saris, this one was pretty exciting. We got the Void Abides, whereas heal all allies within 50 feet of your Restore Soul target for at level 4, 50% of the healing value. Saris was not doing so great at the time, and I recall her crutching significantly on this legendary to get anything done before it was, just like every other of her legendaries up to this point, eventually assimilated into her base kit. For Shaolin, he got Explosive Arrows, whereas Impaler Arrow now explodes on contact for an additional at level 4, 300 damage, and knocks all enemies back in the radius, but can no longer stun. Instant Classic, albeit with a different name. I can't imagine modern Shaolin without this talent in mind. For Sky, we got Smoke and Dagger, whereas Smokescreen now deals at level 4, 600 damage when it deploys. For Strix, we had Unauthorized Use, whereas increase the projectile speed of Flare by 100, increase its damage by at level 4, 300, and reduce its cooldown by 10 seconds. I remember this legendary very clearly. It was consistently abused to where Strix felt like he centered more on his flare than his actual sniper. Definitely Strix's most infamous talent. For Talus, we got Nothing Personal, whereas targets below 65% health are revealed, and your ultimate charge rate is increased by at level 4, 15%. For Terminus, we got Seething Rage, whereas his primary attacks at level 4, 20% faster when you have no charges of Calamity Blast Sword. I never really used Terminus, but this to me at least seems like his only playstyle where Terminus wasn't encouraged not to use his Calamity Blasts, aka it's probably my favorite one. For Torvald, we had Thanks Grandpa, whereas increase the duration of protection by at level 4, 2 seconds, and protection grants a CC immunity. One of his classics, and at several points one of his best. There's a reason why balance-wise CC immunity isn't slapped around nearly as haphazardly as it used to
to be. Tyra received Burn Monster. If you're a tank main, this is definitely going to make you shudder too. Whereas Firebomb now cripples and deals at level 4 50% more damage. All of these legendaries are turning out to be super forgettable, or were just like super broken at one point or another, and this one was absolutely the latter. Probably in like the top 10 somewhere of the most infamous legendaries / talents throughout the game's lifespan. For Victor, we had Shrapnel, whereas increase frag grenades AoE by 40% and deal at level 4 200 more damage. Such a classic that I would have actually assumed that it was added in the first batch of talents rather than OB64. For Vivian, we had Booby Trap, whereas if an enemy is within 20 feet of your sensor drone, it explodes, dealing at level 4 500 damage. Willow got Nightshade, whereas Dead Zone now deals at level 4 680 damage when the initial explosion hits an enemy. Another one that I associate pretty heavily with this respective champion that I also would have assumed it was included in their first package of legendaries. For Ying, we got Life Exchange, whereas Shatter now instantly heals your target for, at level 4, 800 health per active illusion, but consumes your illusions. An interesting concept, but would definitely be refined into a much better legendary down the line. And lastly, we have Zin's Yomi, where the heavy hit of his primary passes through enemies, deals at level 4 150 more damage, and no longer has a range limit. Like I've said, there was a ton of PTS cycles that this patch went through before going live, but that is everything, hopefully as accurately as possible, that was added to the live game on OB64's initial release. But OB64 still wasn't over. It still had 2 hotfixes that mess with legendaries in some way, so let's take a look. There are no archives of the hotfixes available, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to take whatever the wiki says as a law for these ones. Cassie's Just Breathe had its maximum scaling distance increase from 100 units to 150 units, not actually technically decreasing any of Just Breathe's actual damage, but instead causing the damage increase to be stretched over a larger distance, which is hardly much of a nerf. Genos' almost equally insane, I want to say, Binary Star, which I didn't talk about a lot, but this one was also really good. At higher levels, just absolutely decimating any character, but in any case, its damage was reduced from 400 to 360. And since it's not specifying with the formula, I'm assuming that this is referring to the card at level 4, since its previous damage at level 4 was 400 as the nerf states, and thus every other level would scale alongside its level 4 change. And lastly, in a separate hotfix, we had one more change. Kinesis Reposition's cooldown reduction was reduced from at level 4 4 seconds to now at level 4 2 seconds, and this made the previously stated flank Nessa, as it was called, a much less viable strategy. And that was it for OB64. As I'm sure you know, although a few good things or ideas came out of the patch, a few positive things that I can recall was the removal of essence and having to buy cards, as well as increasing loadout card points that you could spend per loadout. The cards unbound system was almost, if not universally, disliked. Like, I'm sure it had its insane fans, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but regardless, it would eventually be reverted after some odd patches back into what everyone and their mom was used to. In any case, moving on to OB65, Paladins and Friends, released on January 10th of 2018. In this patch, we saw the introduction of Moji, and thus let's look at her 4 talents, as remember we have 4 now. First off is Boom Boom, whereas detonating a magic mark damages all enemies within, at level 4, 15 units of the victim, and I say still at level 4 because, reminder, the cards unbound system is still unfortunately here. Her second is Snack Attack, whereas players you kill drop a pickup that heals you for, at level 4, 800 when picked up, another interesting little reference to the old days of Paladins. Her third talent was Toot, whereas leave a cloud that grants allies 30% movement speed, and at level 4, 600 health over 3 seconds, and said clouds last 6 seconds. And her fourth talent, which still sounds funny to say, is the, I want to say, very forgotten about Yummy, whereas consuming a victim of your ultimate recharges your ultimate by 50% and heals you for, at level 4, 1000%. And heals you for, at level 4, 1000 health. It's interesting how, despite obviously she's a flank at this point in time, 2 out of her 4 and later 2 out of her 3 talents almost reflect a more support-esque role, which I think is very interesting in retrospect, as she would eventually, of course, become a support down the road. Anyway, moving on to balance. Now, for some reason, the balance updates this patch were exclusively for legendary cards and nothing else. Now, unfortunately, there is not a full list from what I could find, even using Tempest, of every single old legendary affected by cards unbound, like what their little formula would be and all that. And since only the ones that received balance changes were mentioned and thus readily viewable in the patch notes, that means unfortunately there isn't a solid way to know every single legendary's new little formulas once they were filtered through the cards unbound system. However, since they did make that overarching statement that all legendaries quote-unquote keep their original value at level 4, from here I'm going to simply assume that each respective legendary state at level 4 is the exact same value that the legendary was previous to OB64's system. So yeah, if at any point I find the actual formula for a legendary somehow, I'll obviously use that instead if it's any different. If not though, I'll assume that the legendary was exactly the same as it always was. OB64 really did have to just muck everything up, didn't it? First off, Rally here, alongside the myriad of buffs it gives to assert dominance, had the bonus damage that it causes enemies to take increased from 30% to 35%, as well as her Slug Shot got its bonus damage reduced from at level 4 25% to 20%. Barracks Tinkerin got once again a slight damage alteration, whereas it was increased from at level 4 530%
430 damage to 560. BK's Royal Subjects, the topic of many discussions, I'm sure, had its explosion size reduced from at level 4, 50% down to 30%, a pretty substantial decrease. I think. It's honestly a bit hard to tell with the scaling stuff. Fernando's ever-popular Dragonfire Lance had the damage of his little fireballs increase from at level 4, 100 to 120. Like a couple other Champions 4th legendaries, I don't recall a single person ever using this one. Not to say nobody did, but I didn't see anyone for sure. Pip's Combat Medic had the duration of the increased attack speed increased by 1.5 seconds. In other words, from 3 seconds to 4.5 seconds. I don't know why they didn't specify that. And lastly, Widow's Nightshade got a damage increase from a level 4, 680 damage to 800 damage. Moving on to OB66, titled Battlegrounds. Released on February 21st of 2018, we saw the release of Paladins Battlegrounds, which I am mentioning for no other reason than it was awesome. I think this was like the main thing that overshadowed the entire Cards Unbound system. Like, I totally forgot that that system was even in the game at the same time as Paladins Battlegrounds, simply because I didn't even care at the time. The mode was just so sick. Honestly, that deserves a video in and of itself. It was probably my favorite time in Paladins ever. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure this opinion is shared by most Paladins players. The mode was turned from an epic Paladins Battle Royale, as well as probably my favorite gaming experience I've ever had in my entire life, into some other random ass battle royale that I could not give less of a shit about. I'm glad it had its fans, but I was and still am beyond disappointed. It's only around for 2 weeks, dude. I could have spent years playing that game. Not Realm Royale, mind you, but Paladins Battlegrounds. Anyway, first up for balance changes this patch, we had once again Cassie's Just Breathe, with some actual legitimate nerfs this time. First off, it was given a 70-foot threshold before the damage actually started scaling, already pretty massive as it now wouldn't be indirectly buffing every other range other than long range, but also that damage scaling was actually decreased from at level 4, 50% to 30%. Make no mistake, this was a massive nerf. In fact, and I might be corrected in the comments, I'm really not sure, but after this point, I don't think anyone used it, changing Cassie's best talent by a landslide to one of her lesser used, if not least used talents alongside Big Game. Grok's Totemic Ward got a decrease to the healing buff of Totem by 10%, which I assume that now means it's now 40% at level 4 as opposed to the previous 50%, which again, I don't know why they didn't specify the actual numbers, as well as Grok's Wraith had an increase to the internal cooldown by 15 seconds again. Grover's Efflorescence was changed so that his passive healing radius is no longer scalable with level, as this was the only legendary in the game as far as I know that's level scaling actually affected 2 things, interestingly, with it now just increasing his passive healing radius by 50% full stop. Kinessa's Suppression was reworked and was changed to the very obnoxious Oppressor Mines may now affect 2 additional enemies, as well as dealing 16% more damage to affected targets when in sniper mode. I swear there has always been a bug in the dev's ear urging them to make some kind of Oppressor Mines legendary, only for said legendary to gain some kind of record for the fastest major change or straight removal, because nobody likes them whether they were good or not. And make no mistake, both this suppression and the previous suppression were both pretty darn good at times. Maldamba's Wakono's Curse had its damage values lowered from at level 4, 50% of the original healing value, to a much more simple at level 4, 560 damage. As I remember a lot of people actually going pretty ham with this thing, just maxing out Nimble and slithering around. It was pretty crazy. Also, a lot of these patch notes and changes did not say what the actual formula was, by the way. A lot of them just listed the change and nothing else, so a lot of these I had to math out myself based on the cryptic ways they described it, and I am upset about it. Anyway, Ying's Life Exchange now also reduces the cooldown of Shatter by 1 second. Moving on to OB67, titled appropriately enough, The Realm Restored, released March 7th of 2018. The opening words of the patch notes read quite succinctly: the Cards Unbound system has been removed from the game. For the sake of the game at the time and this video, thank God. A ton of changes occurred to Cards and Loados this patch, but the only thing we really need to know here is legendaries no longer have levels. Yippee! Now, just like with OB64, there isn't any real info or list of how all legendaries were adapted back into not having levels, but logically we can assume, just like they were adapted into the Cards Unbound system, being adapted out, they were all placed in their level 4 states, as that's basically what all of the balancing in OB64, 65, and 66 revolved around. Like in competitive matches, all legendaries were set to level 4, same thing with that old classic mode, it just all defaulted to level 4, plus of course the most obvious reason, the information that I see in the patch notes later all corroborate the same thing. Legendary cards were placed back into the level 4, aka original value states, with many coming into OB64, not being changed at all during OB64, 65, and 66, and coming out exactly the same as they came in. On top of that, this patch was also finally the turning point where legendary cards in general were officially renamed to what we know them as today, talents. As a result, I will be attempting at least to refer to them as such for the rest of the video. As for balance though, despite the massive massive changes we had to cards in general, we only have a single actual talent change. Ruckus's Rocket Barrage no longer increases the damage of your missile launcher. Almost as though the only reason extra stuff like that was added was just so it had something to scale. There was also a goofy little OB67.5 that was basically just a slightly larger hotfix with no talent changes, making it technically the very first numbered patch to not have any legendary card / talent changes, but I'll leave it to you whether you think that's valid or not. Let's move on. OB68 Siege of Ascension Peak, released on March 28th of 2018. No new characters, so right into talent changes, and that feels good to say, talent changes. Ash's Slugshot no longer grants that 20% increased damage, and if I recall, previous to this was her best talent. I had gotten very used to picking it for her at that point. Cassie's Impulse had a reduced bonus damage from 350 to 250, as people were finally realizing this talent was actually really good. And just when I got a new computer so that I could finally infinite dodge roll, and thus stopped using this talent. Convenient. Fernando's Formidable got reduced maximum health regeneration from 60% to 55%. Inara's Tremors got rid of all the flap and is now a flat 70% cooldown reduction on Impasse. Makoa's Leviathan got reduced bonus health from 1,600 to 1,200. Man, it's so nice to not have to say at level 4 for everything. I'm sorry, it just feels good. Ruckus's Aerial Assault no longer grants its 1 second cooldown reduction on Advance, and in a similar fashion, Talus's Faustian Bargain no longer reduces the cooldown of Rune of Travel, really just undoing all of the extra little unnecessary artifacts that OB64 brought in because, scaling. Torvald got changes to 3 of his talents. His Field Study no longer applies the damage buff if the shield is destroyed, which now that I think about it sounds like a pretty crazy, probably unintended oversight. Direct Current had reduced damage from 500 to 450, and Thanks Grandpa no longer applies that CC immunity. Those are some pretty big nerfs for 3 talents. I know Torvald was good around this time, but damn. And lastly for this patch, Ying's Lifelike now reduces illusion healing by 20% instead of 30%. I do remember Ying really struggling since this talent was nerfed, just because she relied on it so much at the time, and this came out alongside her healing output being straight up buffed. Next we got OB69, I will say nothing, titled Reign of House Aiko, released April 12th of 2018. This is where we saw the introduction of Khan, and thus his 4 talents, which is still kind of fun to say. The first being Firing Line, whereas champions affected by Battle Shout now deal 20% increased damage and gain CC immunity for 4 seconds. This right here, this talent was everything. In my head, there's like some eras of Paladins that are just defined by certain things or certain attributes, but most often like certain paranoias, like things you really had to watch out for or abuse yourself or else you'd lose. And at this point, my core memory of this period of time is just Firing Line. It was crazy. Talent number 2 is Leon's Shield, whereas your shield recharges at a 60% effectiveness while it is raised. His next is Storm of Bullets, whereas your weapon fires 40% faster and has 10 more rounds, but deals 25% less damage per shot. And his final talent was Vortex Grip, whereas victims of Commander's Grab are now stunned for an additional 2 seconds. On to balance, only a couple changes here. Kinesis Reposition no longer reduces the cooldown of Transporter by 2 seconds. Torvald's Field Study had reduced bonus damage from 40% to 30%. Another talent that I just remember always being so good. Pretty much any talent involving Torvald's protection was at some point like one of the best talents in the game. Anyway, moving on to the final patch we have to cover with Paladins still in open beta. On OB70, titled A New Frontier, released on April 26th of 2018, we had no champions or anything, so going straight into balance, we have Genos' Luminary, whereas they removed the 15% weapon damage buff to self. And that was the patch. And finally, which I'm celebrating purely for the sake of me making this video, as in the long run, gameplay-wise it really didn't make much of a difference and seemed super random, we have reached Paladin's full release, dropping the OB for every update as we are no longer in open beta, instead starting this next update at a simple version 1. For me, however, and for the purposes of this video, this full release means that there will be much less miscellaneous, small patches overall to go through, with the patches being a lot more condensed, focused, and dare I say, organized. Now that we are out of open beta, however, I'm going to be going through the talent changes a bit more collectively, and not spotlighting every single one so we can get through this video in a more timely manner. I am perfectly happy with talking about the open beta a bit more succinctly because, to be honest, that's where most of the interesting old stuff was. But now that we are no longer in open beta and going into things that people are going to be more familiar with, I'm much happier to speed things up a little bit. Trust me, there's still a lot of stuff to go through. We're gonna need it. In any case, let's begin with version 1B, aka a newer frontier. Released on May 26th of 2018, we have a single change to Ash's Slugshot, increasing its range, and once again, just like last patch, that was it. That's the whole patch. Moving on to version 1.1, Rise of Furia. Released on June 6th of 2018, we see the introduction of Paladin's first full release character, Furia, with her first talent being, raise your hand if you've heard of this one, Celerity. I was absolutely present around this point, and I don't even think I remember this one. Either way, Celerity causes Wings of Wrath to gain an additional charge. Definitely the lesser known of Furia's talents for soon to be obvious reasons. Her second talent was Cherish, whereas Kindle Soul heals up to 50% additional health based on your ally's missing health. A bit of a gimmicky start from how we know this talent today. Next up, we have everybody's favorite Exterminate in everybody's favorite state. When Pyre Strike hits an enemy, it stops moving until its duration ends. seconds. And lastly, we have Solar Blessing, whereas Pyre Strike now stops on and heals allies it passes through for 300 health every 0.05 seconds. Both of said Pyre Strike talents would become very infamous in their own unique ways. Moving on from that, interestingly, despite this patch being quite large, and thus being the first large non-open beta patch, there would actually be very little balance changes at all, with none of them being for talents, making this officially the very first major patch with 0 legendary / talent changes since their introduction a year prior. Next we got version 1.2, the American Dream, released June 26th of 2018, where again they seem to be going pretty tame on any talent changes at this point, as once again we only have a single change to any talents, that change being to Maeve's Street Justice, reducing its bonus damage. So moving right along to version 1.3, Koga's Revenge, released on July 18th of 2018, as the name would suggest, Koga was introduced here, with the first of his 4 talents being Adrenaline Junkie, whereas simply dealing damage with your submachine guns restores energy, which would end up having an extremely varied history of flip-floppy changes over the course of the game's existence. His second talent would be Blood Reaper, whereas Skewer deals up to 400 bonus damage based on the amount of energy it consumed. This one especially was widely inconsistent and confusing. I remember one single person that I queued into ever using it to great effect. Literally nobody else, at least not in this state. Next up he has Dragon Fangs, whereas his Hellkite Claws no longer consume energy, instead consuming 200 health per second, being from what I recall kind of an underrated talent that would see a ton of potential later down the road. And lastly he had Master of Arms, whereas hits with your submachine gun cost no ammo, in which I have succinctly written down, what? I don't remember this at all. For talent balance changes, Drogus' Fusillade got a quick nerf, as well as some general buffs to Reign of Terror. So Reign of Terror actually no longer increases the damage of Salvo. They go ahead and nerf one of his worst talents ever, but it now also reduces the cooldown of Salvo by 5 seconds. This unfortunately still never broke it into being used or decent comparably, with most Drogoz players just occasionally using it for the fun of it, as it was a really fun talent. And lastly, the healing bonus of Furious Cherish got cut in half, whereas despite its weirdness, it was by far her most potent and consistent talent. Moving on to version 1.4, Dragon's Call, released August 21st of 2018. This is where we run into a ton, and I mean a ton, look at this shit, of talent balance changes that I'm going to be skimming through here. First off, we got a buff for Androxus' Dark Stalker and a nerf for BK's Royal Subjects. Buck's Bucking Madness got reworked to where eliminations now increase your attack speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Another unfortunate, albeit understandable example of a fun ultimate talent having to be changed due to it simply being an ultimate talent. Cassie's Impulse got nerfed again by a full ass 100, and damn, I was really on something back in 2017. Seriously, this talent was so underused back in the day that I got buffed from 300 damage to 350. And right now, this was still the exact same talent, but the difference is people just use it now. And now it's been nerfed to over half that. Cassie Bias and all that, but this has got to be one of the most slept on talents in the early years. It was so slept on that they had to buff it more for people to realize that it was good before nerfing it twice, and it's still good. Anyway, again, something pretty notable is that Cassie's Just Breathe got changed into a much more succinct effect, to where crossbow shots now deal 850 damage period, past 120 feet. The reason was stated that apparently with its previous effect, it was confusing when the bonus damage would start. I never had a problem with it aside from the fact that it was just bad, but yeah, if anything, I feel like this change made it a bit more unintuitive. But this absolutely condemned it for the rest of its lifespan to be an absolutely mid talent. TV Snow Globe got buffed in a couple ways, increasing Ice Storm's duration and decreasing its energy cost, already nearly turning it into the talent we know today, and into one of the rare ultimate talents that actually has survived till now to be pretty regularly used. For Wormhole as well, got rid of the 1 second cooldown reduction, where I think it's funny at this point that all remnants of OP64 are just being abolished one patch at a time. Grok's Maelstrom got buffed a pretty spooky amount, and his Spirit's Domain was actually reworked to something much more familiar. Lightning Staff now applies a heal to allies, as this talent change was in tandem with the ability to deploy talents at range being implemented into Grok's base kit. Grover's Deep Roots got changed a bit, to where Crippling Throw now roots for 1 second and bounces between enemies. Khan's Leon's Shield got a large buff. Maeve's Street Justice got his now classic effect, to where Pounce begins executing at 35% health. AKA, once you are at 35% health, she's a comin'. This is when folks really started despising this talent, if I recall. The previous effect people had kind of a confused hatred for, meanwhile after its change into an unreactable execute, the consensus turned from confused to just normal straight up hatred. Makoa's gimmicky Davy Jones locker got reworked to the rather infamous your shell spin now lasts until cancelled and you can control its direction. Oh boy, I remember this one very well. It was kind of a joke talent that was actually pretty good, which normally just ends up with it being really annoying, which is exactly what it became. You couldn't run from him and he could run forever. A pretty funny joke, but only for the Makoa. While Damba's Wakono's Wrath got a buff to his Snake Toss projectile speed, meanwhile its internal stun timer was nerfed, so he couldn't stun people quite as often. His Ripened Gourd got his first change ever, which was basically a complete change, with this new effect being Gourd now has a 50% chance to not go on cooldown. Gambling. Also, it adds that the Gourd effects does not stack. I'm kind of surprised that the old effect lasted as long as it did, as it stayed untouched since the introduction of talents. That being said, this new one was whack. Consistency is a prime factor for talents to be picked above others, and 50% chance isn't exactly consistent. Logi's Toot got nerfed, removing the bonus speed entirely and reducing the cloud's duration. Pip's Combat Medic has a new effect reworked or was reworked. I don't really even know what to call that. In any case, this new effect is your weapon shots now also heal allies. It's funny how this patch had both Pip and Grok receive a talent where you can heal with your primary, which in this game is a very uncommon thing. Shaolin's Desert Shadow had its 2 seconds of stealth increase removed, and considering how much this talent apparently scarred me, I and many others I'm sure were no doubt jumping for joy at this change. Tyra's Hunting Party now grants Hunter's Mark a second charge, and oddly similar to Street Justice, Tyra's previously rather confusing Mercy Kill now simply deals 35% of the target's maximum health. And this is actually the first change this talent would ever receive since Tyra's release somehow. Victor's Gunnery was completely reworked and renamed to Burst Mode, with this new effect being enable a 3-shot burst mode on your assault rifle, increasing your damage and improving effectiveness at range. Once again, this is the first change this talent would ever receive, and it was a rework of all things. Realistically, this was a long time coming. I can't imagine many using the original Gunnery over Firefight, which is still in the game at this point, by the way. Vivian's Booby Trap now applies a knockback and increases his arm time, so it can't just explode immediately once it's put on the ground. There was also this weird shadow buff that Booby Trap got this patch that wasn't acknowledged until its description was updated 3 patches later. That being, it got increased damage from 500 to 600, so I guess they just forgot until the community said, hey, remember this? And lastly, Ying's Life Exchange got its effect simplified, with this new effect being Shadow now instantly heals your target for 800 health, but no longer explodes your illusions, basically acting as a whole new healing ability. I think this one's a lot of fun. One of the only times she's ever felt like a quote-unquote normal healer. These changes very nearly make it into the talent we know today. Now, this next patch, 1.5 Xenosynthesis, released September 11th of 2018, had 0 relevant changes for the purposes of this video, so we're going to move on to version 1.6, aka Dark Tides. Dark Tides indeed. Released on September 27th of 2018. Dredge was released here. His first talent was Abyssal Spike, whereas Harpoon now can be thrown into terrain and explodes for 1000 damage when enemies are nearby. His second talent was Freebooter, causing allies to be able to pass through your shortcut, realistically absolutely needing some other consistent buffs to be well used, but any potential it had would not see the light of day as it didn't particularly last long. Talent number 3 was Hurl, where Harpoon's cooldown is completely removed, but it no longer applies its slow. And I would honestly think this talent would be cool if it were on literally any other champion aside from Dredge. Lastly, Scuttle, whereas your reload projectile now explodes in an area of effect. Considering this area of effect had 0 fall off at the time, this talent was extraordinarily cursed and extraordinarily abused. Grabbing full deft hands with this talent, you had to aim less than Prime Kasumi for God's sake. This talent was death, and I'm a pretty simple individual. I love the game for what it is, but this talent violently kickstarted one of the only times I've legitimately been pissed off at the game itself, even over everything else the game threw at me. Dredge was one of the most overtuned characters on introduction, and a relatively large portion of that was due to this talent. It represents nearly everything I despise about this character. Only a couple talent balances here. Androxus's Defiant Fist got a small buff, and Koka's Master of Arms got hit super hard, whereas they reduced the chance of hits to cost no ammo from 100% to 50%. I'm actually remembering now that this talent of his turned out to be one of his best. I guess I just never really used it at all, and thus I kind of forgot its existence. His SMGs were always good, but this talent made them potent enough to where you didn't even need to use his claws, which is obviously a pretty integral part of his design that the devs absolutely wanted to push. The next 3 patches all have very small changes, so I'll go through these quick. Version 1.7 RT Extreme, released October 23rd, 2018. Dredge's Abyssal Spike got buffed a couple ways. On version 1.8 Remix, released November 14th of 2018. Androxus's Heads Will Roll got a bunch of changes, whereas they straight up removed the headshot damage increase. In other words, they removed this talent's whole ass original effect. Like, it's just gone now. Heads Will Roll is no more. They also increased the bonus ammo from 2 to 3, making that effectively this talent's only actual effect, and then went ahead and renamed it to Cursed Cylinder. One of the most classic Androxus talents finally thrown to the wayside, as let's be real, headshots in Paladins can be pretty gimmicky. At the time, I couldn't imagine anyone aside from the really old school Androxus players picking it up, and I kind of feel like they got rid of most of those players when they changed his gun to be semi-auto. Kinessa's Eagle Eye's damage got cut in half, which, I totally forgot this talent existed, and this is the very first time it's ever been messed with ever since the introduction of talents. Victor's Shrapnel got its damage increase completely removed, and Willow's Nightshade damage got nerfed as well. Version 1.9's Merry Mayhem on December 10th of 2018, Dredge's Scuttle now has damage fall off. Thank God. And yeah, that was the whole patch in terms of talent balance. I think this might be my favorite patch ever. Alright, version 2.1 Fire and Ice, released on January 16th of 2019. Wasn't there another patch named something like that before? Okay, it was OB54 titled Ice and Gunfire. Fire and Ice, I guess that's different enough, and it is Amani, so yeah. Alright, speaking of which, Amani was introduced here. So we got a few more talents here, first off being Mana Rift, whereas after standing still for 2 seconds, excuse you old me, it's actually 1 second, create a Mana Rift around you that generates mana, unsurprisingly. Leaving that Mana Rift destroys it. Second talent was Pyromania, whereas every third Pyreball you hit explodes, damaging nearby enemies. And lastly, Splitting Ice, whereas Bolt bounces to an additional enemy, dealing reduced damage. damage. I just remember her ice stance being disproportionately better than her other stance, so I'm pretty sure that the ice one was the majority pick here. And that was it, and if you're paying attention, you'll realize Imani was never given a 4th talent for a very prevalent reason, that reason being in the patch notes, we see the message all champions now have 3 talents. 4 talents was always a lot to handle. Even though I think they did a fine job at making them all somewhat usable at one point or another, I know other people might disagree with me on that. Giving every champion 4 talents just exacerbated a lot of the issues talents were already struggling with when there were only 3. As a result, this revision back to 3 talents was something that I, and I'm pretty sure many others, were more or less expecting to occur at one point or another. That being said, this put the devs in a very interesting predicament / opportunity of choosing which talents to remove. Will they be finally getting rid of old talents that were never used, talents that were used disproportionately more than others and proved to be extremely annoying to deal with, perhaps talents that were really uninspired, or maybe even talents that just proved to be really hard to balance? The actual result would be a differing mixture of all those things on a more case-by-case basis, so let's take a look. The following is a list of every single champion's talent / previous legendary that were removed in version 2.1. Androxus's Dark Stalker was the first. With his previous effect having another step be split up into its own cooldowns, the talent that was Androxus's best on its introduction, and there's so much history there, but it was at long last removed from the game. In my opinion though, definitely the right call if we're talking about this arbitrary % more damage against enemies below another arbitrary % health version of Darkstalker. Felt really uninteresting no matter how decent at different points it was. Ash's rally here was removed, but not completely. They did kind of cleverly add the stun this talent gave to Ash's base ultimate as a nice little homage, because why not? But yes, every other effect that this talent gave was lost to time. Barrack's hair trigger was removed. Tinkerin was definitely the favorite compared to this one, and they both basically filled the exact same role, so hair trigger was absolutely the one to go. BK's demolition was finally removed, interestingly competing with a newer, more used one, beating out the classic one. Demolition never really stuck like accelerants and new Grumpy Bomb effects, even though it had more time to do so I kind of feel like we all knew which had to go. Buck's Bucking Madness, scrambling for any kind of identity, was eventually just removed. Previously resetting Buck's ultimate timer per kill, this talent has had an identity crisis ever since it was created. Cassie's Just Breathe was removed. This one had to go, for its infamy alone. Even aside from that though, it was a balancing nightmare, feeling either super weak or way too strong. And even as a Cassie main, I was totally fine to see it go. Dredge's Freebooter was removed, making this talent one of the only ones to have been introduced, not changed at all, and then booted. Freebooter may just be the talent with the shortest lifespan in the entire game. Drogos' Reign of Terror was also expectedly removed. There was a lot of talents that were just clearly the ones to go. This was one of them. Just really never saw the light of day. I feel like this is one of the more classic, just fun talents, but really nothing else. We're not done with Drogos though. Wormjets got kind of reworked, with this new effect being now empowers your booster's flight qualities. I'll be honest, there's been a few states this talent has been in. This one in particular, I don't really know how much it empowered it. I never used Wormjets at this point in time, but from what I could tell, it basically just allowed you to kind of fly around better and kind of just camp in the sky and stuff. It was pretty cringe, but I had that rather than just straight up speed. Eevee's Reprieve or whatever it was also removed. This one's actually a bit sad for me because like before its removal, I'd gotten really used to playing this admittedly obnoxious talent with Eevee. She was somehow, despite being one of the harder characters, one of my most comfortable champions at that point. And upon its removal, I had a really weird talent crisis in which I just never really vibed with another. And somehow, because I just never found a comfortable way to play her again, I accidentally like faded away from playing Eevee as a whole. And like literal years later, I was like, I want to play Eevee again. Didn't I used to play her a ton? And like I picked her again, and to my absolute horror, I completely forgotten how to play her. And it was just something I never figured out how to do again. It was sad. The moral of the story is I had a really good Eevee, I swear. Fernando's Dragonfire Lance was removed. No surprises here. There's a reason this is one of the rare talents that I, before researching this, wouldn't have been able to remember if you put a gun to my head. But Fernando's Scorch actually got a general change as well. I would say this is a pretty big nerf though, to be honest. I think this was kind of meant to be a buff. So Scorch no longer deals increased damage, but Scorch's subsequent target hit damage was increased from 30% to 45%. Bye-bye consistency. Furia's Celerity was removed. I feel like similar to Dredge's Freebooter, one of the shortest lifespans for a talent, likely in the entire game, never receiving a single change aside from its removal, never to be seen again. Grok's Wraith was removed. Thank goodness. Not as huge of a thank goodness as some, but still. This talent was annoying as hell. Like, why bother even shooting the guy? The choice was no question with this one, even over his less classic Spirit's Domain talent. Speaking of which, Spirit's Domain got its healing done to allies increased by 20%. And again for Rock, Totemic Ward had its increased healing from Totem reduced from 40% to 30%. Grover's Efflorescence was removed. I honestly like this talent conceptually, but at the same time, I totally get why this one had to go compared to his others. Inara's Wrath of the Stegella, I believe it's called, was also also removed. Yeah, focusing lens and Nara can go. It's alright. Genos' Celestial Touch was actually removed. It was said that seeing as Genos is one of the only heal over time supports, it was felt that this talent really kind of hurt his identity, especially since it was easily his most widely used. Like at that point, he's basically just another burst healer. To compensate this removal, however, a small amount of maximum health healing was implemented into Genos' Astral Mark at base this same patch. Khan's Firing Line was removed. For some reason, this talent was just never touched, and it was extraordinarily good. Like, I'm sure there was things in his base kit that made him good, but as far as I'm concerned, and as far as my memory is concerned, this talent made Khan. It was rare to see anyone not running this thing. It needed nerfs or something to keep it in check with his other talents, but instead it looks like the devs saw their opportunity and took it. In my research, I'm honestly surprised it didn't get a single nerf before it was just disapparated from existence, never to be seen again. Ganes's Suppression was removed. Once again, another Mind talent is either reworked or removed, and take my word for it, more will be created and deleted in its stead. Koga's Master of Arms was removed, a talent that was too good to turn into a talent that was literally half as good. A fair enough axe, but that's not everything. Koga's Dragon Fangs got his health consumption per second reduced from 200 to 150. Koga's Claws were a decent bit weaker at this point, so they felt that players needed a bit more incentive to pick this talent. And also Koga's Blood Reaper was reworked, with this new effect being a Cyclone Strike charges 15% faster and now deals up to 100% of the target's health as damage over restoration. This makes Koga, so far anyway, the only character to have two of the talent's original concepts be removed from the game entirely, never to be seen again. Lex's The Law 1 was removed. I genuinely forgot this talent even existed. Much less interesting than his other, more specialized talents, and more just felt like an OB64 meme that outstayed its welcome. For Leon, we all know what was removed here: death and taxes. No notes. Again, this one needed to go for its infamy alone. Leon's precision, though, as well, actually got reworked, with its new effects being hitting consecutive shots and abilities increases your heirloom rifle's damage against those targets by 2% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 16%, making Leon the second character to have two of their talent's original concepts be removed. Now, Maeve's Artful Dodger was removed, and I always found this one odd. Not only did they not remove one of the most infamous talents in the game that was nearly universally disliked if not hated, leaving her now with two talents affecting her pounce and directly competing, they kept it in favor of getting rid of literally Maeve's most classic talent, being the only Maeve talent that's main concept is still intact from her very introduction, and leaving 9 lives completely non-talent affected. This was a weird one, and for me at least, this change was certainly tough to agree with. Makoa's Davy Jones Locker was removed. Bye-bye! Maldamba's Ripened Gourd was removed. Once the classic old version of Ripened Gourd was changed to this 50% chance version, I was definitely fine with it becoming past tense. Moji's Yummy was removed, another talent not receiving a single change before its removal, and yet another ultimate talent that will never see the light of day again. Pip's Mischief was removed, another redundant talent competing with a much more classic one. Ruckus's Overdrive was removed, somehow both a confusing, unintuitive, and boring talent in my opinion, so again, bye-bye. Ceres's The Void Abides was removed, and Ceres relied on Void Abides pretty much ever since it was introduced to keep up, so instead of straight up removing the talent concept, it was actually placed at a lower value into Restore Soul at base, instead of just Ceres being stuck picking a single talent forever. I don't know, I thought it was pretty cool, despite it being, again, and I will bring it up more in the future, another of her talents that was shoved into her base kit. Sharlin's Shifting Sands was removed, a Sharlin classic starting as an ultimate talent nobody used when talents were introduced, transitioning into a planted talent before finally being put to rest. That being said, I say good riddance to anything encouraging the use of planted, though, I'll be real. Sky's Surprise Attack was removed, another fun talent for me personally. I doubt many other people share that opinion, but it absolutely was the one to go. Competing and doing pretty much the same thing as Debilitate, but worse. And on top of that, tied to an ability with a larger cooldown, so yeah. Her Smoke and Dagger as well actually got an interesting little change here. A change that future me will look back upon and go, yes, this is actually like totally a rework, so throw that rework graphic on screen, please. Whereas Smoke Screen now heals allies inside it for 400 health every 1 second, changing a talent from an unused effect I hardly even remember existing despite playing Sky a lot, to one of the weirdest talents in the game, which surprisingly has survived until the modern day, despite in a relatively differing form. What a weird talent, dude. Strix's Ambush was removed, the classic Strix talent that has never been touched by any balance hammer before its removal. Let go because, I don't know, it's kind of like that Shaolin one that occasionally feels unfair. Definitely feels like a case of, well, we gotta remove something. I didn't particularly see any clear reason any of his stuff should be removed, aside from unauthorized use just because it needed changes. Speaking of which, it got some changes, whereas using this talent causes Flare to no longer reveal, and its projectile speed was increased from 100 to 250. I should also mention about unauthorized use. For some reason, this talent has always listed its increased damage as plus 300%, but
as far as I can tell, that's always been wrong, with the actual stat being 400%. Like I've seen in old gameplay of the talent, as well as using Tempest. The talent description always said that it boosted it by 300%, and yet in-game, unauthorized uses flare dealt a total of 1,200 damage, which is 400% of the base 300 damage that flare usually does. And they do eventually figure it out down the road here. On a separate change, you can see them listed as 400% as opposed to 300, but like it stays in the talent description as 300 for upwards of 2 years. For some reason, that feels so Paladins to me. I don't. Anyway, back to past me. Keep going, guy.
Talus's Raging Demon was removed. After its initial concept was put into Talus's kit at base, this talent didn't really feel like it had much of a purpose aside from just being his overcharge talent and maybe buffing console players. I don't know. His Inner Strength also got a quick removal of his damage reduction, and Terminus's Seething Rage was removed. Kind of sad. I like this one even if it was kind of a weird one. I don't even think I used it before it was removed ever because I just don't use Terminus, and it probably wasn't fun to fight against, so I get it. This talent never received any sort of changes whatsoever before its removal. Torvald's Alternating Current got removed. Certainly seemed like the least impactful of his talents, and felt like it served very little purpose ever since the myriad of buffs that Recharge had received at power points. Tyra's First Blood was removed. I mean, fair enough, I guess. It was simple and relatively effective sometimes, but kind of boring. Despite that, it really does deserve acknowledgement, as this was the removal of another classic talent that was introduced alongside his respective character way back in the day. I also always just kind of liked it. I don't know. It was so boring that it was kind of cool. Mercy Kill as well got reworked. The third rework of this talent's functionality despite still revolving around the same ability. With this new effect being Nade Launcher now has 3 charges. Hi-Rez is already kind of designed to be a tank killer, so I guess this talent being a bit more, flexible against squishies seemed a bit more online in retrospect. Victor's Firefight was removed. Man, this talent was so fun. Like initially I played a lot of Victor because, you know, he's kind of the default character, but like similar to Eevee, after the removal of this talent, I kind of just stopped playing Victor and I didn't even realize. Like my whole playstyle revolved around Firefight, and I guess I just implicitly didn't care to change it, so instead I just kind of forgot to ever pick it. Like it took actual years until doing research for my last video, in fact, that I was like, oh, that's why he's in my top 10 most played, because I just do not play him anymore and sometimes I forget. But yeah, I really missed this talent for sure. I wish it never left. It also never received any sort of changes until its removal, despite existing since the literal dawn of talents. Burst mode got some general changes to the feel of the weapon. I'm not smart enough to know whether this was a nerf or a buff, to be honest. Faster burst but longer time between the bursts, and this talent would go on to be quite respectable and kind of difficult to go up against at a couple varying points. Vivian's Sapper Rounds was removed. I mean, it's pretty boring, it's just Wrecker. It's also a talent that received 0 changes since Vivian's introduction until its removal. Willow's Scorched Earth was removed. Despite being a classic Willow talent, it wasn't that fun for either party, was too specific, was rather redundant, and competed with Nightshade, so bye-bye. Ying's Lifelike was removed. A really classic one for her. She relied on it for so long, being a Ying mainstay for a while. Ying's meta really fluctuated a lot over that point in time, but I guess they figured it just wasn't classic enough to keep, or maybe it was relied on too much, I'm not sure. And finally, we got through every single character except for Xin. His Retaliation was removed. This kind of makes sense since in the same patch, Counter was reworked to not be a melee attack, and instead a projectile that dealt more damage. Even though it was, you know, Xin, I'll give it the respect it deserves. It was fun, and was another one of those talents that was never touched until its removal here. And that was the entirety of patch 2.1. Version 2.2 End Times, released February 13th of 2019, actually had no talent changes whatsoever. So moving right along to version 2.3, Future's End, released on March 27th of 2019, we get the introduction of Atlas, with his first talent being Deja Vu, where a setback becomes a lobbed explosion that can rewind multiple enemies. Temporal Divide greatly increases the size of Status Field, but its cooldown is increased by 50%, which is one of my favorite talents in general because big. And lastly, Unstable Fissure, whereas activating Second Chance leaves behind an unstable fissure that after 3 seconds explodes, dealing 900 damage with fall off. Okay, I always found this one a little random. Moving on to Balance, Grover's Rampant Blooming got some large healing nerfs, which is somehow the very first change this talent ever received, as well as Koga's Dragon Fangs getting a reversion to this talent's previous change. As Koga's Claws actually got significantly buffed, this talent was suddenly much more rewarding than intended. Looking ahead, this also appears to be the final change this talent would ever receive for the rest of Koga's existence. And then Makoa's Leviathan got a nerf to its health. This talent is a fucking enigma. And with that, we're already moving on to 2.4 Street Style, released on April 24th of 2019. No characters for getting into Balance. Leon's Precision got buffed a lot because they admitted the original numbers were a bit negligible to say the least. Sky's Debilitate damage got nerfed by 5% because Sky can't have nice things. Now, Smolder here was actually changed a bit coming out of the Cards Unbound system, whereas at that point it did 42% of your maximum health over the duration of Billow, at level 4 I should say, and going by the logic of every other legendary coming out of the Cards Unbound system, the legendary should still be at that state, however it is not. This is something that happened every now and then. Like I said, pretty much much every single talent came out of the Cards Unbound system in their level 4 incarnation and or their original value, whatever you choose to call it. But every now and then we did have talents that came out in a slightly different state than what they previously were. The problem is it never tells you that this is the case, and is only something that I really see is the case once we come across another change for it. So I will mention it whenever that occurs. So yeah, just letting you know ahead of time, a few talents were like this, and I will be stating it if it is the case again. So yeah, at the very end of Cards Unbound system, Zin's Smolder would have healed you for a full 42% of your maximum health over the ability's duration. However, coming out of the Cards Unbound system into OB67, it was changed into what you see on screen here, heal for 20% of your maximum health per second during Billow, as opposed to over its duration. This meant that effectively speaking, it actually healed you up to 40%, which is very similar to the previous 42% maximum health healing that it had during the Cards Unbound system. I know I yapped a little too much about that, but this patch, the actual change was healing from 20% maximum health per second to 33% maximum health per second. This change was made alongside a few changes to Billow this patch, making the ability last a much shorter duration and move faster, aka less stalling, so thank God. Still speaking on talents that changed after coming out of Cards Unbound, something I didn't mention about Sky's Debilitate that we just covered was that it was also changed a little bit too, by a grand total of 3% coming out of the Cards Unbound system. It used to be 33% and it got shut down to 30%. Massive change, I know. That's why I didn't even bother mentioning it at first. But yeah, that's just a little side note there about Debilitate. But again, that doesn't change the fact that this patch, it was changed from 30% to 25%, as I previously mentioned. Moving on to version 2.5, Steel Forged, released on May 22nd of 2019. We got a couple buffs to Cherish and Cardio. Furious Cherish got a range increase by 300%, and Victor's Cardio got increased healing to 400 health per second. Version 2.6, Sun and Moon, released on July 17th of 2019, we saw Io's introduction. Goddess's Blessing was your first, whereas allies being healed by Moonlight gained 25% damage reduction. There was a bit of confusion here on the PTS. This said it was 15%. That is incorrect. In the live game, it was 25%. Her second was Lifelink, whereas Luna now heals allies around her for 300 health per second. If this sounds familiar, that would be because this talent was, at least functionally, implemented into Io's base kit at a later date. And lastly, she had Sacrifice, whereas if Io falls below 200 health while Luna is active, she trades places with Luna, heals, and Luna dies in her stead. So right after it was removed from the game, Grok Wraith all over again. Thankfully, this one wasn't as annoying or well used. Now moving on to balance, Androxus's Cursed Cylinder, previously Heads Will Roll, was once again renamed to Cursed Revolver. This was because it was completely reworked, with this new effect being Revolver is altered in a bunch of different ways to make it akin to how Androxus's Revolver used to work back in the early beta days, which a lot of people tended to prefer. This change was in tandem with another change for Lex. His Death Hastens was reworked, just like Andro's, reverting his weapons to their original functionality during the beta, before both Lex's and Andro's weapons were for some reason changed to semi-automatic. Now, a lot of people did not like those changes. I never hated them, but part of me always did miss the old ways these weapons functioned. Like, I completely stopped playing Lex after his weapons changed, and so many people did not like Androxus's change. Folks have been asking for reversions for both of their weapons ever since, and it just so happens here that both champions had some pretty lame talents that were practically begging for reworks, so here we are. On top of that, this was rather surprisingly, considering the dramatic change, the last time the Death Hastens would ever receive a change. Cassie's Big Game had a nerf to the time that the bonus damage could occur. Koga's Blood Reaper got a bunch of changes, turning it into likely one of the healthiest ultimate talents out there that still exists in, conceptually anyway, the same state today. And lastly, Ying's Focusing Lens got a reversion to its previous change, buffing its damage back to 200. Moving on to version 2.7, Pirate's Treasure, released on September 11th of 2019, Drogos's Wormjets got a surprisingly large change, where it no longer increases boosters' regeneration rate, making it so Drogos just couldn't really camp in the air anymore. It was still possible if there was things that they could kind of like sit on or slide around on, but it was in general less lenient. I never played it, but that being said, it was a lot of fun for a lot of people. So alongside the nerf to this talent, Drogos's base booster received a bit more energy / effectiveness, or whatever you call that, to mess around with in his base kit alongside any other talent you want to slap on. Pip's Combat Medic had a healing buff, which is nice to actually have some info on how much he actually heals with this talent, because the patch notes never actually told me. Torvald's Field Study got his damage increase reduced by half, and since this talent's last change was another nerf, I figure this was sort of around the time that they were thinking about phasing these kinds of support talents out of the game entirely, as they eventually did for the most part. This is reflected in the next change as well, for Tyra's Hunting Party, to where it no longer increases the damage amp, as well as it removed the cooldown reduction. Lastly, Ying's Life Exchange, you know, the thing where you can aim and heal with Shatter, now had removed the inaccuracy on Shatter. Now that is funny. Moving on to version 2.8, The Damned Frontier, released November 6th of 2019, we saw the introduction of Rom, with his first talent being Earth Splitter, whereas increase your ultimate charge rate by 60%. Next is Enforcer, whereas reduce the damage taken by 75% while using Juggernaut, kind of reminded me of a certain other talent with massive DR on mobility on a tank. And lastly, he had Subservience, whereas heal allies within 40 units of you for 100 for each soul fragment you collect. Every single one of his talents would remain functionally the same, with no major changes for the rest of the game's lifespan. I guess we're kind of getting to the point where that's going to become more common for new characters down the line here. For balance, we have a single change to Androxus's Cursed Revolver, decreasing its fall off at range, and that is it for talent changes this patch. Except not really at all. We have another secret little shadow change here. Willow's Scorn had a damage increase from 350 to 750. All right, next off, 3.1, A Tigron's Tale. We are finally in the 2020s. As the name might suggest, Tiberius was introduced here alongside his 3 talents, starting with Predatory Instincts in its original state, whereas your chakrams bounce 2 more times before disappearing. For anyone who might not be familiar, this talent was eventually implemented into his base kit, so it isn't bouncing 2 more times than it is modernly. Instead, that how much it bounces modernly is the amount that it would have bounced with the original Predatory Instincts being used. Anyway, his second is Tigron's Fury, whereas your Heavy Blade can be reactivated to explode for 800 damage in a 25 unit area. Small correction here, the explosion actually did 850 on the live game, as well as the initial sword throw only doing 250 as opposed to the base 850. Lastly, he had Vicious Assault, whereas Crouching Tigron now deals 700 damage upon landing. I've never seen this being used to great effect, or any effect for that matter, especially with how clunky Crouching Tigron felt on his release. Like, in this state, this has to be virtually one of the worst talents I've ever seen. Like, there's just no way you're hitting this. It's not like Buck's Bounce House. The jump is so slow. There's no way, right? 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 Let me know in the comments, Tiberius mains. Moving on to usual talent balance, we have a ton of changes across the board here, starting with Ashe getting a change to all 3 of her talents, her Battering Ram receiving reduced damage reduction from 90% to 75%, her Fortress Breaker getting reduced shield health by a whole 1,000, and her Slug Shot now, once again like it used to, increases her burst cannon's damage. Now this was alongside a nerf to her base burst cannon, whereas it used to do 400 damage, but it went down to 360. Thus this little change was a cheeky way to preserve that original damage in Slug Shot, whereas her base burst cannon's damage obviously went down to 360 as opposed to 400. And well, if you want the original damage, just go ahead and use Slug Shot. A couple of Barracks talents got changed. His Tinkerin got reduced damage from 560 to 480, and his Fortify got his shield health increase reduced by a whole 1,000. Although keep in mind that ever since Cards Unbound reverted, it looks as though this talent was changed from the previously recorded 4,000 health on the shield down to 3,000, as there was a few that didn't stay on their original value when coming out of Cards Unbound. A few of them were given like shadow nerfs or shadow buffs that just weren't talked about at all, that of course we end up running into when we find them being changed again later. Fernando's Scorch got changed to where it now deals 30% more damage to the first target hit, but reduce the damage increase on subsequent targets hit from 45% to 20%, and this is a reversion almost to the exact number of its previous change. Like, I get that the effect it had before this change expounded upon what Fireball does, but better, as opposed to just encouraging you to use Fireball raw, but let's be real, it needed that consistent damage on the first hit to be picked. Like, there was just no way it would be picked otherwise. Inara's boring-ass Tremors was now reworked, to where Impasse now has 2 charges, and its cooldown is reduced to 12 seconds, but you are unable to destroy your walls. This talent was the mediocre one of her 3 for so long. I played Inara a lot back in the day, and I don't even know if it was good or not. I just mean it was really boring. I'm also pretty sure that this is one of the last, if not the last, reworks for any talents that just lower the cooldown of an ability, and that's it. Like I've said before, there used to be a surprising amount of them, and I'm sure glad they got more interesting. That being said, this is also somehow back in 2020, the final change this talent would ever receive. Khan's Storm of Bullets no longer provides 10 extra ammo. Makoa's Pluck, which I should specify here, coming out of Cards Unbound again, like I said earlier, it looks like this one was changed from the previous 70% to 65%. Not that that really matters here, considering on this patch it got increased bonus damage from 65% to 75%. Makoa's Leviathan as well had its CC immunity that it previously had on Ancient Rage removed, considering that CC immunity was given to Makoa at base. The thing is, that leaves this talent with just increasing his base health by 600. Like, what the hell, dude? That's not a lot. That feels like a normal ass loadout card. And I guess even weirder, because doing a bit more research, apparently this is actually not true. It's 500 health. So not only did they get rid of the previous effect, making it only increase your health, they nerfed that health. This legitimately feels like a loadout card at like level 5 or 4. I don't know. I just keep touching this thing. I don't understand. I never did. It's such a weird card, dude. Ruckus's Flux Generator got a reduction to the shield health increase from the previous 50%, aka 1,250, to a flat 1,000 instead. And his Rocket Barrage got completely reworked. Whereas this new effect is increase your missile launcher's area of effect from the base 15 units to 25 units. Or by how it would be referred to in the talent description, 66%. And this rework is once again the final change this talent would ever receive. Thorvald's Thanks Grandpa also got reworked, with this new effect being increased protection protections shield health by 500. After the removal of the CC reduction a while ago, this talent definitely felt like it needed something, but him going forward, him at his best was due to this talent. And this is effectively how his talent works today. Alongside that, his direct current was also reworked, so this new effect being nullifies range is doubled. And this is not effectively, but literally how this talent works today, as again, this is the final change this talent would ever receive. And lastly, his field study got a reduced damage increase from 15% to 10%. And once more, we have 2 for 2 here. This is again the last change this talent would ever receive, and it remains as one of the few ally damage boosting things in the entire game, as at this point most of those things have been cycled out of the game entirely. Now, Furious Solar Blessing received a reduction to the speed of Pyre Strike by 30%, as well as a reduction to the healing per tick from 300 to 150. This talent was very often compared to just having a Grover ultimate on a basic cooldown. Like, the healing tick speed was absurd, and despite the fact that this patch literally halved it, it didn't really change how good it was, as it was still a nerfed Grover ult that you could literally spam. Speaking of Grover, his Rampant Blooming got a healing nerf, and his Deep Roots received an increased bounce distance by 5%, or from 20 units to 22 units. Io got changes to everything, starting with Goddess's Blessing, got his damage reduction reduced, as well as her lifelink getting its healing per second reduced as well. Her Sacrifice got a unique change, whereas it states that now it resets the cooldown on Luna's deploy. Now, I don't 100% know what that means,
And upon further research, I still don't know what I still don't know what it means. If anyone wants to tell me what the heck they're talking about here, feel free. I had 2 initial theories that I tested out in Tempest. Both of them were wrong, so let's just move on.
Genesis, the Power Cosmium, got some increased damage, while Damba's Makono's Curse was completely reworked and renamed to Ripened Gourd, which actually technically isn't a renaming. This is a return of the original Ripened Gourd, which, in case you didn't know, Ripened Gourd was one of Maldamba's original talents that he received when talents were first introduced. Back then, all Gourd did was slow enemies, but this time its new effect is Gourd no longer damages enemies, but its healing effects are doubled. It's pretty cool to see Rep and Gourd come back, but like, also damn, legitimately, Makono's Curse was just too swag. Makono's Wrath was just more versatile and useful, and I feel like the only reason Makono's Curse lasted as long as it did was because it was a fan favorite. Like, it was so sick, dude. But yeah, the talent would go on to be the spiritual successor of the classic Ripened Gourd legendary, and even take its name. So effectively what happened here was Makono's Curse was removed and Ripened Gourd was added back. Pretty cool, or at least I thought it was cool. While Damba's Spirit's Chosen as well got its additional healing reduced by a whole 100. This is the first change it received since the Restructure back in Chapter 2 in OB54. So yeah, it's been around 3 years since this got any changes. Pip's Combat Medic got his healing reduced by 50, and his Catalyst got the damage increase reduced from 40% to 30%. And I feel like this must be becoming super rare by now, but this is the very first change this talent would ever receive. The funny thing being that, spoiler, this would eventually change back to 40%, and that's how we know this talent today, meaning that they apparently nailed it all the way back there in 2017 when legendaries were first introduced, or maybe even earlier considering it was in his kit before legendaries even existed. Buck's Ensnare got his bonus damage decreased by 10%, but got the duration of the bonus damage increased from 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds. This is the first change that Ensnare would receive since Buck got his general rework years prior. Moji got a change to everything. Her snack attacks health drops are now visible and able to be picked up by teammates, but the healing per health drop was reduced from 800 to 600. Her Boom Boom reduced that magic mark explosion damage from 100% of the original damage to 75%, and her Toot now applies its healing as a single application heal over time rather than a persistent cloud. Moji's talent changes are always so confusing for some reason. I feel so nothing when I read these. Like, it's literally in one ear and out the other for some reason. I feel like anyone who doesn't play Moji like me and has tried to view any of her changes can probably sympathize. Sky's Healing Sky Smoke and Dagger talent got reduced healing from 400 per second to 190 per second. I guess it was good somehow. Bit of BTS confusion there, so small correction, it was actually 200 per second. But Sky now also applies her smokescreen loadout card benefits to allies within the smokescreen, which I think is pretty cool. Plus, the duration of smokescreen was increased by 1 second. So yeah, apparently this talent was actually doing quite well. But yeah, I never had the gonads to actually try it. Invisible Smoke Spam Flank Healer wasn't exactly on my bucket list when I signed up to play her like 8 years ago. Yeah, I'm good. I'll stick with debilitate. Zin's Yomi got its extended range and piercing effect completely removed, so now it solely deals the 150 more damage. This is also this talent's first change since its OB64 introduction, and its Smolder got reduced healing per second from 33% to 25%. Reminder, this talent's last change was that it was buffed from 20% to 33%, so this really feels like a, sorry, overzealous kind of moment. Also, I've just realized that for some reason this patch, we're going through Champions talent changes roll by roll for some reason. Cassie's Big Game got its additional maximum health damage reduced from 10% to 8%, which, you know, it was pretty volatile in the matchups you bring it out for, so fair enough. Also, this is one of the patches, or maybe the patch that got rid of infinite dodge rolling, I think. So, the obligatory Cassie main, no. Anyway, Leon's Precision got its bonus damage per stack increased, but its maximum possible stacks reduced. Still a buff though, as overall, the damage stacked to higher faster. Charlen's Recurve, again, another very rare talent that has never received a change before this point, got its draw time reduction increased from 15% 15% to 25%. His explosive arrows were reworked, except not really at all, kinda. Okay, well, their identity was completely changed as they were now renamed to Sand Trap, with their quote-unquote new effect being crippling arrow now explodes in a 20-unit radius area, dealing an additional 100 damage and crippling all enemies for 1 second. So it's like definitely a little bit different, but effectively, gameplay-wise, is the same thing. The arrow freaking explodes, alright? His Desert Shadow as well got, I want to say reworked, even though it doesn't say in the notes here, but it 100% was going by their criteria they've used before. It was renamed to Desert Silence, and its new effect was that crippling arrow now silences enemies, and it reduces the base silence from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds. I don't care what that thing at the end means, or that means Shaolin now has 2 crippling arrow talents. All that I know is that Desert Shadow is no longer a thing, and that makes me very happy. Seriously, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Going through all this stuff has uncovered some really hidden trauma I did not know I had around this talent. Like every time it comes up, I get shivers and actual dread. It's been really weird. Like not to get personal, but it creeps me out. Dealing with it was overbearing as hell, and I never knew I had that response to it until now. Strix's unauthorized use got his flare damage decreased from 400% to 250%, and his crack shot was reworked and renamed to Elemental Bullet. I'll get back to that later. Its new effect is that Talon Rifle now applies an additional 50 damage over 3 seconds to enemies hit. This damage refreshes on additional hits, but Talon Rifle can no longer headshot. Now, I do not remember a single word of this. It actually feels like some kind of April Fool's thing, because I've never heard of Elemental Bullet in my life, I swear. But that's not the weirdest thing. The strangest thing is that I looked ahead and this name is just kind of ignored. Like they keep the effect listed here, but they just keep calling it Crack Shot. Never Elemental Bullet. So like, what? In retrospect, this is definitely a PTS thing before the community and or developers decided to scrap it in favor of good old-fashioned Crack Shot, but I'm pretty sure this is the single instance of a talent's name just being completely scrapped. And I just cannot undersell the amount of absolute confusion that I had while doing research and running into freaking Elemental Bullet, knowing full well that Crack Shot lasted longer than this because I played at the time. Absolute fever dream type beat. Completely forgot this little discrepancy existed. Victor's cardio got his healing per second reduced by 100. Vivian's Suspect Everyone was finally reworked, which kind of makes sense considering her other sensor drone talent. Booby Trap was definitely the preferred one. Like the amount that I actually remember the original Suspect Everyone, I would have assumed that it would have been reworked way earlier. In any case, its new effect was Deflector Shield's health is increased by 350 and its cooldown is halved if destroyed by an enemy. This effect can only occur once every 9 seconds. This was a Suspect Everyone's very first change. And finally for this patch, Willow's Blast Flower had a reduced duration from 5 seconds to 3 seconds and reduced bonus damage from 100 to 80. And by finally, I mean not quite. We saw one last change for Tyra. It wasn't in the patch notes at all as far as I could tell, and I was only able to find it due to backtracking and brute forcing it with Tempest, but this change is for Tyra's Burn Monster, whereas the increased damage it dealt was decreased from 50% to 30%. However, it now also applies a 60% healing reduction effect. Strange that this one was left out of the patch notes. Seems like a pretty big one for a pretty big talent. Okay, hey, it's future me again for the second time. There was actually another talent that was changed that wasn't mentioned that I found a long time later doing the exact same method. Ying's Life Exchange got a healing nerf from 800 to 700, and that is it. This patch apparently had a bunch that were left out, so if there's another one, I'll put it right here. You'll be able to tell at this point if it's there yet. This was a big one, and this patch had a lot of PTS cycles and changes, so hopefully I got all the info right here. But either way, we are moving on to 3.2 Sands of Myth, released March 4th of 2020. No new characters, so to balance, BK's Royal Subjects now has a unique damage fall-off curve, and also it states that players were previously able to get increased damage on sticky bomb detonations at the same distance from the target compared to base. And I'm not going to pretend for a second that I know what that means, so we're just going to move on. Furious Cherish got reduced bonus healing again. Grok's Spirits Domain got a pretty massive reduction to Lightning Staff's healing. Must have been pretty busted. And his Totemic Ward got a semi-rework, with its quote-unquote new effect being gain a third charge of Healing Totem and increase their healing by 20%. So basically, it exchanged a CC immunity for another charge of Healing Totem. I really don't feel like this was a rework, but it said it was in the patch notes, so who am I to say it isn't, I guess. Keep in mind that this change was made alongside a lot of buffs to Healing Totem itself, which included giving Grok 2 charges of Healing Totem at base, hence the apparent third charge in the talent's description. Quokka's Adrenaline Junkie got, and I quote, increased damage threshold per energy point from 70 to 80. In other words, he would need to deal 80 damage to get a single point of energy back. So in other words, this is a nerf. Rom's Enforcer got his damage reduction reduced from 75% to 50%, which yeah, I do remember Rom just jogging all over the place and being really hard to deal with. This really wasn't an Ash battering ram situation. His was definitely a lot better. And that kind of DR, like 75% for something so active, was fun, but pretty messed up. I'm not gonna lie. Sky's Smoke and Dagger, which got a bunch of changes last patch, immediately gets another one here. They removed the 1 second duration increase because Skye can't have nice things, and they reduced the allies healing per second from 200 to 150. Even when she's a healer, she can't have nice things. This guy is so funny, dude. And finally, Zin got a couple changes. His Guillotine had its damage immunity removed. Nice. Thank you. And his Smolder got his healing per second with Billow reduced from 25% to 15%. Again, nice. Thank you. This is how this talent would remain for the rest of time.
At the end of this patch here, something I did miss was they kind of inferred a change without actually specifically saying it. But basically, Ash's Flak Cannon, you know, her primary, had its damage actually reverted back to 400. And since Ash's Slug Shot talent previously had the effect of changing her damage to be 400 as a response to last patch's nerf, this Slug Shot effect was almost shadow removed.
Moving on to version 3.3, Darkness and Dragons. Released April 29th of 2020, we see the introduction of Corvus, with the first of his talents being Dark Gifts, whereas your marked ally gains 15% crowd control reduction, 10% cooldown reduction, 15% reload speed increase, and they are healed for 50 every 1 second. Holy cow, that's a lot of things. His second was Spreading Influence, whereas decreased the percentage of healing given to marked targets by 15%, so you can have 2 marks out at one time. His last talent was Stunning Visage, whereas enemies hit with projection are stunned for 1 second, and any enemy caught between you and your projection when you teleport takes 600 damage. That was a weird one to say for some reason. Moving on to balance, once again this patch sorted all the balancing by role for some reason, and not even in the same order as last time, so bear with me. Shaolin's Sand Trap got his damage increased from 100 to 300, effectively making it almost exactly the same as its previous Exploding Arrow talent that it was 2 patches prior. Like, why did they even change the name? I don't understand. As well as Desert Silence got his silence duration increased. In retrospect, this is a pretty odd talent just because it used to be a withdraw talent and was changed into another Crippling Arrow talent, alongside the fact that Sand Trap was generally favored in the player base, I would assume, which is more than likely why we don't see Desert Silence in Shaolin's kit today. Vivian's Opportunity and Chaos got reduced bonus damage from 20% to 10%, and I lament this change. Again, this is one of my favorite talents ever. Don't ask me why, it's just funny. Alongside that, this is also the first and only change this talent would ever receive. Grok's Spirit's Domain got his healing per second increased, rolling back a bit of that pretty harsh nerf this talent got last patch. And lastly, Maldamba's Chosen got its initial heal increased by 20. Again, a bit of a retroactive rolling back of its last change, albeit to a lesser extent. This was made alongside a buff to Maldamba's general healing at base. Moving on to version 3.4, Radiant Stars, released July 29th of 2020. Again, no characters to straighten to balance. Fernando's Aegis reduced the cooldown of his shield by an additional 2 seconds. Makoa got basically a new effect completely. I'll just read them all here real quick. Leviathan now increases your ultimate charge rate by 15% and your maximum health by 500. Using Ancient Rage resets the cooldown of Dredge Anchor and Shell Spin. Oh my gosh. I keep saying this, it just feels silly. Like, if it's so damn hard to balance, just rework it and make another talent. I do not understand their mindset behind this talent. I can't tell if I love it or I hate it. I think I love it, but it's just weird. Either way, it's just weird. Why does this talent still exist? Rom's Subservience now states that his effects now go through walls. Kinda like how Grover's Blossom was changed somewhat recently around this time. I've always felt like this kind of large-scale AoE healing should have went through walls to begin with, which was eventually what most, if not all of them, were changed to be over time. Grok's Totemic Ward got his healing increased, and his Spirit's Domain also got his healing increased again. Going back on that harsh nerf they gave this talent a second time, Maldamba's Spirit's Chosen got increased healing again. And like, what the heck, these past 2 talents got literally the same buffs last patch. What's going on here? Pip's Combat Medic now made it so that hitting yourself with Potion Launcher will no longer damage you or apply knockback to you, which is a nice little quality of life there. Ceres's Mortal Reach got a semi-rework, but not really. Whereas the range of Restore Soul is still increased by 300%, but instead of its duration being increased by 1 second, the rate of which it heals is increased by 17%. And after 3 years, this is Mortal Reach's very first change since Ceres was introduced. Buck's Bulk Up saw a small nerf to its initial heal, reduced by 200. Lex's Discovery got that 15 seconds of cooldown reduction from Retribution removed. This being because the same patch at base, Retribution's cooldown was already reduced all the way down from 30 seconds to a mere 6. So that 15-second cooldown, yeah, that can go. Moving on to patch 3.5, Vora's Pact, released October 28th of 2020. As if it's not obvious enough, this is where we see the introduction of Vora, one of the rare new quote-unquote characters, not base roster characters, that I actually ended up playing a lot of, with the first of her talents being Deafening Silence, whereas Obliteration now silences enemies hit for 1.5 seconds, being used very little as contrasting to the opposing two. She also had Relentless Presence, whereas Tendril gains a second charge, which was definitely the most common talent talent picked by new Vora players. And lastly, Unyielding Pressure, whereas your Dark Siphon now deals an additional 10% of the target's maximum health as damage over 1.5 seconds. Despite this talent being eventually one of her more popular talents and definitely the best one in my opinion, or at least out of the ones she had on release, this talent would go on to receive 0 changes for the entirety of Vora's existence. In other words, the state it was in then is still the state that it's in now. I don't know, I think it's pretty interesting. Moving on to balance, Androxus's Cursed Revolver got increased damage fall off, basically undoing the last change to its damage fall off as far as I can tell. Imani's Pyromania got a semi-rework, whereas its quote-unquote new effect now causes all of your pyroballs to deal damage in an area as opposed to every third shot. However, the damage of a fully charged shot was reduced from 1000 to 800, and that explosion area was reduced from 30 units to 20 units. Imani's very first talent change, changing Pyromania into the talent much more resembling its current state. Inara's Mother's Grace got its damage reduction reduced. It's been a while since we've seen this talent, but yeah. Earthen Guard has always been powerful with Mother's Grace, and thus Mother's Grace has pretty much always been her go-to for most situations. Like, I've played Inara forever, it's always seemed like Mother's Grace is at least a somewhat consistent fallback option, if not just her straight up go-to. Pip's Combat Medic had its healing increased again for basically the 3rd time in a row if it weren't for that no self knockback change. Pip's Catalyst as well had the duration of its bonus damage increased by 1 second. And lastly, for version 3, Victor's Burst Mode had a myriad of small changes. I'll go through them very quickly. His damage per shot was reduced, his damage fall off was increased, and his fall off threshold was reduced. So nerfs all around. I was still mad at this point that they got rid of Firefight, so I remember mildly reveling in any kind of nerf this talent would receive. I don't really know why. I've never really liked this talent. I don't actually have a good reason. I've just never liked it. And from patch 3.5, we jump to patch 4.1, the Eternal Pyre, released on January 6th of 2021. And despite suddenly being a whole new version here, you know, version 4, we have no new characters and only a single balancing change to talents. Shaolin's Sand Trap now reduces the duration of its cripple by 1 second. But whoops, turns out I lied. There was actually another secret change that was not mentioned anywhere. As far as I can tell, there was no hotfixes, so it's not mentioning must have just been a little BTS mix-up or something. But the change was a pretty damn potent one to leave out. It was for Furia's Exterminate, causing it to now deal 100% damage to the enemies it hits, which is a crazy thing to leave out of the patch notes. Are you kidding me? And with that, moving right along to 4.2, Calamity, released on February 3rd of 2021. It was somewhere around this point in early 2021 where I, after a general hiatus, would start coming back to the game and interacting with the changes a wee bit more. So maybe I'll have a few more personal memories at this point. We'll see. In any case, it is here that we see the introduction of Yagoroth, with the first of her talents being Corrosive Acid, whereas it states augment your acid, increasing the damage done by Caustic Spray to 48, the damage of acid pools to 40, and increase the movement speed of allies within your acid pools by 20%. Her second was A Sight Begets Strength, whereas allies within range of your primal vision gain a stackable 125 health shield and 15% increased movement speed for 4 seconds every time you pulse. Lastly, she had Unnatural Persistence, whereas heal for 25 every 0.25 seconds while on an objective and for 1 second after leaving the objective, and this effect increases the longer you maintain it, up to 65 every 0.25 seconds. I definitely don't recall this last one being that well used, since its concept is kind of antithetical to how you need to play here, but I do remember a lot of people like complaining or being terrified at the prospect of like this plus a Furia Solar Blessing Pocket or something, which as far as I know never really was a problem because, you know, Cauterize still existed as an item you could buy at any time. I don't know, this is just a thing that I remember people oversimplifying a lot for the sake of just being overly negative. People definitely looked at this like Unnatural Persistence plus Yagoroth plus a Pocket Solar Blessing Healer equals instant win. Moving on to balance, Atlas's Unstable Fissure got increased a very benign amount, this also being Atlas's first ever talent change. Barrick's Architectonics and Tinkerin both got buffed, whereas at this point Tinkerin has gotten so many innocuous little changes that it's getting a little bit absurd at this point. Corvus's Dark Gifts and Stunning Visage both got some various number tweaks for buffs, whereas a Spreading Influence received a small nerf as it was his most picked at the time and generally perceived to be his best. Furia's Exterminate got a strange little damage buff, whereas it states that it now increases the damage per tick players under Pyre Strike take from 20 every 0.05 seconds to 40 every 0.05 seconds, or as it would more simply be described as later, deals 100% more damage. So in other words, it is not a buff, it actually just scales up to the bonus damage that it already had. Luna's Life Link states that it increased the healing per second around Luna from 200 to 300. I keep on seeing them roll back on previous nerfs or buffs to healing talents specifically for some reason. It's a strange pattern. Sacrifice got an internal cooldown reduction. Genesis Luminary got its damage increase reduced, which is the first ever actual numbers change this talent would ever receive despite being relatively controversial. Kinessa's steady aim had a funny little change where it reduces the time limit for the bonus damage to occur, which the only reason I'm specifying is because this is basically another revision of a previous change that happened many years ago, which I always just find funny. This talent's extra damage was also nerfed as well. Honestly, it might just be because a lot of these talents that have received changes that kind of roll back on previous changes have just existed for so long that they have just started converging backwards in balance, accidentally treading on ground they've already walked on, but just suits the current meta better. Or perhaps the more likely option that it's just been long enough to where new devs now exist and no one knows they're accidentally reverting old changes. Koga's Blood Reaper got a buff to its damage, its speed, and now increases ultimate charge rate by 15%. Okay, well, it turns out that last change was actually scrapped after the BTS, so no ultimate charge rate increase, but those two previous changes were very real, and not only that, these changes were the final changes this talent would ever receive, being one of the very rare ultimate talents to still be in the game today. Leon's Precision got increased total stacks from 4 to 5, which is another revision of his last change, and Makoa's Leviathan got its ultimate charge rate increased. Okay, finally not a revision here, just another goofy change to Leviathan in the ongoing effort to make this talent somewhat consistently viable. Moji's Snack Attack got increased health of pickups from 600 to 900, which is back to another revision. It keeps on being revisions to literally the talent's last change. This is getting weird. Even though this revision here isn't perfect, it's overshot by 100. Pip's Mega Potion, which we haven't seen in a while by the way, actually got a bit of a healing increase, which is its very first actual numbers change, whereas its previous and only other change 4 years prior was just to make the actual projectile smaller for some reason. Rom's Enforcer got reduced damage reduction by 10%. Ruckus's Flux Generator got buffed, and by the way, we're back to another revision here. Tactfully off the mark a little bit by 50. Ceres's Mortal Reach got a healing buff. Terminus's Undying got a slight threshold buff, which I almost forgot this kind of uninspired feeling talent still existed. You know, the random numbers thrown around type talents that I occasionally talk about, which I'm kind of surprised they weren't actually all filtered out at this point. Tiberius's Vicious Assault got damage buffed. Suffice it to say, this talent still sucked. Torvald's Thanks Grandpa got a shielding nerf, and suffice it to say, this talent was still good. And Willow's Nightshade got a damage buff by 150. And that was it for 4.2, though those weird one-for-one almost reversion changes were really rampant this patch. That was really odd. Moving on to 4.3, Indomitable, released March 31st of 2021, we saw the introduction of Octavia, with her first talent being Asymmetrical Warfare, whereas Distortion Field now damages enemies for 125 damage every 0.5 seconds for the duration of Distortion Field, as well as it heals allies for 100 every 0.5 seconds while inside the field. Now, if you're wondering why I said increased healing by 100 as opposed to 75 like it shows in the talent description here, that is because this is another rare example of just the talent description being wrong, and being wrong for years. Whereas despite the description stating that it healed for 75 every 0.5 seconds, it instead healed for 100 every 0.5 seconds in the actual game itself. And this was, I would say, probably never really noticed just because nobody played the talent. It was very difficult to find any gameplay of this talent online before 5.2, in which case it got its next change. But previous to that, it was always incorrectly listed as healing for 75 health, continuing to be listed as such for a year and 2 days to be specific. Her second talent was Display of Force, whereas enemies are rooted in place for 1.5 seconds when they are hit by the pre-fire beam of Creeping Barrage, and Creeping Barrage itself deals 1,450 damage. This talent is notable because it would straight up go on to never be changed ever. This is still the talent you see in the game today, only 4 years earlier. And her last talent was Hell or High Water, whereas upon landing with the ability Commanding Leap, create a small pool underneath you that will heal both you and allies for 600 health over 1.5 seconds. Octavia's ammo is not consumed while standing inside that field. I feel like talents are getting so much more wordy over time. Is it just me? I don't think it's just me. In any case, this patch has a single talent change, giving Yeggorath's Corrosive Acid a damage nerf. This was alongside an overall damage nerf for Yeggorath as she was overperforming on her release, and with this talent generally performing the best. And next we see version 4.4 Shadows, released May 26th of 2021. This of course was the introduction of Vatu, with Vatu's first talent being Enveloping Shadows, whereas reduce the cooldown of your basic abilities by 15% after hitting an enemy with at least one kunai. This can be activated only a single time per throw. At launch we saw this one the most for sure. It was easily considered his best. Second was his Omnipresence, whereas Ambush gains an additional charge and can now be used on allies. Definitely an underused one on his launch, and despite that, this talent would go on to sport a grand total of 0 changes from its introduction to the modern day. And through all of it, it's probably always been considered his weakest talent from what I've been able to tell. And lastly, he had unerring, I'll go with that, whereas increased the explosion radius of shadow bombs by 5 units, and they now home onto enemies. Also, apparently, in case you didn't know, units directly transfer into feet, just in case I never said it before, which I don't think I ever did, which probably would have been useful earlier, so Whoops. Anyway, talent balance. Furia's Exterminate got its extra damage reduced, with Exterminate in general definitely starting to show its fangs here. I'd say that if Beta had its big 3 infamous legendaries in my opinion, I could see Exterminate ending up on a most infamous post full release talents list. Grover's Deep Roots got nerfs, both to how much the rooting can bounce and the rooting range, which is a small reversion to this talent's previous change, and Zin's Guillotine now does reduced damage, specifically now doing 20% with each hit, effectively doing 100% of your health overall, and thus making it much easier to counter with healing. This patch also removed its ultimate charge rate increase. Moving on to patch 4.5, the Genlock patch, released July 21st of 2021, Rey was introduced here, with her first talent being Extension, whereas increased the range in which Chain Heal bounces by 40%. Pretty solidly her most used talent on release for general healing, and interestingly would not last forever, unlike her other 2 talents, Focus, whereas Spirit Link's cooldown is increased to 7 seconds and only lasts for 4 seconds, but the effects are tripled, and Restraint, whereas the live version of Restraint is the one we're all familiar with, while Envelop is active and you are linked to an enemy, prevent them from healing. However, in the original patch notes, they actually had an interesting unused idea that they were going to use for Restraint, before it was, I assume anyway, scrapped after the BTS. The original unused version of Restraint was linking to an enemy with Spirit Link progressively slows the player for 3 seconds, and after those 3 seconds, the enemy is rooted for 1 second. Pretty obvious why they decided to change this, I think, but hey, I thought it was pretty cool to see the original concept. So moving on to talent balance, this patch would see a focus on talent changes to really shake things up, as according to them, some talents didn't provide much of an alter to a champion's initial playstyle, inhibited unhealthy playstyles, were underutilized, or some combination of those things, with very likely other miscellaneous reasons not specified as well. Either way, this patch we have a lot of reworks and semi-reworks to go over. Genos' Luminary is this patch's first rework, with its new effect being all allies already affected with Astral Mark are healed for an additional 250 health when you use Astral Mark on them again, reminding me of the very first version of that Maldamba talent. This also contributed to the devs' slow yet continual crusade to discontinue pretty much all forms of supporting damage increase. Furia's Solar Blessing got more like a minor alteration or something, with this quote-unquote new effect being Refiring Pyre Strike stops it in place, and any ally in his beam is healed for 100 every 0.05 seconds. So basically a hidden nerf behind a few functional changes that severely change how this talent could be utilized. Kinessa's old classic Eagle Eye, only to gain a single change ever, was reworked, with this new effect being Sniper Rifle gains increased fire and charge rate at the cost of reduced damage per shot, and while scoped, gains increased maneuverability. One of Kinessa's oldest and most classic basic talents that, similar to Androxus's old Heads Will Roll, was in dire need of modernization. In this case though, it was a modernization that definitely wouldn't last. Atlas's Unstable Fissure was reworked, with its new effect being Activating Second Chance also rewinds enemies within 40 units. I never liked the arbitrary damage this talent's old effect inflicted. It felt random and just kind of uninspired. This change, although still not my favorite of his talents, felt much more in line with what Atlas was all about, and saw much more use over time. His Temporal Divide's cooldown got increased even more. It was so big that the cooldown had to match it. And for Fernando, a couple of doozies here. Formidable, one of the final random numbers thrown around at different maximum healths or whatever talents, was finally reworked, with this new effect being you now have 2 charges of charge. That sounds stupid to say. Each charge deals an additional 100 damage, and you are CC immune while charging, but the cooldown of charge is increased to 13 seconds. This talent I feel like forever was like begging for some kind of rework. Most of those sorts of talents have been cycled out of the game at this point. It was changed into a talent that, although would remain exactly the same for the remainder of Fernando's entire existence, would unfortunately not see a huge amount of use, as it was on release heavily overshadowed by our next talent rework. His Aegis was reworked, with this new effect being your shield now uses a resource that regenerates over time instead of using a cooldown. The result of this being he was now able to get his shield up in a much more consistent and intuitive manner. This talent would become Fernando, if I'm not mistaken, for most of his continued existence. It was pretty rare to see a Fernando use anything but this talent. Fernando's Architectonics was reworked, with this new effect being Dome Shield now costs 35% ultimate charge and places a flamethrower turret with modified values and no shield. You can have 2 active at once. It was also renamed to Forge Fire. Again, a rework of one of a champion's most stable and consistent talents. This talent was with Barrack since legendaries were introduced, and is what Barrack relied on for a pretty large portion of that time, being changed of course into what we now know as Forge Fire, one of the, in my opinion, strangest ultimate base talents in the game that somehow still exists with generally the same functionality today. For real though, as an oldie and someone who doesn't even play Barrack, a Barrack without Architectonics as an option feels almost illegal. It feels wrong. In any case, as an addition, his Tinkerin's damage got messed with again. At this point, I'm pretty certain Tinkerin may just hold the record for the most changes out of any talent ever. Seriously, the changes this talent has had to its damage by itself is staggering comparatively. I'm also very confused at the champion order the patch notes are using here, so just bear with me here. Tiberius's Vicious Assault now grants an additional charge of Crouching Tigron, albeit reducing the damage on landing from 900 to 600 500 for some reason. This is nice, but I'll be real, making Crouching Tiger work offensively, like it needed to be less clunky. This would be rectified in a few ways in the future, but these attempts early on, if I recall, were relatively fruitless. This talent just wasn't picked up. Rock's Totemic Ward got pretty heavily nerfed, from 30% increased healing all the way down to 10%, which yeah, that 30% definitely seemed like a bit much, comparing that to most other talents that increase how many people can be healed at once. Like think of Ying's original Lifelike, or more modernly, Corvus's that I don't remember the name of. Those kinds of talents often reduce the base healing straight up. Not Grox though, in fact he increased it. Now Ying's Resonance got some love here. They increased the speed in which illusions travel and increased their explosion damage from 500 to 550. Nothing about this talent has ever been previously touched, like not even its description. There are a few talents still like that, but this keeps surprising me every time. This talent has waited a solid 4.5 years through OB64 through everything before gaining a single change. And that's not even mentioning this was not a well-used talent. Like it pretty much always needed buffs. That being said, I do recall one moment in time where it did flare up as a legitimate Ying damage strategy. I don't remember when that was, but it might have been due to this change. But yeah, on top of this being its first change, it's also the only change this talent would ever receive, with it still remaining in this state for the foreseeable future. Lex's Discovery got a very small nerf in comparison to everything else this patch, and Maeve's Rogue's Gambit got pretty massively buffed, increasing its damage and now reducing its cooldown. One of the few, if any, talents remaining that still retains its rather uninspired Cards Unbound random extra number that it needed for the scaling. In this case, increasing its damage that was actually buffed this patch. Moving on to 4.6, Trick Shot, released September 15th of 2021, where we see the introduction of Sati, with her first talent being Heads or Tails, with the goofy little effect of ricochet shots deal 200% more damage to shields, reveal enemies for 1 second, and heal Sati for 125 health. Now, I used this talent a lot for some reason, and to this day, I still don't really know why I did. It was definitely her worst. It kind of felt like a Maeve extra jump or full dodger situation for me, except for the fact that I actually did pretty alright with this talent. Like, I was a good Sati. Like, I was actually playing some competitive, doing highest damage and all that shit. I was doing good. By the way, over the course of this entire video, you can totally tell which champions I played by just how much I yap about their talents on their release. Her second talent was Improvise, whereas the decoy, quote unquote, is now more cost effective to use in battle. Your Dead Ringer decoy now costs 3 pips instead of 4 and will explode, dealing 500 damage to enemies within a 10-foot radius. Even if it wasn't her most used, likely a little less popular than her next talent, but it was really close. I played Sati a lot, and for some reason I was so offended at the obnoxious way it was spammed, to the point where even if I'm using other talents, I refuse to use the ability, the Dead Ringer ability, straight up. Again, even though I never used this talent, it legit gave me those Shaolin Desert Shadow flashbacks. It was rough. And lastly, she had Window of Opportunity, whereas Blast Back now knocks enemies straight up, and enemies take 20% more damage from Sati for 1.5 seconds. Definitely seemed to see the most use, as Sati enjoyed chilling in the back line. Having something to just immediately burst down intruding flankers was a no-brainer. I'm generalizing, obviously. It had plenty of other uses, but yeah. Down to talent balance, EV's Over the Moon got damage buffed, and it's been a long time since we've seen this talent, but this is the final change that Over the Moon would ever receive. Also, I realize I won't be able to say that for every single talent when they receive their final change, just because I might not notice, but I will do my best to mention it alongside all talents' final changes when I do notice. Fernando's Aegis got nerfed left, right, and center. I'm just gonna put the changes on screen. I'm not gonna read them all. Like I said, this was immediately the Fernando talent, so nerfs weren't coming, but even so, we would still see most Fernando's pick up Aegis as his best general use talent across the board. Grover's Deep Roots got a semi-rework again, with this new-ish effect being hitting an enemy with crippling throw will chain a lesser effect to up to 3 nearby enemies, slowing them for 35% for 2 seconds. I just realized it doesn't really say in the description that I just read, but it does still root the first person you hit and just slows everyone else. Ceres's Mortal Reach, after getting a healing buff on her last change, got a healing nerf here. Shaolin's Desert Silence had a few added effects, reducing the cooldown of Crippling Arrow and slowing enemies as well as silencing them. A few upgrades to help it compete with this other Crippling Arrow talent. Hi-Rez Mercy Kill had a damage decrease, which was a post-BTS change that I very nearly missed, and also happens to be the final change that Mercy Kill, another classic talent since the dawn of talents, would ever receive. Sky's Smoke and Dagger got healing nerfed, which still sounds weird to say for Sky, as well as causing Smokescreen to no longer apply invisibility. Apparently this talent was overperforming. Like, one of the first of very few times back in the day where Sky was actually decent, and it was fucking Healer Sky. This champion is this champion. Lastly, Vatu's Enveloping Shadows, as his very first talent balance, rather predictably got slightly nerfed. Moving on to version 4.7, Absolution, released November 10th of 2021, we saw the introduction of, in my opinion, probably the most forgettable champion in the entire game, Azan. I'm still curious, let me know if anyone actually mains this character. I'm not being mean, I'm honestly curious. His first talent was Persistence, not to be confused with Yagoroth's Unnatural Persistence. This one is, I assure you, very, very natural, with its effect being reduce the damage you take by 5% and gain 40% lifesteal on your hits with Judgment. And like with how overwhelming Azan was on release, this talent's consistency with no drawbacks unlike Azan's other talents caused it to be easily his most used early on. His second talent was Tempering, whereas Augment Reckoning, Sanctuary, and Conviction, but increased their base cooldown by 50%. This amount of very in-depth descriptions of what exactly has been augmented here is really reminding me of the old original Architectonics and Tinker and descriptions. Like seriously, you can't just say augmented and expect me to be enticed enough to pick it. And lastly, he had Eternal, whereas your ire no longer decays due to not taking or dealing damage, but you no longer gain the passive damage increase while above the ire threshold. Moving on to balance, Grok's Spirit's Domain got increased healing and now also increases the maximum ammo capacity by 15%, this talent receiving the slowest reversion of all time, being nerfed from 900 a while ago, then being buffed to 500, then 600, then 700, then 750. This is really funny to me. The funny thing being, spoilers, it will keep going. And Vatu's Enveloping Shadows got nerfed the same way again. Almost the exact same amount too. Now, despite the humor of me having no clue what Azan's Tempering talent even does, Tempering was altered post-PTS before the actual patch came out. And since they actually did give us all the info of what the talent actually did for the live version here, I'll lay it out on screen if you want to read it. It's a bunch of random stuff that I don't really feel like reading, so pause if you would like. I'm going to move on. Although there is worth mentioning that for this patch, there was also a hotfix that did actually do a bit of balancing to Azan just because of how absolutely oppressive he was at launch, but none of these changes concerned any talents, and thus it doesn't concern us. Moving on to version 5.1 Schism, released on January 26th of 2022. This is where 7 was introduced, with this first talent being Tribunal upgrades, whereas your heavy SMG now has 3 elemental effects, a fire-imbued mag dump that deals more damage over time, an electrically charged burst mode that reveals enemies and deals AoE damage, and an ice-infused automatic fire that slows enemies. Being kind of one of the, I want to say, cooler, gimmicky talents that, weren't very good back then. His second talent was Overcharge, where his Order 77, or rather his ultimate, is now overcharged. The ultimate will no longer fear enemies, but will instead deal 1100 damage after targeting an enemy for 1 second, and the ultimate charge rate is increased by 50%. A very interesting talent, let's say. And despite this champion being released quite a bit later in the game's lifespan, this talent would have some pretty interesting changes over time. And lastly, and most infamously, Spring Loaded, whereas using explosive dodge, drop an explosion where you land and take off from, as well as decreasing its cooldown by 35% and increasing its range by 25%. This was by far his most powerful talent. Without it, his movement was already arguably nothing we've ever seen before, and with it, he was the most maneuverable champion the game has ever seen, period. Bro was made to be the best character in the game, I swear. Now, realistically, this chapter's concept could pretty much apply to any point vaguely around this time, somewhere partway between Paladins' full release and the modern day, but either way, this is around the point where things just kind of begin to settle. There were no more major shakeups in store for talents as a whole, with the devs instead focusing on smaller changes for individual talents, attempting to strike the perfect chord of balance for each one, rather than the more grandiose, occasionally radical changes talents received in the early days. Back then, a talent might have been changed from a certain effect, dealing 50% of something, all the way down to 25%, whereas at this point, the same talent might be taken down from the 25% down to 20%, then maybe even back up to say 23%, and of course the usual Sisyphistic attempt to find the perfect balancing sweet spot. There were still plenty of experiments to be had, with reworks incoming and larger changes especially to new champions requiring equally new talents, but my point remains, alterations of the more drastic type were generally made more scarce, as the developers seemed to be aiming for a slower paced approach of listening to the community and putting together all the pieces that the open beta and initial release left us, with extremely varying results depending on who you ask, from this point until the end of the game's lifespan. First off, Azan's persistence got reduced lifesteal, and they straight up removed the damage reduction granted by this talent. Thank you. At this point, his sustain was already cracked. You just couldn't kill the guy. He did not need any more. Barrack's Forge Fire had its ultimate charge requirement increased, which this talent actually doing well enough to warrant a nerf is something that always takes me off guard. For Fernando, we got, oh boy, a bunch more Aegis stuff. Basically just complete nerfs across the board. It now took longer to start recharging at full speed after taking damage. They nerfed the amount it could recharge while it was active. They increased the amount of the shield you had to have recharged to bring it up again, and they nerfed its base shielding straight up. Yeah, I told you this talent was as everything. It was very good. Furious Cherish got such a small buff, it's almost comical. I would just love to know what they're thinking every single time they had to change this thing. Like, back in the day, 25%? Oh, that's way too good apparently, so let's nerf it down to 15%. Oh, it's bad now? Huh. Put it up to 20%, I guess. Huh, that's suddenly too high in the PTS? Okay, down to 18%, I guess. Balancing anything, but especially something like this, seems so fickle. I would never want to be in a situation like that. Grok's Totemic Ward got a healing buff. Genesis Luminary got a healing buff as well. Khan's Vortex Grip got increased stun duration. Leon's Alacrity not only got his cooldown reduction removed, it also had his base cooldown increased. I had to read this change like 3 times to actually figure out what it was. It looks almost exactly the same. But yeah, this is the very first and very last change this talent would ever receive. Pip's Combat Medic now also increased increases the fire rate of potion launcher by 10%. Now this is notable from like a historian standpoint. It's almost as if this new effect is combining the old and new versions of combat medic into one, as if you recall its previous effect was to increase your attack speed after healing someone, which just tickles the history part of my brain in all the right ways. Saudi's improvise was doing very well, so it got his pip reduction removed. However, its damage was increased and its explosion radius was doubled. For some reason the patch notes didn't specify the buffing of the damage or radius, so I definitely had to do some checking here, and this was indeed the patch that these changes occurred. Talus's inner strength no longer straight up reset the cooldown of overcharge and blitz upper, instead just reducing the cooldown of overcharge and blitz upper by 6 seconds when you teleport. This talent certainly felt like a staple for Talus beforehand, or at the very least it definitely made it a bit harder for me to figure out what talents I wanted to use for the little guy. It really jutted it down to be more in line with the other talents, as well as being the final change this talent would ever receive. And lastly, Vora's deafening silence had its silence duration increased, which it definitely didn't jostle any of my thoughts. I still didn't want to use this talent at all, as Vora was for once the champion I was playing the most at that point, and not Cassie. Next up we have version 5.2 titled Monster Cat, released March 23rd of 2022. Here is where we find the release of Betty La Bomba. Her first talent was Fiery Disposition, whereas explosive damage sets enemies on fire for 0.3% of their maximum health every 0.1 seconds for 1.5 seconds, and additional hits refresh the duration. Definitely her most used and annoying talent. Next was Controlled Fury, famous for being absolute shit, whereas reduce the range of hail of bombs by 50%, concentrating the explosions in a smaller area, because, you know, you'd want that, right? As well as reduce the cooldown of hail of bombs by 2 seconds. One of the most counterproductive talents that's still in the game today, and pretty infamous for that reason alone. In fact, this talent would go on to not receive a single change ever. The reduced cooldown by 2 seconds is probably the only reason I wouldn't for sure call it the worst talent to ever exist. And lastly, Gotta Bounce, whereas reduce the cooldown of explosive personality by 6 seconds, but reduce your movement speed by 15%. On to talent changes, Genesis Binary Star now shoots slower. Octavia's Asymmetric Warfare had an increase to its healing and damage. Also, they had a typo in the patch notes, mistakenly calling this talent Asymmetrical Warfare, which as a fellow human makes my brain light up a little bit in a relating yet amused fashion. Tyra's Burn Monster no longer cripples enemies. It was an absolute nightmare for flanks, tanks, and more, and just in general one of Tyra's most staple tools. Removing that cripple was a pretty major shakeup to what Tyra players had previously been used to. Alrighty, next up is 5.3, The Heart of Darkness, released on May 11th of 2022. It was in this patch that Lilith was introduced, with the first of her talents being Cursed Accord, whereas decreased damage output across all of her damaging abilities and in hand by 25%, while decreasing her blood cost on all abilities by 35% and increasing her healing output by 15% to all allies and herself. Her second talent was Maelstrom of Carnage, whereas Lilith casts the cloud, or rather her swarm, on herself and it moves with her. The ability cost is decreased by 25%, while the radius is increased by 30%, feeling sort of ish spiritually similar to Io's healing talent, where she turns Luna into basically a totem. Her last talent is Murderous Intent, whereas her projectile size is decreased by 20%, but now pierces enemies, dealing more damage for each subsequent enemy hit by 90 damage. Scorched Lilith definitely feels like nothing too crazy to comment on here for a support. A basic normal healing talent, a kind of gameplay changing healing talent, and a damage talent, right? Barracks Tinkerin got a damage nerf, and by that I mean a buff. It was buffed. This one in particular being quite funny because back in 2017, specifically OB61, this was the exact damage that it was nerfed to from its previous at the time, 650 damage. Betty's Gotta Bounce got a nerf to her cooldown reduction. Furia's Exterminate had a semi-rework. Again, it says it's a rework, but it's really not. A few champions have reworks like this. They really like throwing that word around, rework. In any case, its quote-unquote new effect is that when Pyre Strike hits an enemy, it stops moving until it ends and deals up to 100% more damage to enemies under it, with that damage increasing based on the number of hits they take, I assume from the beam. Even more specifically, it's stated that enemies gain 1 stack per hit of the beam, increasing the damage taken by 0.2 per stack, with a maximum of 50 stacks and starting at 50% increase, therefore adding up to the maximum of 100%. So yeah, not a rework at all, literally exactly the same as the previous effect, except it starts at 25% less damage and then ends at 25% more damage after a little while. Grok's Totemic Ward now also increases the radius of healing totem by 25%, which is functionally now the Totemic Ward that we know and love. Genesis Binary Star got buffed back to where it was before after that previous nerf it got, but it now reduces your clip size to 10. Khan's Leon's Shield now also increases the base recharge rate of your shield by 20, for a total of 120% of the, base non-talented version of shield. Kinessa's Eagle Eye was reworked into, you guessed it, another Oppressor Mines talent. Its new effect being you can have 2 additional Oppressor Mines out at one time, and you throw out 2 mines per use of the ability instead of 1. But Oppressor Mines with this talent now have the maximum lifetime of 6 seconds. This talent was also eventually renamed to Oppression, with with the absolute classic name of Kinessa's Eagle Eye being relegated down to a simple name of one of her loadout cards, and thus is the technical death of UGLIEST Talents, which despite its apparent underwhelmingness, considering it just got reworked, I liked the idea of this talent's previous functionality, and the fact that it was replaced by another mind talent that'll once again probably become disliked into oblivion was just kinda, I don't know, it was kinda lame in my opinion. So at this point, the effects of Ceres's Agony were actually applied to her base kit, which meant this was the first time that Ceres at base actually had some utility, which was pretty sick. Not to mention this was Ceres's second talent to now be incorporated into her base kit, and yes, I'm 100% keeping count. In any case, this means Ceres's Agony, of course, had to be reworked, with this new effect being, for each stack of Soul Orb detonated with Soul Rend, your next Restore Soul ignores 5% of anti-healing, up to 25% or 5 stacks, for up to 10 seconds. And this is convoluted as hell. I don't really think it was used that much, or at the very least, I certainly never did, let alone even really understood what it meant at the time. And for her Soul Collector, this was around the time when Soul Collector was suddenly good, and I mean suddenly. Like, Soul Collector was literally sitting there collecting dust rather than souls for years before it very suddenly became well used. I guess people just realized it was good. As a result, its maximum stacks were nerfed by 3. Tank Ceres was real, and it was a threat. Lastly, Yagoroth's Sight begets Strength, now also increases the cooldown of Primal Vision by 2 seconds. And moving on to 5.4, the Ruby patch, released June 29th of 2022. Androxus's Cursed Revolver effects were actually placed back into his base kit after a lot of years, the exact amount I don't care to find right now. Either way, that meant although technically this talent's old effects weren't removed, a whole new talent effect had to be made. As a result, it was of course reworked. So slap that rework effect on there, and this new effect was your revolver applies an effect that lasts for 2 seconds, dealing damage for 0.15 seconds, that increases in damage the longer it remains on the enemy, with this maximum damage per hit being 30. This one honestly felt particularly uninspired, kind of like Betty's Fiery Disposition, or even quote-unquote Elemental Bullet, but you know, for Androxus, despite it being just like those other ones that I mentioned, pretty damn good, as well as one of the more modern examples of a lost talent with a rather short lifespan. Spoilers. Furious Solar Blessing got a bunch of little changes that I'm going to put up on screen and not really talk about. I can't tell if these were buffs or nerfs or maybe quality of life stuff. It sure looks like buffs, but in any case, we're just going to move on to Grok and literally everything he has, starting with Spirit's Domain. His Spirit's Domain got a healing buff, and his Totemic Ward got the extra area reduced. And his Maelstrom now also increases the damage of Lightning Staff to 75. The reason being, this same patch, Grok's general primary was actually nerfed from dealing 75 damage to 70, meaning that, technically speaking, Maelstrom didn't even get buffed, it essentially just didn't get that nerf. Grover's Deep Roots was reworked again, with this new effect being Crippling Throw chains to nearby enemies up to 2 times, causing a healing aura to manifest around them, healing nearby enemies for 50 per 0.5 seconds, up to 2.5 seconds. What an utterly strange effect in this talent's uncertain history, albeit its lack of consistency I'm sure would be the reason it wouldn't last long. Now Grover's Rampant Blooming, his most classic basic healing talent, existent since the dawn of time, was reworked, with this new effect being heal for a burst of 500 and an additional 300 over 2 seconds at the location that you vine to. So essentially with both these talent reworks, their new effects were trying to make a whole separate healing ability for Grover. This new Rampant Blooming one though was actually a lot of fun and really good, giving him more consistent ways to heal, which folks have been wanting for ages for him at that point. It was kind of janky, but cool, not to mention leagues better than the Deep Roots rework. Kinessa's Oppression, on top of its already massive description, now also increases the cooldown of Oppressor Mines by 2 seconds. Pip's Mega Potion got a healing buff, and for his combat medic, they re-added the self-knockback inflicted by potion launcher shots with his talent equipped. But I should mention they didn't add back the damage that he normally takes when hitting himself with potion launcher, just the knockback. What an absolutely odd reversion. Rom's Subservience got a semi-rework, with its quote-unquote new effect being all of your living allies are healed for 2% of their maximum health for each soul harvested, and this actually applied to all allies regardless of range. A pretty cool way to make this talent more consistent. Ray's Restraint, her damage talent, now no longer causes Spirit Link to prioritize allies over enemies. Yeah, makes sense. Definitely a bit of an oversight there. Shaolin's Sand Trap now also increases the cooldown of Crippling Arrow by 1 second, and strangely in the patch notes, Crippling Arrow is referred to by its old name, Impaler Arrow, which it was changed from over 2 years prior. Whoops. Sky's Preparation was reworked, with this new effect being, while hidden is active, reduce the damage you take by 75% and increase your movement speed by 20%, but reduce the maximum duration of hidden to 3 seconds, and the duration cannot be increased. It's pretty sad to see this classic talent go, as it was one of the first little high points in Sky's rather bleak history of just sporadically being decent for 1 second of her life before whatever it was that made her decent was nerfed and then rendered unviable for years. This new effect here, although it be altered a ton, was the groundwork for what we recognize Preparation as today. Seven's ultimate talent Overcharge reduced the time before the damage occurs, and still, nobody used it. Victor's Burst mode got a small damage buff, and Ying's Life Exchange now reduces the cooldown of Shatter by 2 seconds if you miss a Shatter heal, making it feel a little bit more like a Moldamba heal. Moving on to 5.5, Constellations, released August
August 17th of 2022, we see the release of Caspian, with his first and best talent easily being measured cadence, and it was not close. It being fire a weaker copy of Rogue's Tempo forward from your crosshairs for every 6 ammo consumed. Rogue's Tempo was already likely his best tool, and this talent effectively just gave him more. And recall, with this version of measured cadence, the stun still applied on the little Rogue's Tempos, and alongside the fact that all of Rogue's Tempo's cards were also applied to those little things, this talent was incredible, causing neither of his other 2 talents to be used much at all in Caspian's early days. In any case, they were everywhere at once, whereas the cooldown of Deadly Momentum is permanently set to 5 seconds and cannot be changed, as well as gain 1 stack of piercing and sharp momentum for each enemy hit with Deadly Momentum. Pretty garbage. And it's got some heft, whereas increase the range of damage in War, but decrease its fire rate. War's attacks, aka his little sword attacks, now pierce enemies and deal an extra 20% damage to each enemy hit for each enemy hit in total with your attack. Caspian was actually one of the rare modern characters I've actually tried to play and get good at right on his release, and let me tell you, him in combination with the original version of measured cadence was by far the best character in the game, without question. He's a super funny character to me, especially back then. He's absolute shit before he has any stacks, and he's god tier when he has stacks. Except you could just skip the slow scaling up if he had the card that gives you more stacks while hitting Rogue's Tempo, and of course measured cadence just sends out more Rogue's Tempos, so you're almost always going to be in that high state of snowball potential. I remember in my second game that I ever played of him, I got a penta. He was ridiculous and would stay that way for a pretty long time. In that state, I know he was obnoxious. He was the most fun character in the game in my opinion. He was just hold forward the character. It was awesome. In any case, Androxus's Cursed Revolver got a bunch of changes. I'm pretty sure this was a buff. The damage ticked up faster, but the duration it could be out wasn't as long. So honestly, I can't tell if it was a buff or a nerf, but I do know that it was pretty good regardless after this change. Sky's Debilitate got the rate of which your poison bolts deal damage reduced from 100% to 75%. And like, Sky pretty much always relied on this talent above all others, but even so, Sky can't have nice things. And lastly, for this patch, Healing's Life Exchange, it got a healing increase by 100, and it no longer increases the cooldown of Shatter by 1 second. Okay, it turns out that last change didn't actually end up hitting the live servers, instead just the healing increase. Going on to patch 5.6, Last Remains, released October 12th of 2022, we see the introduction of Kasumi in her original loved by all state. If you know, you know. Her first talent was Empowered Curse, whereas increase your attack speed and movement speed by 5% per stack of Curse currently on enemies. This was her best for sure, as it accentuated the specific thing that she was good at and hated for, spamming her auto aim. Legitimately, especially for release Kasumi standards, she was being rewarded for holding down left click. Her second was Spirit Bombs, whereas Spirit Lures become timed mines that can no longer be reactivated, exploding a small duration after being triggered to deal damage, fear, and apply curse stacks, as well as your trap placement now has increased cooldown, albeit not a specified amount for some reason. And lastly, Unfinished Business, whereas extend the duration of body and soul for 1 second and heal for 70% of the damage your body took while traveling after the ability ends, unaffected by Cauterize, which is something that always makes my ears perk up a little bit just because of how good that effect usually is, but in this case, I recall almost everyone just using Empowered Curse instead, at least for the first patch or two. In any case, we have Androxus's Cursed Revolver again, and once again, I will simply slap the changes on screen, but basically it's a couple of reversions to its previous change as well as a couple nerfs. This is the third patch in a row this talent was messed with. There was a few inconsistencies with the numbers in various sources, so hopefully the numbers are correct. I'm not really that worried considering this talent will, spoilers, not be lasting much longer. BK's Royal Subjects now reduces his base ammo from 6 to 4, a pretty interesting way to nerf it if you ask me. Io's Life Link had increased healing, as well as a new effect that wasn't mentioned in any patch notes anywhere. It now reduces Moonlight's healing to 135 every 0.15 seconds, as opposed to her base 150. And these changes were actually a bit goofy at first because originally it appears that they were going to nerf Moonlight's healing to 135 and then buff it back to how it was prior in Goddess's Blessings talent only. What they did instead was keep her healing the same and then nerf it specifically only when you use Life Link, and hence the change that I just mentioned. Makoa's Leviathan gets the same treatment as always. It now increases movement speed by 20% for the duration of Ancient Rage, with the developer commentary saying the exact same thing as usual. Leviathan was underperforming in comparison to Makoa's other talents, so we hope this will blah blah blah. I'm not on a bandwagon to remove this talent, I'm just saying they've removed plenty of other talents for underperforming less. Now Pip's Mega Potion got a large healing nerf, however that additional healing may now be applied to Pip himself, which it wasn't previously able to of course, as well as causing Healing Potion to apply a stacking 200 health shield, in some sort of attempt to make this talent more interesting, or maybe up its usage, and hopefully it achieved that because this is the final change this talent would ever receive. Strix's Crack Shot got what feels like a rework, but they didn't say it was a rework, so I won't put the graphic up, to where this talent now reduces talent rifle's damage down to 900, they removed the headshot penalty, and this talent now grants perfect unscoped accuracy. Now this version of Elemental Bullet, Crack Shot, is one that I actually recall. This talent is a funny little evolution that it starts from here, steering away from this damage over time version into this lower damage yet zero inaccuracy talent we know today. Strix's Nocturnal as well now also grants 20% movement speed while stealthed, and this is the first change this talent would ever receive, which is crazy to say.
Torvald's Thanks Grandpa now reduces the cooldown of protection by 1 second,
Which is interesting to me since something in my brain refuses to think that this talent was ever truly bad.
7's Overcharge was reworked,
Whereas instead of overcharging your ultimate, it's overcharge your grappling hook now.
to now pull non-frontline champions to 7. Also reduced grappling hook's damage by 100, its charges by 1, and its cooldown by 2 seconds. This in general was alongside nerfs to his grappling hook, and totally getting rid of its ability to hook non-tanks towards himself at base, which was an incredibly good asset to have, alongside at the time being essentially a sniper with the most maneuverability in the game. Vora's Relentless Presence now increases Tendril's cooldown, which was interestingly alongside a buff to Vora's Vine at base, reducing its cooldown. And lastly, Yaggaroth's Sight Begets Strength got a reduction to her shielding per pulse from 125 to 90. And before version 6, we have a small patch in 5.7, Dawn Forge, released November 16th of 2022. Fernando's Scorch now reduces Fireball's cooldown and got a damage increase. Imani's Pyromania now also increases the mana generated by Pyreball. Inara's Mother's Grace now also increases her bonus healing by 20% while Earthen Guard is active. Maldamba's Spirit's Chosen got an actually fairly large healing increase for this era, alongside being this talent's final change ever, and Pip's Catalyst got increased bonus damage. So now we get to version 6.1, and we're actually getting pretty close to the end here. In case you didn't know, there's only 8 versions in the game currently, not to mention for the foreseeable future. So let's go ahead and move on to the introduction of Nyx, with the first of her talents being Show of Force, with his effects being Rift Slash now knocks back enemies hit by the projectile, and the resulting Abyssal Rift lasts 1 second longer. Certainly not the best effect, considering Rift Slash is supposed to hold people in the move, but hey, what do I know? Her second was Abyssal Breach, whereas enemies that pass through Abyssal Fortress are revealed and take 10% additional weapon damage from Nyx and all her allies for 3 seconds. Also reduce the cooldown of Abyssal Fortress by 2. This talent would continue to not be altered a single time, keeping this exact effect and stats to this day. Although considering we're nearing the end of the game's developmental lifespan, this whole never touched or altered status isn't going to be quite as interesting as previous ones might be, but it's still cool, so I'll still bring it up. Her last was Subjugation, whereas Royal Presence's reactivation now only hits the first enemy in its path, but its range is increased by 50% and it now roots the enemy for 3 seconds instead of pulling them. All of these talents would remain very similar to what we see in her talents today with only minor changes. So 6.1 also included the experimental introduction of keywords, being attributed to support champions' talents. They were introduced at a time when supports were powerful at pumping out both heals and damage, and these keywords were meant to make picking a talent more of a choice of playstyle, either committing to healing more, committing to damage more, or both but to a lesser extent, depending on which you chose. The keywords were as follows: Curative, Remedy, and Surgery. Cards with the curative keyword applied to them caused the champion to have increased healing done by 20% if that talent was picked. Cards with the keyword of Remedy applied to them, if picked, the talent caused the champion to have increased healing done by 10% and increased damage dealt by 5%. And if a talent had the keyword Surgery applied to it, it would see the champion have increased damage dealt by 10%. One of these keywords, either Curative, Remedy, or Surgery, was placed on each of a support champion's respective talents to more solidify their role as a support talent, damage talent, or kind of dual talent. At this point, keywords were very experimental, and the following are every champion that keywords were applied to this patch. Pip's Mega Potion received Remedy, the dual keyword. His Catalyst gained Surgery, the damage keyword, and his Combat Medic gained Curative, the healer keyword. Furia also had these keywords applied, whereas her Cherish gained Remedy, her Exterminate gained Surgery, and her Solar Blessing gained Curative. Grok got the... Ooh, I spelled Grok wrong. Grok gained these keywords as well, with Totemic Ward gaining Remedy, Spirit's Domain gaining Curative, and Maelstrom gaining Surgery. And lastly, Grover got them as well. Rampant Blooming gained Curative, Ferocity gained Surgery, and Deep Roots gained Remedy. Like I said, these were very experimental, so for the time being, they only put them on 4 champions. That being said, keywords were generally very divisive, and although they would stick around for a good while, if you're not familiar with them, that is because they certainly wouldn't last forever. In any case, keyword section over, now back to the actual balance this patch, and there is a few big ones here. Androxus's bleed version of Cursed Revolver was removed, or reworked or whatever, but for the sake of dramatic effect, I'm going to say removed, and was replaced with something that was super exciting in my opinion, the very first instance of a prodigal talent, if you will, and the grand return of Dark Stalker. With its original effect that had all the way back in 2017, Nether Step now has 3 separate charges and is no longer linked. It was hype as hell. The last time we saw this talent was all the way back in 2019's version 2.1, 4 years prior, back when I had the bastardized effect of dealing more damage to enemies below 50% health. This would be the very first time an old talent with this old effect returns back from being entirely removed. However, it would also not be the last. Azan's Tempering got his cooldown increase halved, making this talent significantly more functional and attractive, and Barrack's Tinkerin got a damage increase. I'm very confident this talent has had the most changes in the entire game, and that'll be put to the test soon enough, as after many years and way too many changes, this is, at long last, where the talent is finally laid to rest, with the damage value it gained this patch remaining true to the present day. That's right, No more tinkering. We're free. Fernando's Aegis got his shield health in general reduced, in which case I say thank goodness this talent has a simple description. There's a ton of numbers behind the scenes here I'm glad we don't have to look at every time we bring up this talent. Inara's Mother's Grace had his damage reduction increased by 5%. Genesis Binary Star now increases his ammo count to 15 instead of the previous 10, and Rom's Subservience got his healing reduced by 0.5%. Always interesting to see a healing talent for a non-support overperform enough to get a nerf, with this nerf being Subservience's final change into how we see this talent today. Now moving on to 6.2, titled the Emergence Community Patch. Okay, released March 29th of 2023. Now despite what its name might imply, this was a fairly large patch that was released midway through the usual patch cycle, implementing a few things and changing a bunch of stuff the community likely wouldn't shut up about. This would absolutely include a few pretty important talent changes. The first was Caspian's measured cadence, where as it states, the weaker rogue's tempo projectile no longer triggers cards. Now Caspian was dominant at this point, easily being one of the best champions if not straight up the best, and this change might not seem like much if you weren't there, but since Caspian was absurd once he got his stacks up, and these rogue's tempo cards were an extremely easy shortcut to getting his stacks up to maximum, this change would immediately drop the usefulness of this talent by a massive margin. This was also alongside a few alterations to make Caspian better with no stacks. This patch changed him to be a bit better with none, but also make him less overwhelming with max stacks. In any case, Kasumi's Empower Curse got a new effect, now increasing ultimate charge rate by 3% per stack instead of increasing attack speed per stack. And yeah, the attack speed increase allowed such a brain-dead game plan. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was fun too, but certainly more in a I'm gonna turn my brain off and stomp everyone below a certain skill level and there's nothing they can really do about it kind of way. This was just one change of many to reduce the effectiveness of public enemy number 1. Nyx's Show of Force saw a removal of the knockback on projectile direct hit, and now instead crippling enemies for 2 seconds on direct hit. And there we go. Realistically, this should have been it from the get-go. Like, based on how the ability was designed, knockback did not work. This should have been it from the get-go. Her subjugation would also get a reduced duration, bars, on the duration of the root. This would be subjugation's first and only change it would ever receive. 7's Spring Loaded now had reduced the cooldown reduction of explosive dodge from 35% to 30%, and just in general, the idea of previous to this patch, Kasumi, Caspian, and 7 running amok being the best they've ever been was truly a terrifying time to be a Paladins player. That's literally why I started playing Caspian, so at least I could understand and maybe keep up with one of these crazy powerful on-release champions. This patch hit all of them, and relatively hard too, making it so that at least a couple of them would never reach the heights they would see on their release again. Sky's Preparation got an interesting change to where it no longer increases her movement speed due to her actually receiving a passive this patch, causing her to simply always receive 20% increased movement speed while inside of any kind of stealth. Alongside that, it also states that your ammo is now reloaded when you cast Hidden. This change would effectively alter it to resemble the bastardized version of Preparation that we see in the game today. Like, I really miss the old Preparation, dude. Definitely a talent of its time, but yeah, it was too hype, it was too swag. In any case, moving on to 6.3, Midnight Masquerade. Released May 17th of 2023. Androxus's Defiant Fist got an increase to the, scaling of the bonus damage per shot by 5%. I've never really liked this talent at all, to be honest. At the times that it was good, the end result of it is that it would just kind of replace Godslayer's entire functionality, replacing it with a much easier way to regain his nether step. Like, with Godslayer, you had to hit his reversal in order to get your nether step back. With this talent though, all you need to do is spec into that card that resets your nether step if you punch somebody, and once this talent became the meta for Androxus, I really felt like it made his skill floor just plummet, making it as low if not lower than most of the champions released around that time. It wasn't fun. Wasn't a fan. For some reason I missed one, so it's me from the future recording again. Ash's Fortress Breaker got his shield health increased by 500. Furious Cherish and Solar Blessing actually got their keywords swapped. Meanwhile, both those talents got individual changes as well. Cherish got a healing nerf, and Solar Blessing got a functionality change, whereas it now applies a healing over time effect to enemies who pass through the beam for 1.5 seconds after leaving this radius. This healing over time does the usual healing that we're used to, however, they changed the application rate of that healing from 0.05 seconds to 0.1 seconds. This was in an attempt to make Solar Blessing more of the utility talent of the three, as opposed to what they were previously doing, attempting to make it more of the main healing talent than frickin' Cherish, the basic ass heal more with main healing talent. I don't know if that made sense, but this change definitely did. Moving on to patch 6.4, Anniversary, released June 21st of 2023. No new champions, so Atlas's Temporal Divide got his cooldown penalty reduced, however the duration of the shield was also reduced, so we could get it up more often, but it wouldn't last as long. And yeah, as far as I could tell, this is again one of my favorite talents ever, the final change that it would ever receive. PK's Royal Subjects, the subject of many discussions over time, got reworked, with this new effect being now grants a second charge on Poppy Bomb, but reduces Poppy Bomb's knockback effect against enemies by 40%. Definitely a little bit out of the blue, and mildly dangerously tapping into the Poppy Bomb talents of yesteryear, which those were the main reason he didn't have any Poppy Bomb talents for so long to begin with. The original Accelerant was crazy, albeit this one apparently wouldn't offend, as since this rework, this talent would never be changed again, remaining in this state for the rest of its existence. I for one though am glad that a Poppy Bomb talent exists in the game for when it ends. Even though he went many years without a Puppy Bomb talent, Bomb King never felt right to me without one. Grover's Rampant Blooming got healing nerfs overall, because despite its weirdness, this fine version of Rampant Blooming was actually doing really damn well. Leon's Precision got an increase to the duration of the stacks. Pip's Combat Medic got a healing reduction, which recall that this talent gained the whole curative keyword, meaning this talent technically had been buffed by receiving that, apparently by a little bit too much. Lastly, Yaggoth's Unnatural Persistence would receive its very first change, or changes rather, I'll put them on screen, making this talent have overall higher numbers, but due to them being stretched out over a longer amount of time, we're more susceptible to anti-heal, as yes, Cauterize at this point was no longer a thing. Now there was one more change not recorded for Nyx's Show of Force. I don't know if the change happened on this patch specifically, but I was able to narrow down it either happened to this patch, version 6.4, or the previous, version 6.3. It doesn't really matter either way, it's their own fault for not putting it in the damn patch notes. But yeah, either way, Nyx's Show of Force got his crippled duration reduced from 2 seconds to 1.25 seconds. This talent's final change, and Nyx's final talent change as a result. And now moving on to patch 6.5. Desert Omens, released August 16th of 2023, releasing the final champion that Paladins would ever receive, and thus the final new set of talents for Omen, with his first being Everybody Dies. Probably my favorite name for a talent ever, by the way, with this effect being hitting an enemy with Dark Stride now reduces Gravity Vice's cooldown by 50%, and Dark Stride's damage is increased by 100. Not too surprising at all at this point, but this talent would never be touched by any buff or nerf hammers. His next was Umbral Lance, whereas Whereas Aphotic Reaver, aka his weapon, is permanently set to, Antumbra mode, aka the slower, more precise shot that normally kicked in a few shots into his primary's firing cycle. And lastly, Binary Void, whereas Deadly Domain now has 2 charges, but its cooldown is increased by 3 seconds. And once again, this talent would remain the exact same for the rest of the game's developmental lifespan. Now on to balance, Androxus's Dark Stalker got increased cooldown for each of his individual nether steps, which actually sounds very familiar to like pretty much the exact same buff that the original Dark Stalker had after its introduction, kind of like exactly what's happening now, but you know, what, 7 years later? Whereas at this point, Andro players could just kind of never really touch the ground if they really wanted to. Definitely bringing back a few memories of exactly why they made that old change way back in the day, in the same fashion as the one they're making now. Betty's Fiery Disposition got reduced damage per tick. Lex's Discovery got reduced bonus damage, and with that, another classic talent receiving its final change. And lastly, Vora's Deafening Silence had an increase to its silence duration. I recall this one being a little spark of hope for this talent, as it remained unused for a very long period of time. Now there were a few more reworks and relatively drastic changes after the previous chapter than I initially anticipated, but here nearing the end of 2023, we would start seeing especially a lot of reworks pick up significantly, and a whole lot of experimentation in general. So with the power of retrospect, allow me to pretend something dramatic and unrealistic real quick. It's almost as though they somehow knew things wouldn't last much longer, and in response, implemented as many new ideas and radical changes they had originally planned to release slowly as they could, so as many people could experience them live as possible before the game's inevitable upcoming developmental end. And with that fanfiction out of the way, let's get back into the near final year of Paladins. Patch 6.6, Valor's End, released October 25th of 2023. Caspian's Measured Cadence got some interesting changes, whereas the amount of ammo needed to trigger one of those weaker copies of Rogue's Tempo was reduced from 6 to 2. However, that mini projectile now slows for 15% for 0.5 seconds. Its use became a little bit limited without triggering card effects, so this was done to try to make up for it. Funnily enough, ending up being a little bit too good, putting Measured Cadence back into the limelight once again. It wasn't anything too amazing like it was before, but it was now shooting a slowing projectile almost every shot. It was decent for sure. Eevee's Wormhole now actually has VFX, where Eevee teleports from and back to. I wouldn't normally mention this kind of change, but this VFX change did actually affect gameplay in a way that I feel like folks like me were implicitly hoping for quite a few years. I thought it was cool and worth mentioning. Furious Talents would see some pretty major changes. Cherish's original effect was now integrated into Kindle Soul at base, so Cherish was actually reworked, with this new effect being Kindle Soul now heals allies within 35 units of the target at 50% effectiveness, not including Furia, trading her classic heal talent that she was introduced with for a higher version of Ceres's old The Void Abides talent. I suppose it's only fair since Ceres dropped it for it to be handed down to the next of kin. Exterminate was reworked, not integrating it into anything, just completely removing this divisive yet classic stun beam, with its new effect being increases Wrath attack speed bonus to 15% per tier, with its new maximum attack speed being 45%, up from 30% without the talent. I always love a good double tap talent, but part of me will always miss the absolute classic controversy and rage that the original Exterminate brought about, just completely disapparated and never to be seen again, as this is the very last change Exterminate would ever received, despite being a radical one. I think it 100% for sure earns a spot as one of the most infamous talents in the game for all the hard work it's put into pissing everyone off for so damn long. Grover's Rampant Blooming got nerfs again all across the board. I guess this thing was really good or something. Inara's Mother's Grace got its bonus damage reduction reverted back to how it was pre the last change, and got its bonus healing effect completely removed, which funnily enough, both of these changes were technically reversions, and this is the final change this talent would ever receive. This makes Inara the very first character, at least that I've noticed, to have all of her talents accounted for as in their modern states at this point, without any more changes to come, so we actually won't be seeing any more of Inara for the rest of the video. This will obviously happen with plenty more champions, maybe even already has happened with one or two, but Inara is the first that I noticed, which I think that kind of thing is just interesting. Io's lifelink had its effects moved into Guardian Spirit at base. I should say minus the Moonlight healing penalty, which was just straight up removed, but either way, this means this talent was completely reworked. Its new effect is when Io or Luna heals an ally that isn't each other, they also heal the other at 50% effectiveness. Pretty interesting, especially since, once again, this is the very last change this talent would ever receive. Kasumi, who was in the middle of a massive restructuring of her entire character this patch, including shifting her role from a damage to a flank, had her spirit bombs be reworked, as the original effect was now in her base kit. This talent was renamed to Haunted Ground, with its new effect being when a spirit trap is triggered, reactivate to teleport to that trap and detonate it. Also increase the explosion radius by 25% to curse stacks applied by 2, and it fears instead of slowing. Now, in case you didn't quite get it or are confused, this is literally just a swap, as her old talent effects basically became her Q's base effect, and her Q's base effect became her talent effect. Pretty goofy, but I definitely prefer it this way. This is also the final change this talent would ever receive. A lot of that going around these days. Sati's heads or tails got a removal to the heal and reveal effect, but now causes Ricochet to hit 2 targets, giving it a bit more purpose as opposed to the rather confused identity of the previous effect. That being said, I still use the old effect way more for some reason. Ceres' Mortal Reach, just like her sister in a similar vein, this talent's original effect was now in her base kit to a lesser extent, meaning this talent was reworked, with this new effect being increase the duration of shadow travel by 1 second, and Restore Soul can be used while in a shadow travel. As what seems to be a minor trend here, another classic basic healing buff talent, increasing a support's main healing ability, was implemented into her base kit, and thus giving room for another kinda weird talent, to be honest. It was fun though. I say was because, well, you'll see. This is also Ceres' third talent to now be incorporated into her base kit, and she's still not done. Sky's Debilitate got its max health percent bonus damage decreased from 25% to 15%, which actually the greater takeaway is that at this point, Sky was actually good enough to be receiving real nerfs and actually deserving it, which still somehow seems unnatural to say out loud. But in any case, this is how one of the most generally well-known talents would stay, without any more changes for the rest of the game's developmental lifespan. For 7's Tribunal upgrades, each of his little modes that have their respective elemental effects got buffed in their own ways. I'll go ahead and put them all on screen before moving on to the final change for Vivian, whereas her Suspect Everyone got its bonus shielding increased. And now moving on to a strange little patch here, 6.6b, titled Aiko's Vault, released December 20th of 2023, in which case Ash's Slugshot now deals an extra 50 per shot, this talent's final change. Betty's Fiery Disposition got nerfed to where the damage over time is now only applied by the grenade launcher, which I honestly forgot it didn't back then. Kogo's Adrenaline Junkie got the requirement to generate 1 energy increased by double, needing to do twice as much damage for the same effect. Lilith's Murderous Intent was reworked, with this new effect being hitting an enemy with Crimson of Heart while they're affected with Blood, Hex, or Swarm increases your movement and attack speed by 10% for 4 seconds. This stacks up to 3 times. Lilith's very first change being a talent rework. That's funny. Trading out a much too situational effect for one mildly more convoluted yet easier to proc. Maeve's Cat Burglar got nerfs to its bonus damage and that bonus damage's duration, which was one of the rare nerfs these days that was actually a big bummer for me at the time. Like, so many more characters be released and all their talents get changes and stuff, and a lot of those characters I just haven't learned, haven't played. I play mostly classic characters, right? So a lot of the new nerfs don't bother me that much, and over time I just generally feel less about these newer changes. This one, however, goes straight to the heart. Cat Burglar was a ton of fun, and I didn't even feel like it was overtuned or overused. I felt hurt. Maldamba's Ripened Gourd now deals 60% damage to enemies instead of 0%. Funny way to say it. And this is actually the first change this talent would ever receive under its new identity, ever since it was changed from Akona's Curse back in 2020. Omen's Umbral Lance was semi-reworked. I would say this isn't even really a rework. The basic effect still works in the same fashion, with this quote-unquote new effect being a Photic Reaver no longer ramps down, but its spread is reduced by 50% and its fire rate is reduced by 30%. Previously, this was his most consistent talent, being effective at way more range than he was meant to as a pseudo shotgun user. This talent's change essentially made his primary permanently into somewhere in the middle stage between his 2 firing modes, as opposed to just the long range mode we previously saw. Ruckus's Flux Generator got a bunch of buffs, increasing his shielding by 200, now also reducing Emitter's cooldown by 1 second, and while Emitter is active, Ruckus gains immunity to crowd control, one of the much later examples of the addition of a CC immunity, as that kind of effect was really tapered away from due to some champions just abusing it to really great effect in the past. Fatu's Enveloping Shadows got a pretty big nerf, whereas it now has an internal cooldown of 3 seconds. This is the 3rd nerf in a row that this talent would
receive. Its previous states, especially its on-release state, allowed the high skill ceiling of Vatu that people would inevitably reach to be very decisive, to say the least. Okay, next up we have the final fully actualized version 7.1. The Wild Horde released January 24th of 2024. Caspian's Measured Cadence got a small reversion alongside a small buff to its slow, which for some reason wasn't mentioned in the patch notes, and his It's Got Some Heft got its bonus range removed. Kasumi's Unfinished Business removed its 1 second bonus duration. Koga's Adrenaline Junkie rolled back a little bit on the doubling of the required damage. Seven's Overcharge talent now for his hook saw the previous damage penalty removed, its previous charge reduction removed, but also its previous cooldown reduction was removed as well. Reverting a few of the nerfs this ability got while adapting it into a talent. Definitely seemed a little bit paranoid by the developers, but fair enough, it was pretty difficult to deal with when it was in his base kit. His Spring Loaded as well saw a huge nerf, removing the 30% cooldown reduction while increasing the bonus range of the explosions to 30%. And I was, and probably everyone else, so incredibly happy the cooldown reduction was removed. Even if it did get rid of the largest reason anyone picked this talent realistically, like it was super fun to use, right? And if it's like really fun, I generally just go, okay, yeah, go off, do your thing, even if it's really annoying to deal with. But this is just one of those times where I didn't really care that much and was just happy he couldn't spam the craziest movement in the game, right? Plus, I just always hated Explosive Dodge for just being another Cassie dodge roll knockoff, but that's another discussion. Tyra's Hunting Party got its additional Hunter's Mark charge removed. Boo. This is this talent's final change, and a really funny one at that, considering this final reversion changed it back to its very first incarnation. This talent had so many effects stacked on it over time, like one after the other, and increased the damage amp, some cooldown reduction, a second charge of the ability, before they were all systematically removed, leaving it not a shell of its former self, but literally its former self. Kind of poetic, I guess. Willow's Blast Flower adjusted the damage per shot from 80 to 100, aka 15%, as it would later be called, thus reverting one of its previous changes, and this was alongside increasing its max stacks from 3 to 4. That was it for the main patch. However, this is one of the patches that had a rare hotfix, in which case the hotfix had a few balance changes as well. Lex's Heroism got its CC immunity removed, and got its DR reduced from 90% to 40%, which honestly might be one of the most brutal nerfs on this entire script. And Sati's Heads or Tails got its ricochet damage reduced. Moving on to patch 7.2, Banner's Fall, released March 25th of 2024. You say 2020 so much that it just like starts to slur. It's kind of hard to say already. Super annoying. So let's move on to Fernando's Aegis actually getting its original effect added to his base kit at this point. And like I've already said, for the amount this talent was used compared to its counterparts, it might as well have already been part of his base kit. So that of course means that this talent was reworked, kind of. So like I've been using semi-reworked, I guess. Whereas it now increases Chivalry's regeneration rate and decreases regeneration delay by 25%. It also reduces the minimum shield amount to activate Chivalry after it breaks, and increases Chivalry's general health to 5,500. Now instead just being a general shield buff talent. For Furia, we see here Cherish get the removal of the curative keyword, as this, due to just how apparently polarizing this keyword thing really was when keywords were being phased out of the game entirely. Seeing just how fast they were phased in before being phased out really shows just how much of a pretty short-lived failed experiment it was. Rip Bozo, I guess. I never really felt a damn thing about it, so no comment. However, this also included a buff for Cherish, increasing its AoE heal range. Furia's Exterminate as well, of course, got its keyword removed, even though I still see this talent's previous change as Exterminate's true final change. This is still fair enough to bring up. And her Solar Blessing, of course, got its keyword removed as well, but also got its healing tick increased, and can now actually heal Furia, albeit the lingering portion does not apply to her. And this is Solar Blessing's final change. Probably one of the most infamous healing talents of all things in the entire game. You don't get too much of that. Grok got changes to everything again. Jesus. His Spirit's Domain got his keyword removed, increased his bonus ammo, and now also grants allies hit by lightning staff at 20% movement speed for 1 second. His Totemic Ward got his keyword removed, as well as they removed the 15% bonus healing. And after many years, with a uniquely absurd number of changes comparatively speaking, that is the final change Totemic Ward would ever receive. Like, this talent is absolutely in the running for the most changes ever, which again is something we're going to check out at the very end of the video here, so stay tuned. As Maelstrom, of course, got that keyword lopped off, and there was a planned change to increase his damage. However, it turns out that was never actually implemented. Alongside that, this is also the last time this talent was touched, which I probably should have mentioned on this talent's previous change, but you get the idea. Now, Grover's Deep Roots was reworked, like it has been so many times by now, with its quote-unquote, and I mean really quote-unquote this time, new effect being replaces the cripple on crippling throw with a root, intentionally bringing back the very first effect this talent was introduced with, as well as crippling throw's projectile speed is reduced by 35%. And interestingly, this 35% speed nerf was a complete accident and was apparently just a byproduct of the devs just copy-pasting the talent's effects from the old 2017 OB44 patch
that they just happened to have on hand, I guess. Either way, apparently the patch that they copied it from also had just an older and slower projectile speed as well, since that was many years ago and many characters had slower projectile speeds. Thus, this is a completely accurate reversion, and they didn't even notice it until a hotfix later when the description was fixed. But yeah, in case it's not obvious enough, this is a complete Deep Roots reversion back to the original incarnation of Deep Roots as a talent. And just seeing that description feels so simple and poetic in hindsight compared to just how convoluted it became over time, and becoming even more poetic when you realize this is Deep Roots' final change ever, ending in the exact state that it was introduced in, down to the freaking projectile speed. Coco's Adrenaline Junkie rolled back even further on the damage requirement, however it no longer counts damage to shields for triggering the talent. This talent was very clearly tough to balance. The damage requirement just keeps going back and forth every patch or two. Now Lex's Heroism interestingly got a lot of buffs here. They rolled back the DR nerf just a smidge, they gave back its crowd control immunity, but it now increases combat slide's cooldown from 3 seconds to 8 seconds, reverting some of the harshness of the hotfix nerf, but still clearly trying to reduce the amount of DR that Lex could previously spam for 7 years? Wow, that nerf in the hotfix took 7 years. Wow. Crazy how it was just sitting there for that long and then suddenly nerfed to hell. Rom's Enforcer now grants Rom crowd control immunity again. I guess they decided if they're giving Lex's back, they might as well toss them here too. Sky's Preparation got a bunch of changes, with the max duration penalty of Hidden changed to 4 seconds, reducing the DR from 75% to 50%, and this talent now grants a second charge of Hidden, becoming a little bit less potent, but now being able to be used more custom for technically over double the amount of time. And this is how Preparation would be known at the end of Paladins' developmental lifespan. What a just weird transition from the early classic kills resetting cooldowns talent to this whatever this is. Shortened invisibility DR thing that I never really tried. Sky's Smoke and Dagger as well now causes Sky to be put into stealth within her smoke screen, and the healing was increased from 100 to 150. Both of these being complete reversions to Smoke and Dagger's last changes. And sort of lastly, we got Strix's Crack Shot, whereas they went ahead and removed the effective range penalty. This talent was so freaking weird and kind of hype, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I lied earlier. We got a new champion this patch. The horse, you know, the one you rode in on, with its singular talent being Cart Before. Is that a reference? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. With this effect being increase the odds of winning a game by 20%. Very cool. There was also a quick hotfix with one talent balance change to spare. Torvald's Thanks Grandpa removed the 1 second cooldown reduction and reduced its shielding bonus. Unsurprisingly, since its last change was that cooldown reduction a year or so prior, this talent was a menace ever since. Again. So at the end of this patch, there was something kind of strange listed. Apparently a bunch of descriptions for certain abilities and or talents due to some goofinesses on the back end that I don't fully understand. Over time, somehow gained incorrect descriptions. Specifically, these are abilities and or talents that have to do with attack speed increases or decreases, like fire rate and stuff like that. And due to some strange math stuff that they've apparently done incorrectly in the past, a lot of stuff was changed. I'll leave the exact developer commentary on screen if you want to read it. I'll be real, I really don't know what's going on. The thing is, although technically these aren't actual changes, apparently they have been in the game previous to this for quite some time. Despite that, these description changes are significant. Well, some of them anyway. Not all of them are for talents, but the ones that are for talents range from Murderous Intent, originally listed as 10%, and they updated it to the correct value of 11%. Victor's Burst Mode apparently listed incorrectly that he shoots every 0.5 seconds, and was corrected to 0.4. And lastly, Khan's Storm of Bullets originally was listed as 40%, but it was updated to the correct value of 60%, which again, that's pretty substantial. Again, I don't fully understand if these were always wrong to begin with, or if they just became wrong over time somehow. This was very confusing to me to read through, but the important thing is we now apparently have the correct information. So I'm going to take that and we're just going to move on from here. I'm not going to pretend I know what's going on, but I'm not going to count my blessings either, so let's keep going. Moving on to 7.3 Feudal Fables, released March 22nd of 2024. We find a character not introduced, but completely reworked. That character, of course, being Moji. This is an odd one, as this is when Moji received her shift from a flank to a support. Now, initially this might not seem too relevant, but as this was a complete rework from abilities to cards, this very much includes Moji's talents. This patch saw the straight up removal of Moji's AoE talent, Boom Boom, her heal pack dropping talent, Snack Attack, and her magical freaking healing gas passing talent, Toot. Meanwhile, having them replaced with the following: Shine Spit, whereas Spit now heals allies for 350 and increases their movement speed by 20% for 2 seconds. Jubilation, whereas magic marks are instead applied to enemies, and detonating at least 7 stacks of magic mark deals bonus damage up to a total of 800, or rather 350 damage plus the 450 damage at base. In other words, 800, same thing. AKA the talent that sort of kind of reverts it back to her non-healing roots. And Realm Runner, whereas when entering Scamper, leave a magical dust cloud behind that applies a lingering heal for 600 over 3 seconds, and the dust cloud lasts 4 seconds, obviously being the successor of Toot. Even though I don't really like the name, to be honest, I kind of wish they kept it, considering it's conceptually just the exact same same thing. This patch would then go on to cover support changes first, for some reason. Grover's Rampant Blooming got its initial heal increased, and it got its keyword removed, as these things seem to be phasing out rather slowly as opposed to all at once, interestingly enough. In any case, Ferocity and Deep Roots followed suit, getting their keywords removed as well. Genesis' Binary Star got damage buffed, Lilith's Cursed Accord got semi-reworked, whereas its newish effect is decrease the blood cost of your abilities by 35%, but increase Swarm and Deathwing's cooldowns by 1 second. Interestingly, this talent was initially planned to have an actual complete rework into the effect of your blood can regenerate to full out of combat, and blood is gained out of combat twice as fast, which they obviously ended up scrapping for the talent already mentioned. For Pip, we have the usual. Mega Potion got his keyword removed, Catalyst got his keyword removed, but they also increased its bonus damage to 40%. The final change this absolute classic damage Pip talent ever received, placing it in nearly the exact same spot balance-wise as it was introduced in back in 2017, bar the damage increase lasting for 1 more second. And yes, Combat Medic also got his keyword removed. Me from the future here because I somehow almost missed this one, but Ray's extension was reworked, with this new effect being Chain Heal has 2 charges, but its cooldown is increased by 2 seconds. And although it doesn't say exactly in the patch notes, it was eventually renamed to Ambidextrous, with this rework being the first and only change this talent would ever receive. Ying's Life Exchange got a healing nerf, a complete reversion of its last change, and the final change this talent would ever receive. Sati's Heads or Tails was completely reworked, or even removed, or whatever, but this talent's identity was completely axed. It was renamed to Spare Change, and its new effect was Ricochet now costs 2 pips and generates 1 pip for every 4 hits off of Ricochet. I don't know, man, I kinda loved Heads or Tails. Like, just keep the name at least, come on. When it comes to reworks and renamings, it's never been that consistent. But I don't really understand, like, if the new effect still revolves around the same ability, why make things confusing and change the name, you know? At least I get to consider Heads or Tails and Spare Change as 2 completely separate talents, and that's kinda cool. Smoke and Dagger got a healing nerf, which was a reversion to its previous change, which was already a reversion to its previous change. It was also noted in the developer commentary that Skye was close to a healthy spot now. Now, personally, I think it should be illegal for Skye to be in a healthy spot, but that's just me. It just feels severely wrong for her to be any sort of decent after all this time, like seriously. And lastly, Omen's Umbral Lance got its accuracy increased, and they removed the fire rate penalty. Apparently this was part of a myriad of buffs that Omen would receive, since they nerfed him a bit too hard last patch. This is also where I learned that Omen was good on release. I didn't know that. I was too busy making that ultimate ranking video that took me like 5 months. All right, another day, another recording. Next up, we have 7.4, titled Surge, released July 24th of 2024. So going right into balance, we have Caspian's Measured Cadence again, whereas its Little Rogue's Tempo's projectile speed is now 400, which is probably faster, I don't know. The little things no longer benefit from stacks of piercing or sharp momentum, and the slow was completely removed, now instead providing a 15% Rogue's Tempo cooldown reduction on hit. Ouch. I actually don't remember this change at all, which is odd since I played him a lot at this point. Corvus's Dark Gifts got a myriad of buffs to pretty much all of its effects, increasing its heal, reload speed, and cooldown reduction. There's so much stuff. This talent is really funny to me. Like, how many effects do we want on this thing? Yes. Its Stunning Visage as well gained an added reduction of projections cooldown. Now, for Kinessa, she got a lot of changes to her base kit this patch, but also some talent stuff here. Her Reposition got a reduction to the distance you can teleport, this nerf being a little bit interesting considering this patch they also buffed her teleport at base to be 30% faster, essentially double nerfing this talent in particular, and her Oppression was actually kind of removed, which is interesting. Normally they say just reworked, but in this particular instance, I believe they used the specific terminology of removed, so I guess I'll use it too. In any case, her new talent was Octopressor. What originally was a simple loadout card was changed into a fully fledged talent, with its effect being Oppressor Mines may now target up to 5 enemies, and you can have up to 3 active at once. Like I said, another Kinessa Mine talent bites the dust, and out of its ashes, another is created just as fast. Kinessa also has a rather unique history of normal cards turning into talents, and vice versa, just like in this case. It's pretty unusual. Alternatively, Maeve didn't get a ton of changes to her base kit, with instead all of her talents being messed with specifically, starting with the infamous and despised Street Justice finally being reworked into a interesting little effect. Activating Midnight recharges Pounce. During Midnight, Pounce executes targets at or below 40% max health. In addition, Midnight lasts an extra 2 seconds. So yeah, after somehow not being axed in the transition from 4 talents to 3, it was reworked after many years of despisal, turning into an interesting idea, but as we know, ultimate talents aren't really very good and never really last, and this would be absolutely no exception, despite being a pretty cool random detail in Maeve's turbulent talent history. Her Cat Burglar got increased damage and increased duration of that damage, which is a complete reversion from this talent's previous change, the one that had a fairly large impact on me because this was my favorite talent of hers, so yeah, you'll love to see it, or at least I did, anyway. And finally for Maeve, Rogue's Gambit got its bonus damage increased, this being its final change. Moji, who is now a support, just in case you forgot, because I probably did, her Jubilation got an added effect, where it now spreads 75% of that marked damage to nearby enemies. Ceres got 2 massive talent changes. Her Mortal Reach was completely reworked and renamed to Forsake, with this new effect being Restore Soul now heals over 0.5 seconds, but its cooldown is increased to 3 seconds. And her Agony wasn't reworked per se, but it was renamed to Internal Torment. This name sucks, by the way. And again, even though it wasn't reworked, it has a completely new effect. So it's basically reworked, dude. It's reworked. Its new effect is rending soul on a target with maximum soul orbs, marks them to take 20% increased damage for 3 seconds. Rending also reveals the enemy to your team, but for some reason this wouldn't be listed on the talent description until a while later. And this is this talent's final change it would ever receive. So both of these talents, Mortal Reach and Agony, previously being absolute classic Seris talents since the dawn of time, before both were implemented into her base kit and given new unique effects, and then finally eventually removed, making Seris's only classic talent remaining being Soul Collector.
And just take a wild guess what's gonna happen to that talent.
Terminus's Undying got a reduction to its damage reduction. That sounded weird. And this has to be one of the last of these gain effect at certain arbitrary percent health kind of talents. At this point, it feels like a novelty that it still exists, so I actually kind of like it, despite not liking those kind of talents historically. Tiberius's Predatory Instincts had its effect actually implemented into his base kit, which, fair enough, it definitely seemed like a bit of a nothing talent for a while there. That, of course, means this talent was reworked, with its new effect being eliminations during combat stance reduce its next cooldown by 25%. This new effect definitely sent shivers down my spine when I first read it, considering from what I know of Tiberius's gameplay, it's mostly just getting that combat trance up as much as possible. That being said, it is only 25%. I don't know if it stacks, and I never found out if it was any good or not, so let's just move on. Tiberius's Vicious Assault now also grants 40% DR while airborne. Now, I don't know if this talent was ever good or bad at this point, but a lot of these changes for Vicious Assault just feel so desperate to make it good. It's just quite funny seeing the changes being very deliberately trying to make it much better, and then inevitably no one would really use it, right? And lastly, Vatu's Enveloping Shadows got that internal cooldown that it received reduced. The first actual buff this talent would receive after so many nerfs in a row.
But whoops, we got a secret little change here that wasn't listed in the patch notes. Funny how that works. That change being Willow's Blast Flower got its damage bonus per shot reduced from 20% to 15%.
Moving on to 7.5, Reality Warp, released September 4th of 2024. Lex's Heroism got a reduction to that inbuilt increase to the cooldown of Combat Slide. Moji's Spit Shine was now reworked, with this new effect being grant 10% bonus move speed to all allies in range of a max magic mark detonation, lasting 4 seconds and stacking 3 times, with each stack falling off individually, with these new Moji talents making about as much impact on my brain as her flank ones. Pip's Combat Medic got a small fire rate bonus increase, and with that's Combat Medic's final change, from its beginnings as Acrobatics, giving Weightless a double jump, to giving it CC immunity, to increasing her attack speed, to healing with Primary, and finally resting here with a combination of those last 2 effects, with a unique and very lengthy development process to get to where it is today. Now Strix here would end up getting final changes to nearly all of his talents. His Crack Shot got increased damage, they removed the burn effect completely, removing any and all ties to Elemental Bullet, RIP. His pistol as well now gains perfect accuracy, but that pistol's fire rate was actually reduced, with this talent rather suddenly becoming very, very similar to the Crack Shot we know today. His Nocturnal got reworked, with this new effect being grant indefinite stealth while standing still, which seems pretty not good. Right? Pretty weird to see a talent with so little changes, in this case literally a single change ever, suddenly out of the blue get a rework. Either way, this is the exact state that Nocturnal now sits, with only 2 changes to its name throughout the game's entire lifespan. And finally for Strix's Unauthorized Use, got that direct hit bonus damage reduced, but targets hit by Flare take 20% more damage by all in-hand sources, as well as reducing its cooldown. And again, this is the final change this OB64 talent would ever receive. This patch also had the rare balancing hotfix where a talent was affected, that talent being Io's Sacrifice, whereas when activated, the 50% health back Io receives is now true healing. And for those who don't know, that means it can't be affected by anti-heal. So moving on to 7.6, Street Style World Tour. How grandiose. Released October 30th of 2024. Betty's Gotta Bounce had a removal of its movement speed penalty. And just to be clear, this does mean this talent's only effect now is to reduce the cooldown of Explosive Personality by 5 seconds. That is it. And this is the final change this talent would ever receive, so this is one of only, I believe, 3 talents to ever exist, alongside a certain version of Over the Moon and Inara's Tremors, whose only effects were to give a large cooldown reduction. A kind of unique and old-fashioned sort of talent, so I'm really surprised to see that here in the modern day with Gotta Bounce, especially as its final change ever. Caspian's Everywhere at Once got its very first change, and by that I mean changes, because it received a bunch of stuff here, whereas Deadly Momentum's cooldown, previously 5 seconds permanently, was increased to 8 seconds but is no longer permanent. Like, you know, the cooldown could actually be changed and messed with again. It now also gave Caspian 1 additional charge of Deadly Momentum. It now heals Caspian for hitting people with the initial dash, but it no longer grants movement stacks on hit. That's a few things. Caspian's It's Got Some Heft has a very weirdly phrased change here. It states reverted to original release version, which, you know, it could have just said now increases war's range. I have no idea why they chose not to do that. Like, imagine if they said that with every single change that they've reverted ever. I swear, like, a third of the changes would just be reverted previous change. Grover's Rampant Blooming was reworked. Kind of unfortunate, I felt like. I enjoyed this one. Its new effect was Blossom's passive aura now also provides 15% movement speed, and it was renamed to Wisps of Sylvanas.
us. So yeah, we see the end of Rampant Blooming here, the end of Grover's most consistent healing talent, all the way from the basic enhancing healing on Blossom to the whole essentially extra healing ability that it made Vine into, before being transformed into what we see here, plus being renamed as its final change ever. This also means we're done with Grover completely, as all of his talents have stopped being changed from here on out. This next one is just absolute comedy at this point. Kinessa's Octopressor. It was reworked, alright? It was renamed Decrystalline Battery, I believe that's how you pronounce that, with this new effect being Oppressor Mines now target you to supercharge, healing you for 25 every 0.2 seconds and providing 100% increased jump height, as well as Carbine mode gains 15% damage while supercharged. And in my description for this change, I'm absolutely crashing out. I've written succinctly in all caps, "You're kidding me, another mine talent," with Octopressor lasting a grand total of 2 patches. Wow. Anyway, moving on to Koga's Adrenaline Junkie, it was reworked. Over time, honestly, just seeming too iffy and tedious to try to balance. It was renamed to Bullet Time, with this new effect being supercharge your reflexes after using Shadow Step, increasing your fire rate and movement speed by 15% for 2 seconds. I like this one quite a lot, touching on one of his abilities talents haven't previously touched, since Blood Reaper only affects his ultimate and the previous Adrenaline Junkie messed with his primary, and so on like that. Even with the original versions of talents and his previous talents that he's had, like including that stuff, Koga still had a ton of abilities talents had never affected before. So this was pretty cool, in my opinion at least. And I hope it really was pretty cool because this is the final change this talent would ever receive. Lilith's Cursed Accord was reworked again, with this new effect being Blood Hexed allies ignore damage resistance up to 10%. What does that mean? Also heal an extra 250 blood health when a blood hexed ally eliminates an enemy. This is the final change this talent would ever receive, with its only changes ever being a rework and this semi-rework, and I don't really even understand its current effect, if I'm being honest. Ignore damage resistance? I don't get it. Anyway, Maelstrom of Carnage got a few buffs, reducing Swarm's blood cost even more and increasing its radius, and this change would also become this talent's last. And not only that, this is also Lilith's final talent change as a whole. Maeve's Street Justice, apparently they figured out very quickly this was not the most consistent effect in the world, so they did what they always end up doing in order to try to make these ultimate talents work, and now provides a 20% increased ultimate charge rate. This kind of change often seems to occur to them as a last-ditch effort to try to make it good before this kind of talent just gets inevitably changed or removed, and this one we'll see is no exception. Octavia's Hell or High Water was reworked, with this new effect being Octavia can now float for 4 seconds, gains 50% air control, and deals 10% bonus damage while in commanding leap, and it was renamed to Paratrooper, like Mario. I actually just kind of figured out how to use Hell or High Water before this change, ever meta as I am. I was kind of bummed out that it was changed, I'm not gonna lie. Either way, a lot of reworks going on these days, and this is how this talent would stay until the end of Paladin's developmental lifespan. Ruckus's Aerial Assault technically didn't get changed here, it was just naturally altered to simply Advance now has 3 charges, as the ability to use Advance vertically was actually implemented into Ruckus's base kit. Reminder that this Aerial Assault hasn't been changed since OB67 in 2018, and like I said, this isn't even technically a change, it's just that you don't need this talent anymore to initiate its main effect. And yes, this is this talent's final change ever, so effectively speaking, it hasn't been changed since 2018 to the end of patches. Ruckus's Flux Generator as well got reduced shielding, which was also this talent's final change ever, and as a result, Ruckus's final talent change ever as well, as all of his talents are now accounted for in their modern version. Ceres's Forsake had its cooldown reduced, and this is how we see the formerly titled Mortal Reach today, which in retrospect, I don't really know why they changed its name, aside from just making oldies like me confused. Restriction's Crack Shot, they made it so that the pistol no longer fires 40% slower, and there we go. This is where we finally see the final evolution to this bizarre talent, from buffing pistol damage after a sniper hit, to the elusive elemental bullet burn effect, before slowly transitioning into the perfect accuracy effect we know today. Seven's Overcharge was reworked, completely taking away his ability to use grappling hook to pull people in. One of the most historical ways he was overpowered, now no longer a thing at all, with Overcharge's new effect being Decree 77 now targets the closest enemy with a laser lock on. After 0.8 seconds, your eye blasts them and deals 1000 damage in a 20 unit radius. Anyone hit is executed if below 25% after, which despite being reverted to something clearly akin to his original Overcharged, therefore giving it no reason to need a rename, it was renamed to Execute Article 7. And this is actually another fairly rare ultimate talent that still remains in the game today, as this is the final change this talent would ever receive. From originally being an ultimate talent, switching over to the grappling hook talent, and then back to the ultimate talent, this talent didn't really get too many changes, but the ones that it did receive were really strange. Batu's Enveloping Shadows was shifted to reduce the cooldown of your basic abilities by 3% for each kunai that hits an enemy. I'm assuming this means that interestingly it no longer can only be activated once per throw, and this is potentially corroborated by the fact that it no longer has a internal cooldown. And just as a side, the fact that this talent started in almost the exact same functional state, but with a 15% cooldown reduction on hit instead of the 3 we now have, was, to say the least, pretty goofy. And yes, I say the talent we now have because this is the final change this talent would ever receive. Victor's Burst mode would receive some decreased hipfire recoil, as well as some decreased accuracy loss on hipfiring. I should also admit that I'm a little bit shaky on how often this thing shoots, just since ever since that little fire rate correction thingy from shooting every 0.5 seconds was corrected down to 0.4, it's still always been listed as 0.5. I don't know if it ever actually got corrected to that number. It's never specifically stated. So yeah, I'm gonna always list this as 0.4. It might actually be 0.5 in the game. I'm just going off the information I know, and I have no way to actually prove whether or not it's whichever one. So yeah, if you're a fan of this talent, just keep that in mind. Vora's Relentless Presence was actually added to Vora's base kit, which is something I never learned until I made my previous video, which was a ways after the game stopped being developed, by the way. Vora is my second most played character, by the way. I never noticed this somehow. Either way, this means, of course, this talent was reworked, with this new effect being a support effect. Tendril can now target allies, and hitting allies with Tendril provides them double your Tendril card effects, like your loadout card effects, as well as hitting enemies with Tendril deals 225 damage over 1.25 seconds. It was also renamed to Parasitic Pull, which I have to admit is better than Relentless Presence. A support talent for Vora was definitely not on my Paladins bingo when I started playing her. Pretty weird, but kind of cool. And once again, despite the radical alteration, this is the final change this talent would ever receive. Her Deafening Silence as well, however, was also reworked, with this new effect being reduce Obliteration's cooldown by 2 seconds and by 50% after earning an elimination. When used at max darkness stacks, deal an additional 100 bonus damage. And it was renamed to Eclipsed Affection, which that name sounds cool. Don't understand its relation to this new effect at all, however. With this talent's previous effect, especially after its previous change, I saw a few Voras running it, but it was definitely her least used by a large margin. So fair enough rework, I think. Though 2 talent reworks for Vora this close to the end of updates definitely seems a little bit out of the blue. And yes, again, this is the final change this talent would ever receive, meaning we're completely done with talent changes for Vora, with her only quote-unquote classic Vora talent not to be reworked into something else, being Unyielding Pressure. In any case, finally, Willow's Blast Flower got reduced stacks from 4 to 3, being a reversion to one of her preceding changes. A very simple one, but also Blast Flower's final change. And lastly, for version 7, we have 7.7 Skadron Celebration, released December 11th of 2024. This patch would see a lot of changes in the description of talents, namely with a ton of specific colored words now being used to more centralize certain effects, like burns show up as like red or orange or whatever it was, shocks and or electricity attacks show up as blue, and so on. I won't be specifying any of these description changes, as I never have, unless they come with the actual changes to the talent, obviously, but just know that a lot of effects that, say, previously state that something causes an enemy to take 20% more damage would now instead say the enemy is weakened, without specifying how much, kind of just using that color code to state its effect more succinctly. There was also several changes in descriptions to more accurately state if an attack was converted from area damage to direct damage or vice versa. So yeah, even though I don't really cover description changes, I did want to go ahead and state all that because those are fairly important. But in any case, moving on to actual balance, Barrack's Forge Fire now increases the single turret's damage. It also states something that I really do not understand at all. Increased double turret, single turret damage from 650 to 666. Also demonic talent, question mark? But yeah, I don't know what that effect means at all. But finally, it also increases its range. BK's Accelerant now also deals 200 bonus damage to shields, which is not only fairly reminiscent to BK's original Grumpy Bomb talent in Demolition, which makes the Paladins historian in me very happy, but this change is also Accelerant's very first change ever since it was converted from its original Poppy Bomb talent to his main Grumpy Bomb talent, all the way back in 2017. Okay, well that isn't 100% true. Coming out of OB64, it did get shadow nerfed like a lot of talents did, as I've talked about a decent few times in the past now. In this case, with that Grumpy Bomb explosion for this talent going down from 50 to 40. It's just been so long since we've talked about Accelerant at this point that I haven't had a chance to actually go back and check. But now that I have, it is more accurate to say that this hasn't been changed since OB64 in 2018. Eevee's Snow Globe decreases the slow on Ice Storm from 60% to 30%, one of the rare ultimate talents to still be around today, not to mention one that's just survived for a really long time ever since OB64 until the present day, as this is the final change this talent would ever receive. Kasumi's Haunted Ground had a small cooldown reduction after a Spirit Trap is triggered, I believe, and Lex's Heroism got apparently reworked, but it's more of a semi-rework, but honestly it's not really that at all either, whereas it was simply changed to just gain crowd control immunity during combat slide, finally saying goodbye to Heroism's DR, from extra speed off the slide, to massive DR on the slide, to finally just CC immunity on the slide. This is the final change this talent would ever receive, and Lex's final talent change as a result. Ray's Focus got a reduced link duration and reduced cooldown, the first and last time this talent would ever be altered. Sati's Spare Change got a semi-ish rework, whereas Ricochet now costs 2 pips, and earning any elimination grants you 2 pips. pips, which is kind of fun. 1 kill equals 1 coin, which makes me feel like they should change the name to like looter or something like that. That'd be kind of funny. And this is like many others this patch, the final change this talent would ever receive. And finally, the moment you've all been waiting for this entire video. For Ceres, Soul Collector's base effects were, to a mildly lesser extent, incorporated into her base kit, making this her 4th and final talent to do so. Making it so at this point, all of her original 3 talents that she was put into the game with are now in her base kit alongside her OB64 talent. Do you have any idea how stupid that is? It is beyond silly. Nothing in the game demonstrates the concept of power creep more than this. Like, okay, me from the future here to kind of reiterate this. I know it's not quite the same, but this is like if Drogos got combustible, Fusillade, and Worm Jets in their original forms all integrated into his base kit, alongside Reign of Terror if Reign of Terror wasn't ass. Like, obviously every champion's situation is entirely different, right? But just imagine any other character in the game getting all 3, or rather all 4 of their original classic talents into their base kit. It's ridiculous, man. Ceres was introduced as such a simple introductory to healing character. What has she become, dude? She is so weird. Someone give this amalgamation a round of applause. Ceres is whack. Okay, in my ravings, I totally forgot to even say what the new effect is, but yeah, this obviously was reworked, with its oh-so-new effect being increase your Soul Collector health and weapon damage bonus to 2% per charge. And this pretty much sounds exactly the same, which I guess it technically is, but what's actually happening here is this is just going on top of what's now in our base kit. Alongside that, this came with one of the most unnecessary renamings, considering its effect is like literally the same thing as the original Soul Collector, but yeah, it was renamed to Resuscitate, which regardless, I will admit, is a pretty cool name. Willow's Nightshade now refunds 25% of the cooldown on hit, a fun little alteration and this talent's final change. Her Scorn got a new effect, whereas secondary seedlings now also deal 1,500 damage over 2 seconds to any deployable shield hit, somewhat incorporating the anti-shielding effect of the long-removed Scorched Earth talent into this equally area-denying focus talent. I don't know if that was 100% what they were going for, but it's gotta be, right? Assuming that it was, this patch had a really decent amount of like pandering to Paladins history. It was pretty cool. And finally, Zin's Guillotine now refunds 20% ultimate charge if used as a killing blow, and his Yomi was reworked. His classic OV64 primary talent now causes his Whirl to ignite enemies for 3 seconds. Your Inferno Blade deals 20% bonus damage to targets who are burned or ignited. And after freaking forever, Zin finally has a talent affecting his Whirl, and it only took till the second to last patch ever to do it. Well. At long last, we arrive at the final patch before the game's development ceased. Any talent changes this patch will obviously be the talent's last, and thus the champion's final change or changes, and as a result, I won't bother mentioning that aspect here as I've done previously. But yeah, this patch reflects the game in the state that it's currently in today. There isn't much else to say, so let's get into version 8.1, Wakono's Wake, released January 29th of 2025, and the final patch that Paladins has ever received. And yes, I started a new recording session just for this. Starting off every talent's final changes, Ash's Fortress Breaker got an increased shielding bonus by 250, Buck's Bulk Up got increased healing by 200, interestingly inverting its last change that it received nearly 5 years prior. Also, his Ensnare got increased bonus damage. Cassie's Big Game, as it usually does, got his max health damage percentage increased by a single percent, very cool. Dredge's Scuttle now also reduces Abyssal Reload's damage to 700, which even if this nerf came out at the literal very last patch ever, you better believe your ass I still appreciate it. Fuck this talent. And Dredge's Hurl as well was reworked, with its new effect being hits with Harpoon refund its cooldown, and it generates 50% more ultimate charge. However, Harpoon, just like before, doesn't slow. This is the very first change this talent has ever received, by the way. This is also like 100% not a rework. It's pretty much the exact same thing. And after all this time, I think I've really come to the conclusion that the dev team really has no idea what the concept of rework even means. Its definition by their own standards has always been so shaky. Various Cherish now heals herself if she's in range, which it didn't previously do, and now cards that affect Kindle Soul targets now also work with Cherish, which I'm kind of surprised it didn't do that from the beginning, but it is what it is, it now does. Grok's Spirit's Domain now has its healing scale up to 30% increased healing if held on the target for long enough. It doesn't say it centers around its 800 health per second or anything like that, so I have to assume this is just a straight up buff. This effect is in the game right now, so I could really easily check, but Imani's Pyromania finally removed the decrease to Pyreball's damage. This has been a pet peeve of mine for so long. I feel like whenever I play Imani, I want to play Pyromania, but that reduced damage has always been so frustrating. I just don't want to deal with it. So I just always ended up using the Ice talent while primarily still using the Fireballs. So yeah. Khan's Storm of Bullets had reduced bonus fire rate from 60% to 40%, kind of in response to that correction that happened a little while ago, and putting it down to where they actually meant it to be back then. His Vortex Grip, however, now also weakens the target he grabs to weapon attacks by 15% for the same amount of time as the stun. Now, Kinessa's Crystalline Battery, say it with me, was reworked. It was renamed to High Voltage with Crystalline Battery, just like Octopressor, lasting a grand total of 2 patches. What a joke. Its new effect is Carbine Rifle, while not in sniper mode, now deals 25% increased damage against shocked targets. This talent affecting quote-unquote shocked enemies refers to her new effect that she got the same patch in her base kit to apply this shock effect while hitting enemies in sniper mode, as well as when they are affected by mines. So if you want to stretch it, though this isn't solely about the mines, not only could this be interpreted as another freaking mine talent, the real messed up thing is that this heavily resembles Kness's original bonus damage effect I talked about at the very beginning of the video, that her mines had at base before talents or legendaries were even a thing. They had exhausted so many mine talent ideas that they somehow accidentally reverted back to the very first talent-like effect that mines have ever had. And that's somehow how this talent would end. That's beyond unhinged, just like this entire line of talents. Starting out as the original Eagle Eye, morphing into the faster shooting and more mobile version of Eagle Eye. But since Kness's other mine talent was removed, and apparently she needs some sort of mine talent in her kit at all times or the world's gonna end or something, Eagle Eye was reworked into the multi-mine talent Oppression, then reworked again into another multi-mine talent Octopressor that lasted 2 patches before being reworked again into this weird supercharged talent Crystalline Battery that also only lasted 2 patches, and oh my gosh, we finally get to its rework to High Voltage. Excuse the impromptu history debrief, but keep in mind, that's not even all the mine talents Knessa has ever had. Anyway, moving on to Maeve's Street Justice, finding itself be removed, or maybe reworked, but actually removed because I said so. Finally, I don't know how it took this long, but also this replacement is awesome because 2 old talents return in this one rework. Artful Dodger, whereas activating 9 lives interrupts and cleanses all crowd control effects, but you also have an additional midair jump. For being the final patch ever, they seriously did some pretty insane things here. You'd think in retrospect that they'd calm down, but no. After 6 years, dude, Artful Dodger makes its grand return, and not only that, they brought back the single best talent ever simultaneously. The original 3rd jump version of Cat Burglar, bundled alongside the original version of Artful Dodger to make one of the biggest nostalgia baits in the game, and probably one of my new favorite talents ever. Like seriously, it was time for me to brush off those old 9 lives loadouts that I still have for some reason. Like I don't want to undersell how happy I was to hear about this stuff. And it replaced Street Justice on top of that? Amazing. Inspired even. I'm crying tears of joy on the inside. Makoa's Half Shell now also provides 500 bonus shield health, which is obviously a new effect for it. Makoa's Leviathan as well, if you're not familiar, bear with me with this one, now has Makoa grow by 50% and resets Shell Shield's cooldown as well on Ancient Rage's activation. Okay, if that isn't poetic for the absolute insanity that has always gone on behind the balance of Leviathan, I don't know what is. This talent is sick now. I'm sorry for everything I ever said about it. This is the best talent. Moji's Jubilation now increased its maximum stacks damage by a solid 200. Pip's Mega Potion had like basically a description change, where its healing bonus was changed from doing 100% more to just a flat 1000 healing bonus. And like this isn't even better. It came out alongside a nerf to Pip's healing potion to where it just does 1000 healing at base. Therefore, at this point, a flat 1000 bonus and 100% bonus are the same damn things. Seven's Tribunal upgrades got his burst mode and transitioned into shock damage. This was them trying to introduce the new shock effect and implement it into a bunch of people's different things. And yes, this new shock damage is different than the old kind of electric shock damage that existed in Tribunal upgrades burst mode. I just don't remember how. Shaolin's Desert Silence was reworked, with this new effect being eliminations now enter you into stealth for 2 seconds, whereas shots from stealth deal 200 increased damage, and it was renamed to Desert Shadow. Oh wait, this is the return of Desert Shadow. The talent that gave me so much trauma in the old days. I never realized that. Forgive me if I'm not too thrilled. Good thing nobody plays him anymore. That's a joke. Kinda. In any case, this was also alongside a new passive for Shaolin, where, similar to Sky's, any sort of stealth now gives him 20% increased movement speed. Shaolin's Sand Trap also removed its 1 second cooldown penalty, but reduced its effective blast radius from 20 to 12 units. Tiberius's Predatory Instincts was reworked. It's a lot of reworks, dude. With its new effect being Combat Trance now resets your other abilities' cooldowns when activated, and it was also renamed to Borrowed Luck, being, I think, the only new talent that wasn't a returning talent that was released in the very last patch ever. So many reworks on this final patch. It really does make me sad for what might have been. Because if you don't know, they did have a lot of plans for what was going to come after this patch, before Paladins was shut down. Victor's Cardio now also, interestingly, increases jump height by 150% during Hustle, this being the first change this talent has received in nearly 5 years. And a Shrapnel as well now also deals an extra 150 damage, which is a near reversion to its previous nerf it received 6 years prior, where it got its 200 damage at the time removed. You know, just in case you forgot. How could you? Vivian's Suspect Everyone now removed the shield health bonus, but also removed its internal without cooldown. So I guess this means the shield cooldown halving will always occur and be more frequently procced, but also, you know, having the shield go down more is obviously bad, so pretty interesting change. And lastly, already for the final champions balance change of this entire video, and thus the final talent balancing changes in this entire game, we have Yaggorath's Unnatural Presence being reworked, with this new effect being, while in hardening, receive 50% increased healing from others. And very lastly, her sight begets strength, got an increase to its shield health by 10, and they increased the duration of the shield and movement speed from 4 seconds to 5. And that was every talent and every single talent change in Paladin's entire history. That is everything. We are now in the modern day. From its inception back in OB44, back in 2017, as well as the little restructure a bit later that year, OB64 and the controversial Unbound system in early 2018, plus the addition of 1 extra talent for every champion, and thus the 4 talent era, Paladins launching into full release a little later that year, the massive talent purge back into 3 talents in version 2.1 in early 2019, its various restructures, reworks, and overall stabilization slowly throughout the 2020s, not to mention a few experiments like the support keywords in 2023, until we finally get to the end and this game's developmental cycles are put to rest in early 2025. As a grand total of 8 years worth of changes since talents / legendaries were introduced, we are finally done. After version 8.1, the fateful Discord post was rather sneakily released, and from that point on, this is the state of the game we're stuck with. And in a fairly decent state, if I were to say so. Though I definitely don't sweat the game like I used to, so what do I know? We're not quite done yet, but in general, I just want to give a thank you if you're still here. This video was an absolute behemoth to create in all facets you can imagine, and in general, just absolute kudos to you for getting through it all. Unless you skipped here, in which case, thank you for watching anyway. You're slightly less cool, but you're still very cool. So with that finally being said, all this lovely research allowed me to cultivate a ton of my favorite things. Stats. So let's take a look at them, why don't we? Probably the best to start with after being subjected to just years and years of data showing the most commonly changed talents being changed, is to look at the talents that received the least changes ever. Ones that we've heard the absolute least from and about over the course of this entire video. Now, just so we're on the same page, I will be designating every talent that has had its own name as its own talent, right? So for example, Sati had her heads or tails talent before it was morphed into spare change. And although those are both in the same talent line per se, I will be considering heads or tails and spare change as their own separate talents with their own separate changes. Changes and reworks that don't include a talent's name will absolutely count as general changes for that talent, but I will not be including a talent's introduction or removal as a change for that talent. That means that, again, let's say for Sati's heads or tails, I wouldn't include its rework into spare change as a change for heads or tails, just as I wouldn't count that as a change for spare change. Essentially, I see that situation as heads or tails being placed in a state where it could no longer be changed anymore because, you know, it's no longer in the game. And then for spare change, like, I don't see how that talent just popping into existence for the first time ever could be considered a change for it, right? So to reiterate, every talent that's had its own name is its own talent, and I'm not including a talent's introduction or potential removal as a change for that talent, even if it was removed via a rework into another talent or introduced via a rework from another talent. Anyway, like I was going to get to, talents with the least changes ever. So are there any talents in the game that haven't actually been changed at all? And the fact of the matter is, yes, actually quite a lot. In that category though, we obviously got stuff like Omen's talents never being changed. Same thing with Nyx, you know, newer champions to where it's not that surprising. Like, that is obvious. So the real question is, what are the oldest talents that have never been changed that have also still survived till the modern day? Even could any of the original talents introduced in OB44, when the concept of talents first came to be, have that original classic state still retained? Surprisingly, yes to both. The following is every OB44 talent that has received 0 changes for the past 8+ years. Godslayer, the for real 100% classic talent / legendary for both Androxus and the game itself. Like, everyone who's played even a little bit of Paladins knows when Androxus pulls up his reversal, a solid 800 damage is likely coming their way. It's like Paladin's common knowledge at this point. Such a classic on a champion so integral to the game itself. Bomb King's chain reaction is another. This one being brought over from the damage bonus system pre-legendaries, with that 30% damage value even predating talents as well. It's the Bomb King talent and one of the most intuitive in the whole game. And lastly, yes, there's only 3 in this extremely rare group of never changed OB44 talents. We have Drogos's Combustible, also being brought over from the OG bonus damages, though with those values I believe slightly altered when adapted into a legendary. Now, the description of this talent did minorly change in time, with that damage initially being stated as a percentage before switching to just stating the damage number straight up. However, most importantly, the total amount of damage increase this talent actually caused has always remained identical, alongside all of his functional capabilities. Now, almost equally as impressive, later in 2017, Terminus was introduced, and somehow both of his Crush and Decimation talents were also never changed since, with his Undying talent being the only one to receive changes, even if including his Seething Rage that was very short-lived. Also in 2017, Talus's Nothing Personal is quite notable for not only being one of the somewhat few OB64 introduced talents to still be around today, but also being the single OB64 talent to never be changed. From then forth in 2019, we have both Imani talents Mana Rift and Splitting Ice introduced and never receiving a change, as well as Atlas's Rewind Lobbing Deja Vu, and Rom's Ultimate Charge reducing Earth Splitter that same year. In 2020, we had introduced Tiberius's Exploding Sword talent Tigron's Fury, and Vora's Max Health Extra Damage talent Unyielding Pressure to receive nothing till now. Obviously, these are getting way less impressive as we go, but they're still interesting. In 2021, we got Octavia's Ultimate talent Display of Force never getting changed, both Vatu's talents Omnipresence and Unerring never got changed, as well as Sati's Backflip talent Window of Opportunity and Azan's Ire talent Eternal. From here, it gets significantly less interesting very fast, but I'll quickly list them anyway. In 2022, Betty's Controlled Fury never got changed. In 2023, we had Nyx's Abyssal Breach never getting changed, as well as both of Omen's Everybody Dies and Binary Void. The rest of these are all old talents reworked into new ones that wouldn't see any changes. In 2024, we had Wisps of Sylvanas, Bullet Time, Paratrooper, Execute Article 7, Parasitic Pull, Eclipse Defection, and Resuscitate. And in 2025, we had Borrowed Luck, obviously not receiving any changes since it was introduced in literally the very last patch it could possibly be. And those were every single talent that still exists in the game today to have never received a single change, with some definitely being more interesting than others. For interest's sake, here are a few other extremely old ones introduced in the very first patch of talents / legendaries in OB44 that have received not none, but very little changes over time. Think of it like in honorable mentions. Cassie's Exaction has received a single change ever. Inara's Treacherous Ground has received 1 change, and her Tremors have received 3. Recurve has received 1 change ever, as well as Ying's Resonance receiving 1 change ever. Barracks Fortify got 2 changes. Drogos's Fuselage has only ever gotten 2 nerfs, and his Wormjets have only gotten 3 changes. Eevee's Wormhole and Over the Moon have only gotten 2 changes each. BK's Accelerant, despite how crazy it was at launch, only received 3 changes ever. Both Fernando's talents Scorch and Formidable have only ever been changed 3 times, and Grok's Maelstrom, despite how controversial it's been at many points in time, again has only changed 3 times. Those are all talents introduced in OB44, but here's a couple of oldies after OB44 that have only gotten a single change ever to round this section out. Leon's Alacrity, released mid-2017, has only ever received 1 nerf. Genesis the Power Cosmium, released also mid-2017, got only a single damage buff. Vivian's Opportunity and Chaos, being released late 2017, has only gotten a single damage nerf, and then her Booby Trap as well, released like a patch later in OB64, only received a single change as well. From there, we jump all the way to talents introduced in 2019, which is much less interesting, so I'm going to end this section off here. I will be showing every talent's number of changes a little bit later in case you're curious about any specific talent in particular, but for now let's move on to basically what I've been teasing about this entire video. What talents received the most changes ever? All of the things I mentioned in the previous stat about what changes I will include and which I won't still apply here and are much more prevalent since, you know, we're measuring changes. So yeah, talent introductions and removals won't count as changes for their respective talent, and I also don't count the introduction or removal of keywords as changes. Definitely seems like something that was just placed on top of support talents as a concept, and less so actually changes for the specific talents. Everything else is fair game though, and this time I do not care if the talent is still in the game or not. Now for some comparison, the average amount of talent changes over the game's lifespan is 2.23, obviously rounding down to a solid 2 changes per talent on average. Not super high, and with that, the talent with the most changes ever is somehow not Tinkerin. Grok's Totemic Ward and Pip's Combat Medic, of course a couple support talents I don't really care about, both received 10 changes over the game's 8-year developmental lifespan. Totemic Ward starting as a heal buffing and CC immunity inhibiting totem talent before very slowly being transitioned into its lesser heal buff, increased radius, and 3rd charge of totem talent. Combat Medic, on the other hand, wasn't even its own talent in the beginning, starting off as Acrobatics. Albeit, like said, I am in no way including Acrobatics changes into Combat Medics, assuming it had any, but in any case, once it became its own, Combat Medic was an attack speed increase by healing people talent, reworked into a healing people with primary talent, and then finally a while later a combination of the two, with its amount of healing being altered a ridiculous amount in the past 8 years. Those two are tied for first place, and in second place for the most changes with a solid 9, we have a 3-way tie, starting with another Grok talent, Spirit's Domain, the deploying totem at range talent, come to be the second healing with primary talent that also had a ludicrous amount of back and forth healing alterations through the game's lifespan. Also, just keep in mind for Spirit's Domain and the top 2 most changed talents, Totemic Ward and combat medic, all of these talents had keywords placed on them and removed, which I just so happened to not include as changes. But that's 2 more theoretical changes for all 3. Not that any of these talents need them, clearly. In any case, also with 9 changes, we indeed have Barracks Tinkerin. Starting as the good old-fashioned improve the potency of blunderbuss, almost immediately being changed into the modern slug firing talent with a completely silly number of wishy-washy damage changes, and rolling back on itself multiple times. And lastly, for the 3rd talent with 9 changes, Makoa's always absurd Leviathan, which, dude, I am not gonna try briefly reviewing the history of this talent for you. You've watched the video. Leviathan is Leviathan. In 3rd, for the most changes ever, we have a single talent with 8 changes, Furia's Cherish, beginning as an extra healing based on missing health talent, and eventually getting its range increase as well, before being reworked into the Void Abides 2.0. Pretty unique for it to be the only talent with 8 changes. And finally, we'll end this segment with talents that got 7 changes. Fernando's Aegis, starting out as a very general shield buff talent, into another shield buff talent so overwhelmingly popular it was eventually put into his base kit, then it was reworked into another very general shield buff talent. Grover's Deep Roots also got 7 changes, the classic Grover rooting talent that got a billion reworks before being reworked right back into the same classic Grover rooting talent it started as. Leon's Precision, initially a damage buff and auto reloading talent, eventually being changed into one of those hit enemy do more damage talents that got a ton of small number tweaks, indeed did get 7 changes. And lastly for this segment, Ying's Life Exchange got 7 changes. The talent that slowly turned Shadow into a more and more effective extra healing ability over just about every single change it got. Talents below this with 6 changes are much more common, so I'll end it there. 10 talents with all either 7 changes or above. Now, to preface this next couple stats, the average amount of talents each champion has had over time, whether removed or still in the game today, is 4.14, rounding of course to on average 4 talents per champion. That being said, what champions have received the most talents overall during the game's lifespan? Whether that be due to being involved with OB64 or having ridiculously inconsistent talent lines that kept being reworked. So starting from the lowest for fun this time and working our way up, of course a lot of new characters only have the usual base 3 talents. Every champion in the game released before OB64 has at least 4 talents, plus a bunch of other champions, making champions with that number of talents very common as well. Characters with 5 talents aren't nearly as common, but certainly aren't super rare, but it's the 6 talent champions, bronze for the most talents ever, when it starts getting super selective. Androxus originally had his first 3 classics, Godslayer, Heads Will Roll, and Dark Stalker, before Defiant Fist was added, and eventually replaced Dark Stalker. Heads Will Roll was reworked into Cursed Cylinder, which didn't last long, but is 100% still its own talent, before it was reworked again into Cursed Revolver, until at long last Cursed Revolver was replaced with the grand return of Dark Stalker. Thus, he had 6 talents overall. Shaolin had a total of 6 talents, originally starting with Desert Shadow, Shifting Sands, and Recurve. Exploding Arrows was added later, and a reworked version of Shifting Sands was removed. Explosive Arrows was then quote-unquote reworked into Sand Trap, basically the exact same talent with a different name, and then that same patch, Desert Shadow, was reworked into Desert Silence. That is until the final patch ever, in which case Desert Silence was reworked back into its now modern version of Desert Shadow, and thus he had 6 talents. Those were the champions in bronze, now getting silver for champions with the most talents ever. Next up is the 7 talent gang, starting with the very predictable Moji, being released in a period of time where every champion had 4 talents. She was introduced with Boom Boom, Snack Attack, Toot, and Yummy. Yummy was removed during the 4th talent Purge, and during Moji's conversion into a support, all of her previous 3 talents were replaced with her now modern 3, Spit Shine, Jubilation, and Realm Runner. Thus, her 7 talents. Also with 7 again, predictably, we have Ceres. Initially with Agony, Mortal Reach, and Soul Collector, she gained the Void Abides for a short stint before it was removed, and after several general reworks, eventually all of her talents one by one were repurposed into new ones. Agony into Internal Torment, Mortal Reach into Forsake, and Soul Collector into Resuscitate. Thus again, 7 talents. And finally, the single gold placeholder with an all-time high total of 8 unique talents is Canessa of all champions, starting with Eagle Eye, Suppression, and Steady Aim, gaining Reposition of course in OB64, and it eventually replaced Suppression. But because Mind talents are a must for Canessa apparently, after 1 or 2 reworks, Eagle Eye was repurposed into Oppression. Oppression was eventually reworked into Octopressor, Octopressor was swiftly reworked into Crystalline Battery, and Crystalline Battery was swiftly reworked in the final patch ever to what we now know as High Voltage. And that is the most talents a single champion has ever had, at 8 total. Oh, and I guess Horse had the least with 1. Kind of forgot about that. Now, simply having many talents doesn't mean these champions also got a ton of talent changes, however. So next we're going to look at the overall champions with the most changes spread across all of their talents. This is going to be fairly reminiscent to when we looked at just the individual talents with the most changes ever, so I'll keep this brief. Keep in mind the average champion has received a total of 9.22, or just 9 talent changes on average per champ. So now that we have something to compare it to, let's cover the top 5, starting with the low end. In 5th, with the champions to have received 15 total changes on their talents, we see Androxus, Barrick, Grover, Lex, and Maeve. In fourth, with 16 talent changes, we find Ash, Makoa, and Sky. In solo third, we have No More Ties going up. Furia has 18 talent changes total, with Exterminate and Solar Blessing being very divisive and demanding many changes, and somehow despite that, Cherish still managed to receive more than either of them, being on the higher point of the list of individual talents with the most changes ever. In second place, with 20 talent changes, we find Pip, with Combat Medic holding most of the weight of exactly half of Pip's entire talent changes, and the rest of his talents holding a fairly reasonable amount considering his age, aside from Mischief. In first, the champion with the most talent changes ever, jumping to the all-time high of 24. Oh, who could it be? Of course, it's Grok. With his Totemic Ward and Spirit's Domain changes alone, a single change away from matching the entirety of Pip's talent changes. To say his kit has been divisive over time would be a massive understatement. Alrighty, as we do, let's quickly switch to the inverse of that now. There isn't really a countdown we can do with these since, based on their age, some are just going to be way less interesting than others. Like if Omen had the same amount of talent changes as, I don't know, Fernando, those are clearly not on the same level. One of them is obviously way more impressive, right? That being said, let's take a look at a bunch of champions with very little talent changes, roughly ranked by me from least impressive to most. Starting with the least, Azan is a generally newer character, released late 2021 with only 3 talent changes ever, with one of his talents never being touched at all. Now obviously these next few champions came later. Kasumi, Nyx, and Omen were all released in that order, and each with only 2 talent changes to their name, the lowest amount ever, which is something impressive regardless of age. Kasumi, though, being released the earliest in late 2022, stands out among these 3. Jumping back to late 2020, Vora was introduced, ending up with only 3. Not the least changes ever, but certainly a standout considering her age. Dredge was released late 2018, and although his 4 talent changes is the most we've talked about so far, late 2018 was a long time ago, dude. Next, in technically third place for this topic, back in early/mid 2021, we see both Ray and Octavia back to only 2 changes. Both of these champions with half of their talents never being changed, and both sharing the title of least changes ever with the previously mentioned Kasumi, Nyx, and Omen. Octavia stands out among all of them, however, as she has the magical combination of being the earliest introduced among the few, alongside only those 2 changes, the lowest ever. In, again, roughly second place, Terminus, a real oldie comparatively, released late 2017, but with 4 talent changes. Obviously still very impressive for his age, with a single one of his talents holding all of the changes he received. And lastly, and definitely most impressively to me, there was Imani. Released in 2019 with only 3 talent changes. She wasn't released the earliest ever and doesn't have the lowest talent changes ever, but she hits just both of those incredibly low sweet spots, evening out to her talents just being absurdly dusty, gaining on average a single change every 2 years over the game's lifespan. As a bonus, I don't know how insanely impressive this is, but out of the cast that was around during the introduction of talents, both Drogos and Eevee have received the least by a large margin, at a mere 7. That amounts to, on average, less than 1 talent change a year for both of them for the past 8 years. Not the most impressively low, but I just love talking about these super oldies. So yeah, these 2 have the least talent changes of the absolute geezers. To go alongside those stats, the overall number of legendary/talent changes in the game's entire lifespan, and by extension the number of changes I had to cover over the course of this entire video, is 544. In retrospect, I don't know if that seems like a little or a lot, but it most certainly is what it is. So we've likely got a decent grasp now on talents that have survived the absolute longest, as any talent introduced in OB44 that still exists in the game today has been around the longest any talent could literally be. So that begs the question of the inverse. What talents survived the shortest amount of time? What are the biggest failures this game has to offer in terms of talents? Let's take a look. I'm also not including for this any new talents introduced in 8.1 or any talents still existent in the final patch ever, out of principle. If the talents are still in the game, they don't count. The most obvious thing to point to immediately would be all of the talents introduced in OB64 that were also removed in version 2.1's whole 4th talent Purge, existing for little more than a single year, or to be more specific, 1 year and 29 days. Now there are too many of those to list here, but regardless, we can do better than that. We have a perfect 10 placements to cover here less than that, starting with Kasumi's Spirit Bombs, only existing for a year and 13 days, before it was reworked into what we now know as Haunted Ground. Not the most impressive, but the first talent to last shorter than the previously mentioned OB64 to version 2.1 Purge talents. Moji's Yummy was the first talent to be introduced, alongside Moji herself, between OB64 and version 2.1, 2.1 being introduced in the 4 talents era, and of course having it be removed in the version 2.1 Purge. Khan's firing line is in the exact same situation, being released with Khan just a smidge later than Moji, and obviously being removed at the exact same time, lasting a total of 9 months and a few days. Jumping to a later era, Androxus's Cursed Cylinder being the lesser known precursor to Cursed Revolver, as well as the awkward stepping stone between Heads Will Roll and Cursed Revolver in that same talent line. This talent lasting for honestly longer than I remembered, 8 months and a few days. Now back to a talent introduced between OB64 and 2.1, Furia's Celerity was released midway through those 2 patches with just over a 7-month lifespan, and actually perfectly tied with another talent, Pip's Acrobatics, one of the most useless talents ever, and the second shortest talent to exist out of all of the original talents introduced in OB44. Again, exactly like Celerity, this talent had just over a 7-month lifespan. For the 5th place milestone, Koga's Master of Arms was released a smidge later than Celerity, and of course with the exact same removal date, only lasting 5 months and 29 days. At 4th shortest is Recycler, the weird original version of Ruckus's old talent that would be, after only 5 months and 18 days, reworked and eventually renamed into Overdrive, this being the actual absolute shortest talent out of all of the original OB44 talents. Now if you think 5 months isn't very long, 3rd is the talent released closest to the version 2.1 Purge, while the whole 4 talents was still a thing, Dredge's Freebooter. Probably one of, if not the most forgotten talent ever if I were to guess, lasted a grand total of 3 months and 20 days before it was abolished. This was the big potential talent out of Dredge's, and it had almost literally 0 time to reach any of that potential it could possibly have. It was probably ass anyway, and it's Dredge, so who cares? Now, you'll definitely sense a pattern with these last 2. In 2nd place, we have Kinessa's Octopressor, another mind talent in the super discordant line of mind talents that kept being tossed to the wayside so fast and consistently. This one in particular lasting a ridiculously short period of time, a mere 3 months and 6 days, with its existence ended by the introduction of our talent in 1st place, Crystalline Battery, also belonging to Kinessa. This talent's effect honestly hardly even lasted a couple of patches, being the second to last rework in the most confused talent line in existence, removed in the final patch ever with a stupidly short lifespan of 2 months and 30 days, or rather a mere 91 days. What an absolute failure of an effect, despite I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool. I wanted to put also an honorable mention for Elemental Bullet that was announced. The effect for it did come out, but the actual name of it and therefore its whole, Elemental Bullet talent thing lasted a grand total of 0 days because it never actually came out. Alrighty, at this point, I think I am going to scroll down the list of talents and all their changes. So yeah, this is every single talent sorted by character, which you'll see to the right of every single talent, you'll see the amount of changes they received, alongside the number to the right of the champion name, stating how many talent changes in total that champion received. Now, further to the right of that, I put in just whenever they were introduced, if it's interesting. Most of the talents I didn't bother putting that down. This is by absolutely no means a concise list that I made for my video in general. It's simply a quick list that I cobbled together for these stats. I have a much longer list of actual talent changes that I will not show here. That has all my talking points and everything alongside every change that ever existed. It is actual hundreds and hundreds of pages. It's pretty stupid. This is just a little snippet of that, and a nice way to give a very general outlook on the 8 years of data that I gathered. So if you're looking for any talent in particular, here's your chance to check how much changes it has. I do apologize, it doesn't look the most official in the world, probably, but that is okay. Again, this isn't supposed to be, in case you hadn't figured it out by now. All talents that are in white still exist in the game, and all talents in gray do no longer exist, or at least not in the official game. The only talents that might be a little bit confusing is Ruckus's Recycler and Overdrive. I listed for both of those talents a half change in their lifespan, and that's just because they both shared a state. Like, Recycler was reworked into the effect that Overdrive would eventually have, and then in a later patch it was renamed to Overdrive. There are no talents that have ever had anything like that before. Like, I'm serious, every other talent rework into another talent entirely happened alongside the main rework that changed it into that other talent, right? That makes sense. With these talents though, it was never actually reworked into Overdrive for some reason. Recycler got that change, which I really do think is a solid change. It's not like one that I can just skip or anything, or exclude it because it's a rework into another talent. It's really not. Recycler did clearly get changed, but then the name was just switched to Overdrive, so Overdrive kind of shares that change too. Anyway, those are the only changes that need a bit of explanation. Everything else, as far as I can tell, is very clear cut. I'm kind of just rambling right now. I don't know what else to say. Hopefully the list is going to be over semi-soon, so I can keep yapping about stats and stuff. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna hope it's about done. All right. All right. Alrighty, what about reworks? What individual talents have received the most reworks without being changed into another talent entirely? The stat's gonna be pretty concise, so I won't dwell. For what it's worth, I'm also including semi-reworks and whatnot to give us a bigger pool of what to talk about. Not that it helped much, considering most talents with reworks only have 1, or very occasionally 2, with only Grover's Deep Roots having 4. No other talent in the game has ever had more than 2 reworks without being changed into another talent. That is, aside from Deep Roots, that got 4 functional reworks somehow. These next stats are a bit more freeform. I've talked a lot through this video about how ultimate talents never really last, which really isn't true. So which ultimate talents actually have lasted till the modern day? And which are the oldest and most impressive for still being around? 7's Execute Article 7 is the least impressive, being released only late 2024, albeit originating from the no longer existing Overcharged. Barracks Forge Fire I thought was in this game a lot longer, but it was reworked from the classic Architectonics in only mid-2021. Octavia's Display of Force was introduced alongside its respective champion and has never been changed since early 2021, despite not being very good in my opinion. Rom's Earth Splitter was released with Rom in late 2019, and although increased charge rate by itself is like the least interesting form an ultimate talent can take, it certainly still belongs here. Koga's Blood Reaper was reworked into the ultimate talent we know today in early 2019, from its former identity as a skewer talent of all things. Almost as early as they come though, we see Talus's Nothing Personal and Eevee's Snow Globe, both being created for OB64 in late 2017, and I definitely wouldn't have assumed they'd stick around for the next 7 years. I figured they were going to be tossed real quick back in the day. I personally find Snow Globe to be a lot more impressive, as again, charge rate increase by itself is kind of boring, and I mean Nothing Personal isn't really even a full ultimate talent, it's more like just half of one. And lastly, and most impressively, introduced early 2017 alongside his respective character, we find Zin's Guillotine. Not the first ultimate talent ever, but definitely the strongest at the time, as executes were something the game just didn't really have back then, aside from what, Drogos? And of course, Guillotine still exists in the game today, with only some number tweaks making the difference. In addition, it beat out every single ultimate talent introduced in OB44, the very first talent patch, as all of those were ass and didn't survive very long at all. Makoa's Leviathan is also an honorary ultimate talent, but also like several times it wasn't even an ultimate talent, so I don't know how to rank it with the others. It buffed his ult sometimes, but other times it just gave him 500 health, so it is what it is. Leviathan is Leviathan. For all those talents to succeed though, many older ultimate talents had to fail, or just be reworked into something better. Every ultimate talent that didn't last the test of time were, from oldest to newest, 7's very first incarnation of Overcharge, which got reworked into another ultimate talent anyway that's almost the exact same, so who really cares? The short-lived final incarnation of Maeve's Street Justice, Moji's OG 4th talent Yummy, Buck's OB64 talent Bucking Madness, Ash's OG Rally Here, and finally Shaolin's original incarnation of Shifting Sands, and the very first version of Maldamba's Vakono's Wrath. Some of the most just obscure talent effects in the entire game. Honestly, I thought there'd be more failed ones. Let me know if I missed any, because this means that there's more actual successful ones than failed ones, which really doesn't seem right. And just after the ultimate talent section, I want to give a shout out to the 3 talents that are effectively just like items that you can buy in the store, but as a talent instead for some reason. I get their functionality, you can have these while buying other items, but still the effect always stood out to me as just being kind of weird and kind of cool at the same time. Am I the only one that feels this way about these kind of simple talents? In any case, these talents varied wildly in terms of their quality and how meta they were, with Tyra's First Blood being introduced at the dawn of talents, definitely the least offensive of these kinds of talents, and over time saw itself a decent amount of use. Vivian's Sapper Rounds as well. I feel like this must have been an easy pickup if the enemy just had a bunch of shields, but my memory is not serving to corroborate that idea. I really don't remember this talent being used much at all. Could be wrong. Then of course, most famously, Leon's Death and Taxes, obviously being one of the more extraordinary talents in the game, receiving a ton of use despite its short lifespan. Fun times. There's probably a few others that could sort of fit in this group too. Rom's Earth Splitter comes to mind, maybe Sky's Preparation, but they just don't hit the same, you know? They don't feel quite as true to the idea of, I could literally just buy this in the item store if I want to, right? I wanted to highlight these just because I like them. Alright, I like them. Obviously something like Death and Taxes was pretty goofy, but I think specifically because these talents were so simple, they always stood out to me. Especially First Blood, I always respected that talent a lot for some reason, with the other two kind of feeling like a little bit of knockoffs almost. Oh yeah, and all 3 of those talents were removed in the 2.1 Purge. Whoever the heck was calling the shots at that point was not a fan. But yeah, moving on. A little on the nose for this next one, but let's look at the champion with the most talents revolving around one single ability. And yes, this 100% is for Kinessa. No other champion even comes close, gaining a grand total of 5 mind talents over her lifespan. originally with suppression before it was removed. Oppression was then created and reworked into octopressor, and the same thing happened with crystalline battery, and then finally high voltage. Let me paint you a picture here. Not only does that dwarf any and all other talents she has gotten for any other ability combined, 5 talents is still more than 80% of champions in this game has ever even had. I didn't expect Kinessa to end up being the silliest champion when it comes to these stats, but it's really looking like that's going to be the case. This is, in my opinion, the goofiest talent thing in the entire game, only being rivaled by Ceres imbuing all of her original talents into her base kit. Okay, random personal opinion one. The worst talent effects in the game's lifespan. I don't know this for certain, I'm just guessing for fun. So in very rough order, I'm gonna say the first one is Tiberius's Vicious Assault. And to be much more specific, its very first incarnation. I feel like this is the only talent not to have any extra effects that are a consistent benefit and have its main effect be borderline useless. Like seriously, maybe I'm crazy or something, but this effect really stood out to me as just awful. His leap isn't like Bounce House. You are not hitting this. Now, obviously it became better over time, and the DR and second charge it got are legitimately decent now, I think. Second worst, I'm gonna say, is the OG Pip Acrobatics, like a second jump on Weightless. Wow, that's somehow even worse than Maeve's triple jump, with its only recompense being an increased Weightless's duration by 1 second, which isn't even an amazing effect compared to like just reducing its cooldown or something. Aside from that, in third, I'm gonna just say it's like Dredge's Freebooter probably. I don't even know much about it really. It just seems like a pretty useless effect that I saw nobody use because, you know, it didn't give you the highest DPS in the game at the time. Fourth, I'll say Betty's Controlled Fury, one of the only talents that is legit counterproductive to what you'd want, like almost 100% of the time. But like there is very niche situations where it could be slightly better than the normal version, you know, of Hail of Grenades or whatever it's called. And alongside that, it still serves its purpose, just a little worse. Plus the 2-second cooldown reduction is just legitimately actually good. I don't know, just because of how counterproductive it is, I could definitely see this one being higher, but who cares? I've kind of run out of things here, so I'm gonna just say it to round it out. Fifth is like OG Rogue's Gambit. Like something as accessible as giving a champion a third jump on something that isn't on a cooldown, like she just jumps, kind of sounds like it should be good, but in practice, as its main effect, That's all for that. I recognize there's definitely other one-off effects that are probably worse than some of these, like probably some of those old ultimate talents, but I don't really care. These are just ones that, while doing research, really stood out to me for just how bad they sounded or straight up were. All right, got a couple of meme stats here next. Talents with the longest name is surprisingly uniform. I thought there'd be an easy number one, but first place is a four-way tie, each with 21 characters in their name, including spaces. We have Inara's Wrath of the Stigala, Sati's Window of Opportunity, and both of Yaggoroth's Sight Begets Strength and Unnatural Persistence. In second, with only 20 characters in their name, we find a two-way tie with Lilith's Maelstrom of Carnage and Vivian's Opportunity and Chaos. And third, there's a ton of 19 character fellas: Spreading Influence, Unfinished Business, Crystalline Battery, Predatory Instincts, Alternating Current, Execute Article 7, Relentless Presence, and Unyielding Pressure. This is what I mean by uniform. After this, with 18 and 17 characters, it becomes way too many to count. But those are with all those damn spaces in them. What are the talents with the longest single word name? No spaces allowed. Well, I guess if the talent has one really big word in it, I'll include it too. Number one is by itself this time. Yay. Barracks Architectonics has 15 characters in it. Hog with explosion head emoji. I just like using the word hog. Ahead of everything else by a factor of 2 letters. Second is Strix's Unauthorized Use with 13 characters, obviously minus the space and second word. Third is a 7-way tie with Ray's Ambidextrous, Inara's Treacherous, Ground, Kinessa's Octopressor and Crystalline Battery, Torvald's Alternating Current, Batu's Omnipresence, and Vivian's Opportunity in Chaos. That'll do for the long stuff. How about the shortest talent name ever, eh? I'll start with third this time with 6 letters. We have only Grok's Wraith and Victor's Cardio. In second, we have a 7-way tie. Wahoo! Talents with only 5 letters. We got Aegis, Pluck, Yummy, Focus, Agony, Crush, and Scorn. Wow. But wait, there's more. No. Now first, with a mere 4 characters, we have a trifecta. Dredge's Hurl, Moji's Toot, and Zin's Yomi. Very cool. And you might be asking, what's the single smallest word in any talent that isn't a dumb one like of or in? It is Vu in Atlas's Deja Vu. Now, with the most important stat of the bunch, the ugliest talent in the game. Easily going to Evie's Reprieve. Coating her ice block in the usual talent gold just makes this big old square looking blob. It kind of looks super weird and really stood out to me as having the absolute worst aesthetics. It inspired this entire stat. So yeah, that was number 1. Second would be Dredge's Hurl. Like, what is this even supposed to be? Am I even supposed to understand what I'm looking at here? How is this even his spear trident thing? It looks dumb. Third is Maeve's Rogue's Gambit. Her face just kind of, I don't know, looks kind of weird. Why does she look like that? Not to mention it doesn't even look like she's using Pounce. She's just kind of floating there looking all ugly and stuff. Going down from there, like Pip's Mischief. Why is the color so weird compared to every other talent? Some champions have like all of their talents be slightly different gold than the usual talent, but this one stands out even among Pip's other talents, and it just looks bad. All right, lastly for 5th, I guess, like both Unstable Fissure and Stunning Visage for the same reason. Like the guys that are supposed to be portrayed sure are there, but I just can't tell what the heck they're doing. Corvus is like flying or something and Atlas is exploding. I'm pretty sure that's not what these talents do or affect. Ugly. Also, this isn't relevant, but I really like Terminus's seething rage. He's kind of just staring at you all mad and stuff. It's really funny. I just imagine the Prowler theme in the background whenever I see this. Finally, I just want to talk about some of my favorite talents ever and highlight a few more, because I could talk about this all day. So yeah, my personal favorite talent to ever exist is definitely Cassie's Exaction. No surprises there. It is my most played talent on my most played character and pushes the most fun playstyle in my opinion out of any character, and a classic playstyle at that. Its effect has been in the game since the very beginning, let alone the beginning of talents. And on top of that, it's only received a single change ever, making it feel like even more of an absolute classic. Not to mention a little glimpse of Paladin's long lost past. An absolute relic and the most fun talent in the game in my opinion. My second favorite for completely different reasons is Vivienne's Opportunity in Chaos. This is by far the funniest talent in the game. Like when she was introduced, she was one of the most disliked characters because she was completely one note. But over time and the more I thought about it and occasionally played her, I started to truly appreciate how one note she really was. Literally being a character built for holding down that left click and nothing else. With Opportunity and Chaos pushing my favorite dumb playstyle of hers to ridiculous extremes. And I'm saying this despite the fact that I don't really even play Vivienne. I just got over the hate for Vivienne really quick, and I think that this talent in combination with herself is just the funniest things in this game. In third, I want to give it to Maeve's Cat Burglar. It was the Maeve talent I settled on after the abolition of Artful Dodger back in the day, which gave me a real talent crisis at the time, and it feels just really good to rev up that prowl and hit him with tons of damage. But that's not the reason it's here. OG Cat Burglar was something to behold. I love extra jumps in anything, and the fact that they put this in the game thinking that by itself it would be any sort of good is beyond unhinged to me. So you better believe I used this talent and convinced myself that it was underrated as hell, which is why I was so excited to see it come back in Artful Dodger's return, even above the rest of Artful Dodger's main effect, which I used a ton back in the day, by the way. For fourth, I'm gonna say Victor's Old Firefight. It's a really big shame this thing never came back. Like, this is literally the talent that taught me to hip fire in any FPS. I never played any real FPSs before Paladins, and I was under the impression that it's like almost always better to aim. In fact, I was a gunnery user before the knowledge of like the glory of Firefight was bestowed onto me. And the fact that when it was removed, I completely stopped playing Victor accidentally shows just how much fun that talent was. As long as he didn't have that talent, I just didn't even ever think to play him. He is seriously not the same since they removed it. And I associate this talent heavily with the incredibly superior old Victor default skin. And fifth, shout out to Atlas's Temporal Divide for being awesome. Whoever submitted the idea to just make his shield thing really big deserves all the money I spent on crystals in this game. I hardly use Atlas, and when I did, I didn't even use this talent, but it's here by principle. I love this talent in concept more than I've ever actually used it. And there's obviously more I adore. Sati's Heads or Tails comes to mind as one I irrationally loved for some reason. Drogus' Fusillade plus its crazy damage back in the day. Inara's Treacherous Ground is so fun to trap people in when the time is right. Ceres's Mortal Reach was my first and most reliable healing talent that literally taught me how to heal. Leon's Eminence was sick even before it was good because resets are awesome. Sky's Debilitate was so fun. Vora's Unyielding Pressure was so fun. I could be here all day. So let's do this again one more time, but narrow it down to just removed talents. So my personal favorite talent that is no longer in the game today is obviously Firefight. We've already talked about this. I'm not going to talk about Firefight anymore. So going down this short list, in second is definitely Maldamba's Wakono's Curse. I'm pretty sure it's a fan favorite, and for good reason. In concept, this thing was really cool, damaging in the same way you'd heal. Plus its sniping potential was really fun, and I always hated Wakono's Wrath, since it was the main reason Wakono's Curse got axed. Wakono's Curse, though, just straight up one of the coolest, most swag talents in the game, period. Also in third and fourth, shout out to Drogos' Reign of Terror and Sky's Surprise Attack in that order. Both fun little gimmicks that were cool to mess around with, but ultimately extremely outclassed by other talents that were in the game for much longer. And in fifth, I'm just gonna quickly here say, just breathe and then move on, okay? Listen, okay, this talent was super boring and super overpowered when it wasn't terrible. But like, when it was good, I'm not gonna pretend it wasn't fun to play around with my favorite character when it was completely busted for a patch or two, alright? Grox had it happen to him a multitude of times. Cassie's never been bad, but let me have it for Cassie, okay? Let me have this. On top of that, there's obviously more. The Void Abides was so cool too, and First Blood was so classic. Okay, we're almost done here. Because it's fun to look at either sides and I kind of feel like ranting, I want to talk about my least favorite talents ever real quick. With number one, easily, and I mean so easily, being Scuttle. Not only does it perpetuate the main reasons I despise Dredge, its original version is probably the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen implemented in any game ever. The breaking point to where I actually stopped playing the game for a while is when I saw a top play of a Dredge player literally do this. Did the sound come in? I am not exaggerating at all. In the middle of the point, just spamming right click, reload, and they got a penta. God is my witness. I wish I recorded it. Just watching what Scuttle and the OG busted version of Dredge could do in the game that I love took actual time off my life. Nothing else comes close. That being said, number 2 of my most hated, I think I have to say, is Shaolin's Desert Shadow. And it's like, not that I ever actually explicitly hated it that badly, but legit making this video, just how prominently I remember how so deeply shoved into my brain this instinctual dread of this talent really was. Like, he would just press F and he'd be gone, and there was nothing you could do about it until you were dead. That was it. That was the talent. Essentially, you were fighting a sniper with an excessively good tool to take care of flanks. And like, obviously there was ways to deal with it. Illuminate exists. Like I said, I don't loathe this talent like Scuttle, but the dread I get from it now for having to deal with it for so many years, even after all these years, it feels like a family member that you didn't really know too well, but you also didn't mind having them around. But every now and then you'd hear them talk, and in certain ways that they approach things you didn't really like, and then like years later after you've grown up, and then when you've like matured and stuff, you look back at it and you're like, wow, that person was actually like super creepy, and I wish I wasn't around them. And you get this weird feeling of anger, but also guilt, because like you could see it coming, but also they are family members, so it's complicated, okay? I know that's over dramatic, but that's the feeling I get. Desert Shadow, a talent in a video game, has somehow given me underlying trauma-like dread. So yeah, I don't really like it. Third, Zin's Smolder was definitely the most toxic in his heyday, but just also really boring. You basically just had to wait there until he healed up and then kill him a second time if he didn't stall long enough for one of his buddies to catch up and scare you off. It was really the main thing that incidentally made me feel like Zin, as a character, was just a little bitch. I didn't feel that way before Smolder became good. And lastly, for 4th and 5th talents I dislike, I'll go with Wakono's Wrath and Vivian's Booby Trap. Very specifically because they took attention away from some of my favorite talents, like Wakono's Curse and Opportunity and Chaos. I mean, Wakono's Wrath literally caused Wakono's Curse to be removed from the game, so that sucked. Okay, the final stat I want to cover. I swear, if you want to impress your buddies about your niche Paladins knowledge, I suggest you memorize these, in my opinion, most forgotten or forgettable removed talents in the game, that I guarantee almost all people aside from the most seasoned of Paladins players would never even know existed. These are in no particular order, but I will say my personal most forgotten ones at the end. Barrack's Hair Trigger. I remember seeing this one being used maybe twice, and even that might be just a figment of my imagination. Dredge's Freebooter also has the shortest lifespan out of any of the oldies during the 4-talent system, with an incredibly obscure effect that, for all I know, might now be in his base kit. I don't know, I do my best to know as little about Dredge as possible. Furious Celerity is in a similar camp. Its effect is so unoffensive, and it'll last it for pretty much no time either. Grover's Efflorescence, I'm still not even sure I know its full functionality. Lex's The Law 1 had its time, but I feel like it's more well known for its name in history, way more than its actual super uninteresting effect. Leon's Death and Taxes, no I'm just kidding. Ruckus's Recycler and Overdrive, but especially Recycler, gave me that feeling of, yeah, nobody remembers this one, dude. Terminus's Seething Rage, I just don't remember anyone ever talking about this at all, but Terminus is also my least played champion aside from Dredge, so admittedly I don't know much about that culture. I guarantee if you asked an oldie about Torvald's Alternating Current, they'd have no clue what you were talking about until you specifically told them that it was a recharge legendary. Hardly can find a more forgettable name for a talent. Vivian's Sapper Rounds, like, what even is this? Talents with the same effect as just the items you can buy in the item store are so rare, and yet also just so weird and obscure. And finally, 4 talents that were my personal most forgotten talents in the entire game. Not talent effects, mind you, there's too many of those to count, but just straight up full talents themselves. Like, I pride myself on having an extremely good memory for these kinds of things, and despite that, none of these talents I would have remembered a thing about had I not researched this video. Moji's Yummy. Learning about very few talents has given me that much of that fun little feeling of, oh yeah, that existed, as this one did. Nothing about this talent is very memorable, although I do remember legitimately considering it when trying to pick a talent for Moji, which is the only thing I remember about Yummy. Koga's Master of Arms, for some reason, I just had zero memory of until I saw a few of his changes later. This one was actually pretty good, so I wager some people remember it better than I do, but for me, until I saw its nerf then removal, I was sitting there just confused as hell. A strange talent where I remember its change history more than I actually remember the talent itself. Fernando's Dragonfire Lance. So forgettable, I didn't even know its functionality and had no idea what I was even reading when I saw it for this video. It was only after I looked up some gameplay of it, and then I remembered seeing some cameo videos of it way back in the day, but legitimately never seeing a single person use it. And lastly, for my Paladins veteran brain personally, my most forgettable talent in the entire game is Pip's Mischief. This is the only talent I think I legitimately have zero functional memory of. Like, I know Pip obviously got a talent in OB64, and now that I know what Mischief is, it fills itself in that role in my brain. But even now, as I'm like writing this and reading this actually, I wouldn't have even remembered his name if I didn't just read it. And I don't even remember its effect. Some cooldown reduction thing, I'm pretty sure. You literally know more about it than I do right now since you're seeing it on the damn screen. What an absolute nothing of a talent. And that's all. If you enjoyed this slobber knocker of a video, feel free to like it. It took an absolutely ridiculous amount of constant work over about like 5 months or so. So I'd really, really appreciate it. Please share any experiences with these old talents down in the comments, or just tell me which talents are your favorites and why. I'd love to know. Let me know of any other very general topics you want me to do a deep dive on. I've already kind of locked in that I want to look at cosmetics, but let me know regardless. I will be making more. Though whatever I end up covering in my next Paladins history video, I guarantee it will not be nearly as long as this one. Historically, I have always bitten off more than I can chew when it comes to these big projects, but I've learned my lesson. I am not taking this long again. Now, I will still be alternating which videos that I do. I still want to finish my skin tier list series, obviously, and maybe give one more round of the old skin favoritism series now that patches are over. And as my final statement in this bitch, I want to give a massive, massive shout out to the fellas in the Tempest community, specifically Kana, who directly reached out to me when they realized I was doing history content, obviously realizing just how vital of a resource it would be, and it was vital, let me tell you. I've intermittently talked about Tempest a lot during this video. If you don't know what Tempest is, it's a program essentially that allows you to go back in time to any patch in Paladins history. If I wasn't reached out to, I would have had no idea it existed, which honestly kind of would have been disastrous. Like, there were so many things that Reddit, patch notes, wikis all left out of patches, or just gave out straight up wrong information due to honestly just how volatile changes end up being. I want to make it clear that's 100% nobody's fault. Again, it's volatile, things change, and as a result, some things are not going to be recorded. The thing is, in retrospect, I would say like 40% of talents had 1 or 2 changes that were probably wrong if I were to go off the changes that I just found during research. And I mean, that's lowballing it. My initial intention was just to take whatever research I could and put it into a video and make it as accurate as possible to just whatever I found, right? Because Tempest exists, this video essentially transitioned from being straight up inaccurate in a lot of areas and having conflicting information all over the place. I could just check all that information for myself, making the records much higher quality and much, much more accurate. I would say around 99%. Some really old talents in the really old patches weren't really checkable, unfortunately, especially when OB64 came around. But alongside the information that I got using it, I still had all my research online to corroborate any information I needed. But yeah, after those early days, I'm confident in saying this video is probably 100% correct. In the numbers by themselves, I should mention. My opinions are one thing, the numbers are another. But yeah, massive shout out to the folks behind Tempest. From what I've seen, they've always been very open and inviting. At around the time that I'm recording this, they're doing multiplayer playtests and stuff like that in some of those old patches themselves. So if you're not there already and are interested in any of that, alongside just looking at older patches, you should really check them out. They're doing a massive service for the community as a whole. But I mean, also just for someone like me who just wants to make videos on this shit. They're chill if you want to use footage from the Tempest program for any kind of content anyone wants to make. That was something I directly asked Kana about, and I got back a lovely message about how it's basically just completely for the community, and anyone who wants to make content has full creative freedom. So yeah, some of the coolest people around. I really recommend you check it out. If I can figure out how, I'm gonna leave a link to their Discord where you get the program in the description. If you're not already there, get to it. Like, seriously, honestly, massive shout out to these guys. They might as well have made this video. That's how much I've benefited from their hard work. And while you're down there, look at that subscribe button. That's pretty cool, isn't it? If you like this kind of content, feel free, no pressure. In any case, thank you ever so much for sitting down through this complete monster of a video. To anyone still here making it through the whole damn thing, I cannot express how cool that is for me and for the game itself. Thank you ever so much for being here and let me share my passion with you. Have a lovely day, evening, afternoon, or morning, and I will see you in hopefully my next skin ranking video. I'm looking forward to doing that again, so maybe I'll see you there. I'm out. Bye-bye. Hey. When she worm jets on my fusillade till I combustible. When she exact on my big game till I impulse. When she uses her mother's grace on my treacherous ground and it causes me tremors. When she's accelerant on my royal subject and it causes a chain reaction. When she tinkerin' on my fortification till I forge fire. When she using her wormhole on my snow globe till I'm over the moon. Oh yeah, when she uses her goddess's blessing on my lifelink till I sacrifice some children. When she uses her binary void on my umbral lance till everybody dies. All right, I think that's a wrap.